Check sound. Check sound. Check, 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 check. Check sound. Check, check.
Is there, yeah, okay.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished panelists, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all, and thank you so much for joining us on what is a big day here in Sharm el-Sheikh. So today is Finance Day for us. The theme of this event this morning is Sustainable Investment and Financing for Food Systems. And as I say, it's a very big day. It's a big day, ladies and gentlemen, in the context of current official development assistance levels and international investment to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, still leaving an annual funding gap of between 2.5 and 3 trillion. So we know there's a huge amount more to do there. We have to find, therefore, that pathway to scale. Can I just check, please, is my microphone still working? Thank you very much. Secondly, it's a big day for my organization, SMB, as we work extensively in impact-driven finance on programs such as the Dutch Fund for Climate Development with our good friends at FMO, who we'll hear from in a minute. We also work, and we're delighted to have here with us friends from Rabobank, because we work on a program called CRAFT in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, focused on climate resilient agriculture. And again, we need to do more to scale initiatives such as that. And we work on numerous results-based financing programs in over 20 countries around the world. We even, and I'm hoping His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn will be joining us any minute now. I was in Ethiopia last week. I saw there we even work on loan guarantee funds, and we've got a non-collateralized lending mechanism with a less than 2% default rate. So we know, ladies and gentlemen, that initiatives such as that are indeed possible. And again, we need to scale them. I'm also delighted to be here representing the Practitioners Network. So that's a network of 23 development organizations, the largest development organizations from 17 EU member states. And many of us are working on access to finance programs, and we're delighted to see within the EU, within the European Development Cooperation Framework, more collaboration between us as practitioners with presence on the ground in the countries where we run our programs and those development finance institutions. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's a big day because there's so much more we need to do. More to do in terms of de-risking financing so we get better forms of finance to those LDCs and fragile contexts. More to do as practitioners so we build better collaborations amongst us. More to do to reduce ticket sizes or to develop aggregator models so that we can get, again, the right kinds of financing to those who indeed need it the most. More to do, ladies and gentlemen. I could go on. We've got a fantastic panel with us, and I'm going to turn now first to Patty Fong of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food for some opening words. Patty, great to have you with us. Over to you.
Is this working now? All right, great. Thank you, Simon. It's an honor to be speaking here on Finance Day. And the organizers asked me to present because we just came out with a new report a couple of weeks ago on climate finance. It's a report that we worked in partnership with Climate Focus on. First, as everyone knows the numbers, 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions comes from food systems. And that is not only agricultural emissions, right? It is also the fossil fuels used to produce fertilizers, as well as to use fertilizers. It's how we transport and process our foods. It's how we consume our foods, which is not only has climate impacts, but also impacts on our health and our nutrition. And it's also about food loss and waste. So what we found was that even though food systems emissions account for 1/3 of total greenhouse gas emissions, only 3% of public climate finance goes towards food systems. Sorry, I have a set of PowerPoints. I don't know whether that is going to come up or not, or shall I can go without it, but I don't know whether that has been loaded or not.
I would keep going, Auntie.
Okay, I'll keep going. So this 3% for food systems is 22 times less than the amount that is currently going to clean energy and transport. So there is a significant disconnect between the potential and what is actually allocated at this point. Meanwhile, we know, next slide please. The magic remote. Sorry, stay on this slide for a second. So we know that, actually, we know the measures now that can contribute to actually 20% of the emissions reductions needed to get to the Paris Agreement, to that 1.5 degrees. That's about a little over 10 gigatons. We know that is possible. Meanwhile, most public funding right now is going towards agricultural practices that undermine our climate objectives. So over 600 billion, some say even more, is going to agricultural practices. 86%, so about 528 billion, is potentially harmful to environmental and climate objectives, and very little of that is going towards healthy food. So it's very little going to fruit and vegetables, for example. This amount of harmful public finance is 57 times greater than the amount of climate finance going to food systems transformation. Meanwhile, we know that food systems investment is cost effective. So FOLU has estimated that up to 350 billion per year, so much less than what is currently being allocated right now, 350 billion a year is needed for resilient and sustainable and healthy food systems. We analyzed the NDCs that were submitted as of earlier this year. And while most mention some aspect of food system, there is very little detail in most. So nearly 3/4 of those NDCs lacked enough detail to actually qualify or actually analyze how much they need for, how much money they need for food systems. So in particular, developing countries only asked for quantified 14 billion for food systems. Meanwhile, they quantified 64 billion for energy and transport. And there's a huge section you see there that actually there's no clear objective at all about what it can be used for. So actually there is an existing pot of money that can be allocated towards food systems that's not yet tapped. At the same time, richer countries need to be stepping up. We've all heard that this is the theme. More commitment. We need to follow through on the commitment for climate finance, for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. So we need this help, this financial support for lower income countries. And we also need leadership by governments to guide and shape the amount of finance coming from the private sector. Planet Tracker has estimated that the aggregate value of food systems is $9 to $11 trillion. And most of this is not regulated to be aligned with our climate objectives. Between 2015 and 2020, the global meat and dairy industry received 478 billion from investment firms, banks, and pension funds. And private investors are channeling billions to firms linked to land grabbing and illegal deforestation. And just yesterday, there's a new report that came out from IATP and Grain, which estimated that G20 countries are paying 3 times more for fertilizer imports this year than in 2020, and 9 of the largest companies, fertilizer companies, are expected to profit 57 billion this year, which is 4 times the amount than in 2020, than 2 years ago. And today we know the European Commission is going to announce plans to double down on their production of fertilizers, which is inconsistent with their climate objectives. It's locking in fossil fuel and petrochemical infrastructure. So what happened to their plans for fossil fuel phase-out? So if we want to align food systems with climate goals, there needs to be coherency across all policies. Just to sum up then, we need more ambition for food systems, more specific measures in the NDCs. We need to prioritize protection practices based on agroecology and regenerative production practices. We need to address food loss and waste. We need to promote more nutritious and healthy whole food diets. And all of this will build resilience to climate change, reduce our emissions, protect nature and biodiversity, and improve our health. And if we want to secure more financing for food systems, this is the first step for governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patty. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite up Susan Chomba, Susan, welcome. You're the director of the Vital Landscapes, and you're launching a financing MBS report, I'm told, through case studies of Colombia and Kenya. So great to have you with us, and over to you, Susan.
It's a great privilege to be here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, on your seat, you must have found a small card. That card summarizes what I'm going to talk about today and really builds on what Patty has just spoken about globally on the food systems transformation structures that are needed. And now I'm going to take you down to a specific country, which is also my country, Kenya, and talk about the potential for scaling and mobilizing finance for nature-based solutions. If you live here with 3 key messages, these are the ones I'd like you to take home with you. That there is unprecedented potential for using nature-based solutions in Kenya for both mitigation and adaptation. Second point, that this study that is being released today by the Food and Land Use Coalition, FOLU, whose cards you've got, has just been concluded, and it shows we need at least $1.2 billion by 2050 to unlock the full potential of nature-based solutions in Kenya. And third point, this is the good news, because when we talk about big money, people start asking, but where is that money going to come from, right? So out of the 1.2 billion, this study also shows that there are pathways to limit public spending to less than 1%, about 1%, and all of the rest, 99%, can be unlocked through private sector investments. And so I know, if my minister or president were here, the minister from Ethiopia, you'll be thinking, how do we balance our national demands for different sectors so that we are investing? So this is the good news, that if you couple public and private investments in nature-based solutions, you don't need to spend much on the public budget, which is fantastic, because we know a lot of developing countries have got competing interests in health, in education, in infrastructure. So it's not just the agriculture sector. And this sometimes holds the potential for investment in agriculture. So this study is absolutely timely in informing that. So with those 3 points, allow me to say that the study shows, nature-based solutions, by the way, for those people in the room who will be wondering, what are they? They represent a whole range of solutions that are used to manage, protect, restore landscapes, terrestrial landscapes, and will have positive impacts on people, nature, and climate. So you can't have nature-based solutions that are only focusing on climate if they leave people behind. You can't claim they are nature-based solutions if you're not having positive impacts on biodiversity, right? So you can't be killing all the pollinators and assume that because we are improving on food security, that's a positive nature-based solution. No, no, no. And that the good news is that nature-based solutions are increasingly getting a lot of global attention. And because we have shown that they can be able to, they present at least 30% potential for reducing or for mitigating climate change. So both terrestrial as well as marine nature-based solutions can help us mitigate 30% of our global green warming to help us to reach to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yet, only less than 2% of global climate finance is currently flowing to NBS. And I think Patty just gave a fantastic idea there where she talked about the less investment in the agriculture sector. So owing to the importance, and especially now for Kenya, owing to the importance of the agriculture sector, which contributes at least a quarter of our GDP, but on the other hand, it's producing 60% of our emissions. This is the sector that we need to be investing in order to be able to, of course, catalyze economic growth, but also reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And implementing the nature-based solutions can provide both the mitigation as well as the adaptation potential for our people. So the study, as I mentioned, estimates 1.2 billion, but on the other hand, it also shows that a lot of that can come from private sector investments, and what we need is conducive policies at the country level. Domestic and international corporations could be significant investors in that particular sector if we have conducive policies at the national level. Second last point, institutional investors, including financials such as the pension funds, banks, venture capital funds, currently play a small role in my country, in Kenya, but there is such a big potential for them to really contribute at least 35% of the total investment by 2050. So to summarize, this report demonstrates the investment burden for the public sector or potential that will lower the long-term demand for the public investment, yet it's timely and feasible to invest in nature-based solutions and get return on your investments. So the ambition is to inform the Kenyan government's long-term investment and policy strategy for nature-based solutions, but also invite other investors in this room to consider that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the invitation. Is my microphone working now? Thank you. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for the invitation. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to turn to our distinguished panelists, starting, first of all, with Your Excellency, Haile Mariam Desalegn, currently the board chair of AGRA, and Bernhard Stormier, the Vice President of Sustainability at Yara. Thank you for joining us. So starting with you first, Your Excellency, with what we've just heard, why are food systems transformation underfunded and still overlooked?
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, it's an honor to be amongst you today. I am a little disappointed even in COP27 today, simply because I was following the speeches of our leaders the last 2 days, and most of them, they haven't touched about food systems as one of the main, areas where we have to intervene if we have to deal with green gas emission, because most of the speakers say that 30% or about a third of the emission comes from the food systems. So when I see African countries as well, when you see the NDCs of each individual countries, you do not properly see that they put emphasis on food systems and reducing greenhouse gas emission. So to me, I think it's because there is lack of awareness and short-termism. Leaders, they look forward to see their term in office that is limited, maybe 4 years, 5 years, or if second term is achieved, then 10 years. So I think that short-termism has brought a very difficult situation, and we need to advocate that our leaders has to focus on food systems and nature-based solutions, simply because that's a very important aspect. So I think that's why it is somehow underfunded and overlooked at this time, and that we as international community, we as in AGRA, we are trying to advocate that this is very important, and we need to have solutions that are nature-based and friendly, because our ecosystem has become very fragile, and our food system is very fragile. And if we cannot address this through the climate change variabilities we see now, heavy floodings and drought in the part of Africa, especially in the Horn of Africa and Sahel region, which is very important. And our union also, the African Union, has to come up with a clear political backing to have food systems solution. I mean, nature-based solutions take their proper and rightful stage in the climate change negotiations and settings. So I think this is the main reason why it hasn't happened. I expect COP28 in Abu Dhabi should bring about this change properly. And until then, we have to, all of us, we have to work very hard to bring about this change to happen.
Thank you very much. And isn't it a shame we have to wait a whole another year till COP28 for that one? But thank you very much. But Bernard, turning to you, I mean, what can you tell us about what private sector finance is already in place, or indeed government support that you're aware of?
Hello? Is it working? Yeah. Okay, thanks. I think, first of all, what I find really disturbing is that the highest cost of capital you find on the planet is typically found in rural African areas in sub-Saharan Africa. And if you consider, and that is of course risk-driven, because farming is risky. It's inherently risky because you depend upon the weather, you depend upon the markets. So we need to think about this in terms of how we can use risk reduction as a lever in order to help alleviate the cost of capital. And the risks of the future, we cannot model that on the knowledge from the past, because climate change is coming, and it's coming faster than we originally thought. So if you take a smallholder farmer perspective, there's a lack of access. There's a lack of proper access for inputs. There's a lack of extension services, giving the knowledge that is needed. There's a lack of access to finance and insurance. And when there is access, it's prohibitively expensive. And then there's also a lack of access to markets, in particular transparent markets. So the whole value chain is not really set up for success. And I think we need to work at this from a full value chain perspective to make sure that also the smallholder farmers have a viable business to build their family economy. So I think that is one of the keys to help unlock access to finance also in a rural African context. So that is one perspective. I think another part of this is the role that the private sector can take. So one example of that is a partnership that was really driven by the World Food Program, where we are partners. It's the Farm to Markets Alliance. It was Uthran Costin who had this brilliant expression. It doesn't make sense that we have to save the same farmers over and over again. So how can we really make sure that they are thriving and they are not in a vulnerable position and need to have aid coming year after year? So what we were doing is to set up private partners to help support the smallholders in building their farm productivity. And then the World Food Program was the guaranteed off-taker of the increased produce in case there was an oversupply locally, so that the local market prices were collapsing. So this is one example of how we can work to make this whole value chain functional for the smallholder farmers. And then lastly, it's also about the transition. So nature-based solutions was mentioned. We really need to build the resilience for the farmers for the years to come. And the way to do that, I think regenerative agriculture is clearly one of the pathways that we need to take. But this requires knowledge with the farmers, and it requires investments for the farmers. And the farmers cannot take the whole investment and take the whole risk by the transition themselves. So we need to find a way of distributing that risk and taking that cost jointly throughout all of us who are engaged in that value chain. And that will take both private sector to come on board, but also importantly, aid agencies and governments to help regulate this transition for the farmers.
Great, thank you so much, Bernard. So, thank you so much. So, some suggestions on what more we can do around de-risking there. I'd now like to invite up Angela Churi Kalhaugi from the Environmental Defence Fund. Angela Churi, you've got some remarks to make around the launch of a first of its kind global survey. Over to you, and welcome.
Thank you very much, and for the attempt to get my name right. So my name is Angela Churi Kalhaugi, and Environmental Defence Fund. I think we've already heard that farmers around the world are already experiencing climate change. And they know that something needs to change to make agriculture more resilient. We've heard from the previous speakers that financial support and the lack thereof is leaving them to face this climate crisis alone. That's not fair to the farmers. It's very concerning for global food supplies, and it's risky for the financial institutions' balance sheets. So finance is a missing catalyst for agricultural adaptation efforts. So the Environmental Defence Fund, as the moderator mentioned, has undertaken a first of its kind global survey where we set out to determine how banks are thinking about their role in climate adaptation. We surveyed 170 agricultural finance institutions in North America, Europe, and India, some of whom are also present today. And the top line finding of this is banks know that climate change is a financial risk to them, but the vast majority are not proactively supporting farmers in adapting to climate change. They need to rapidly increase their efforts to help farmers prepare for the climate impacts that we cannot avoid. 87% of the agricultural finance institutions say that extreme weather has negatively impacted their businesses in the last 5 years. Just this year, farmers and families in Pakistan have been devastated by unprecedented flooding. Farmers in Taiwan lost their crops during October's tropical storms. So these challenges from headline making extreme weather events like this and the more routine weather variability caused by climate change are growing. Agricultural finance institutions see this. Almost 90% of them say that they expect climate change to pose a material risk to their business in the future, largely due to the high probability of default and losses as climate impacts make it harder for farmers to repay their loans. So it's clear that the financial institutions, that climate change will bring greater consequences to the agricultural sector in the future and affect the way they do business. But the question is, are they really preparing for this reality? So the survey respondents mentioned that they were taking the first steps to address climate change, but it's very clear that they must take stronger action as soon as possible. Only 25% of those who were engaged in this survey say that they factor climate change into their decision-making processes in a significant way. At the same time, farmers around the world desperately need their financial support to adapt to climate change. So what's needed to drive greater action and a sense of urgency? A lack of data on climate impacts and farm production practices make it hard for banks to identify and address the most pressing climate change risks. In particular, many smaller banks and lending cooperatives lack the capacity to adequately integrate climate change into their decision making. So the survey respondents also said that if there's increased regulatory requirements and client demands, this would push them to undertake greater action on climate change. So based on the survey, and we can conclude that there are 3 steps that agricultural finance institutions in particular can take to do more. First, they need to collaborate with each other and partner with experts to develop the resources and tools they need to rapidly advance financing for climate adaptation. For example, a group of major banks are collaborating with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, with us at EDF, and the UN's Environmental Programs Finance Initiative to develop guidance for banks that are planning to set net zero emissions for their agricultural portfolios. Secondly, they need to use existing climate modeling tools to assess drought, heat, and other climate risks that will impact farmers in their loan portfolios. This will allow them to take steps to reduce those risks, such as identifying the key climate adaptations that they should finance. And finally, they should develop financial products and services that help farmers transition to climate resilient, low emission farming systems. For example, earlier this year, ag tech company and finance provider, the Farmer Business Network, launched a new rebate program for farm operating loans, and it includes a 0.5 interest rate rebate for farmers who achieve climate and water quality benchmarks that we at EDF have set. So we do need incentives also for the farmers as well as for the banks. So agricultural finance institutions are among the farmers' closest business partners, and they must take leadership in equipping farmers to navigate the climate impacts that are here and those that loom on the horizon. So this is just vital to help the farmers rapidly cut climate pollution. Adaptation solutions take time to scale up, and we can't delay any longer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. So agricultural solutions take time, and we just can't wait any longer. Thank you. So turning to our next panelist, I'm delighted to welcome with us Barry Martin, who's the managing board member of Rabobank. Great to have you. And Peter Nell Bogard, global head, agribusiness, food and water at FMO. So warm welcome. Barry, starting with you first, if I may. I mean, what do you think around how agriculture finance institutions currently perceive the impacts of climate change?
Well, exactly as was said right now, I think for many institutions it's a big black box. Actually, we at Rabobank already having environment in our decisions for more than 10 years. So we have been collecting data, and what we have seen in the last years actually that if you look at climatological events, in the models that we had in the past, we would have one climatological event every 10 years. And now we're already putting this at 5 years. So in the 10 years that we have been measuring, we actually already doubled the risk or the probability of a climatological event on the farm. It's a huge, I mean, from a pricing point of view, it's a huge change. Because you have to imagine that the climatological events are 2, either drought or extreme heat. I'm making it very simple. And drought really brings loss. And actually water actually brings not as big loss, because it means that the next harvest is going to be a good harvest because of the water replenishment and the moisture in the land. So the big issue right now, so if you look at very simply agriculture, there are 4 big risks. One is the climatological, where the drought is the biggest. The second one is price fluctuations. So then you come to the second thing is in this whole transition, it's going to, and now we're seeing a lot of volatility in the price that brings a lot of risk on the farming business. The third thing that always brings risk in our books, that's policy changes. And it could be a very simple policy change, like suddenly a country allows importation of rice. All local farmers that plant rice, suddenly they are wiped out because there's cheaper rice being imported. Or there could be policy changes, like in the Netherlands, that there has been a policy change around the nitrogen that you can apply, with a huge impact and most probably also losses. And the fourth one that brings losses in our books is war. People forget about it. War is a big thing, not only for nutrition, but also for food and agri-production. And look what's happening right now in the Russia-Ukraine situation. So that all those things are bringing now the losses in our book in agriculture. So you can imagine, and usually rural banks are very local banks. There are very few like us as Rabobank global banks that can distribute the risk amongst a lot of regions, a lot of other things. So if you are a local rural bank and you're exposed to those four elements, it's a very difficult and risky business. So in a specific case then for what I see for us as banks, the first thing is we all are signing up for net zero banking, right? So that we want to do, but the issue is that we just saw the SBTI flag coming out with the pathways, and those pathways are not actually doing one very important thing. Yes, they are region and by products, but they don't then make the next step is that the solutions, the adaptation and the transitions are actually different if you are a big farmer, medium-sized farmer and a small farmer. We need to actually to go more granular and we have done that now at Rabobank. We have now 3 different departments and coming with different solutions, working account management for large farmers, account management for medium-sized farmers, and ecosystem for smallholder farmers. So we're changing the way because we saw that one size doesn't fit all and we really were having trouble to get traction. So that's the, even what's very important is that the way you talk at the kitchen table, and I'm using this word at the kitchen table, with a large farmer or with a small farmer at the kitchen table is a different conversation. So you need different people and different, let's say, emotional characteristics how you have to deal with the transition. Because all farmers, they are feeling it, but sometimes are paralyzed of how you have to deal with it. And I think we need account managers and train account managers there. So yes, in the models that we have included already environmental change. We see the risk going up. It's most probably going up faster than we can price it through. On the contrary, we're trying to mitigate that, but that's the way it's going. So we need the help of everybody here. So thank you very much for the Food System Pavilion here. This is great. First time. I'm really excited. Giving maybe a little bit of a blue way of looking at it, but we are very orange at Rabobank. Thank you.
Love that. Thank you so much, Barry. And indeed, to get more granular, to have the right conversations with the right people at the right kitchen tables or wherever you need the right partners in the room, right? So thank you for highlighting that. And Peter, now then turning to you, I mean, what would you add, Peter, now around both the barriers and the enablers to better manage the risk and opportunities presented by climate change?
Well, first of all, and not a lot to add to what Barry already mentioned, of course, one of the most important agricultural banks. But not a lot of agricultural banks are around because agricultural sector without climate change is already a challenging sector to finance. So access to finance is already very, very difficult for several reasons, because of the risks that you hear so often, but also because a lot of farmers are small. And how can we reach them out of Germany, out of the Netherlands? And so that makes it tough, and climate change is only increasing or making that worse, unfortunately. But what we have to avoid is that we get paralyzed. I like what you said earlier, and that we really try to focus on solutions, because there are solutions. And the development banks, I'm lucky to be a part of that, play a really important role, because we bridge the gap between the public finance and the private finance by looking for opportunities, projects, company that we can help de-risk and make them more attractive for the private sector to finance. Because in the end, the private sector is about risk and returns, not because they're greedy, maybe some of them are, but also because they're investing savings and pension funds. So they can't afford to take too many risks. And that is what the public sector is currently doing with blended finance, by taking away some of the risks, so that allows banks like Rabo and other agricultural banks to properly finance those companies that are willing to invest in adaptation and sequestration as well, because we see that increasingly happening. There is hope. There's a lot happening already, thank God.
Thank you so much, Peter. And indeed, there is hope. There is a lot happening. We've, brilliant people here on the panel, brilliant participants. There's lots of great examples of what's working. Coming back to you, Haile Mariam, if I may, what can we do between now and COP 2028 so that when some of us are sitting here in a year's time, we've got more examples of what's gone to scale?
Yeah, I can't agree more on the risk that is associated with the agricultural sector, because agricultural sector, as was said, is even without the climate change, as was said, is the most risky, and it's not attractive for conventional financial institutions to work with. So I think we need a political commitment, and that political commitment has to be addressed in such a way that we have to de-risk the risks that are associated with it. And as was said, also there is solution. If you see examples in Southeast Asia, they have done a very good, fantastic work in bringing about these risks are taken care of. And the agricultural sector, the whole food system, of course, has transformed in those countries simply because there has been political commitment and leadership. To me, I think leadership is very essential. And when I mean leadership, it's not only political leadership. I say we all here, we do have a stake to play our role in bringing about this voice of our smallholder farmers and the voice of small and medium enterprises which are involved in agricultural sector be heard at the global forums. And our leaders should understand and should look into it. So advocacy from today onwards is very important. All of us has to come up with champions that can work on advocating this issue in any platform we get until the COP28, so that this comes at the center stage of the agenda item in COP28. So we in AGRA, we are trying our best, representing Africa, to advocate on this issue. And I think there are positive signs that are coming, but still that has to be materialized in terms of policy action, which is very important. So I call upon all of us here to advocate on this issue, but in a very rational manner, just not advocating, but convincingly that the food systems is an important issue for climate change, variabilities associated with it, and for the livelihood and resilience of our people. So I think we have to do that, and we have to start today.
Thank you so much. And what wise political leader wouldn't want to make that political commitment in today's world, ladies and gentlemen? I wish we had hours. Unfortunately, we don't. But I'm delighted now to invite Marcel Bokenboom, who's the permanent representative of the Netherlands to the UN FAO, to give some concluding remarks. Welcome, Marcel.
Thank you, Simon, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists. Thank you for your wise words. I assume many of the people in the room here we could call foodies. You are active in agriculture, you're active in food security. That at least is the case for the colleagues here on the panel. What Barry already said is, looking at this COP, we see something different than past COPs, where there was no real visible presence of us, foodies. So that's a difference. And I would really like to amplify the last words that were spoken here. We have to go out and spread the word, because, and I just pick out the very sobering figure that Patty started with, the 3%, that basically underscores the term challenges in this title. We were supposed to talk about challenges and opportunities. I mainly heard challenges, to be honest. And that is a huge problem. And as a former climate negotiator, I know that begging for money in this environment will not bring you anywhere, because it took us 12 years already to collect a mere 100 billion that was promised 12 years ago, and we're still not getting there. So that is a route we should not take. We should, as you said, make the business case for agriculture. This is about the future. This is about a future of what is on our plate, but also the future we have to live in terms of environment, nature and climate. That is a strong story, and I heard many elements of that in the panel, that there is a story to be told and a story to be heard. But yes, in these 3-4 new food and ag pavilions, but definitely in all the other pavilions. So please go out during the couple of days ahead, but definitely after the COP, as you said, because you need to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel. So to conclude with one brief remark, ladies and gentlemen, yes, do go out. There are many pavilions, but this is a big day of discussions around finance here, right here in this pavilion, and let's make that business case together. Yeah, let's make the business case. So I hope many of you will stay with us through the course of the day. Thank you for a terrific panel discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, first session on Saturday morning. It's on Food Systems. Your team. It's a 1 hour panel, 9:30 start. It's a bit of a Norway show. There's good there. Sarah Farley, Rockefeller, Nestle is going to be there. And really want to get this perspective of climate change and communication. Yeah. Look, I was talking with Bernard as well. What you said around, food security questions and around productivity. We're having a session on Saturday morning. I know Saturday is a huge day, but from 9:30 to 10:30. Yeah. There's a ministerial event. That's where I'm losing my speakers. I'm losing my speakers to the ministerial event. Yeah, that's quite okay. But we'll be sure to mention Bravo. I'm speaking next, so I can talk about Agri-3 a little bit. Let me give you my phone. Oh, okay. Thanks, Brad. So I'll send you details of the event if you don't mind, Bernard. Just we need that perspective. There is this. I'm not sure I can make It's so packed.
We need 2 hours next year.
You know, don't shoot the moderator.
Yeah, I know. I was actually part of planning it, so you're moderating on Saturday morning, aren't you?
I believe so.
Yeah, and then we'll have our CEO for that session.
All right.
Because,
I'm getting even better. Like, it's more microphones. It's my colleague that looks after the plane environment.
if the microphones here are working better than the shuttle bus service.
Oh, yeah. It's all relative.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. So I see you in the coming days.
It was too short.
You were too many. You were like 9 in total. But that was great. You know, these short messages are very well getting forward. And then you're taking out before you one night to go. More to go. Yeah, there's more coming. Don't worry about it. They missed the water, but then they didn't have any. But we're gonna try to bring this for the next session.
I have my own water, so I'm
Good. No, there's a lot of shortage of everything, but can we make sure?
Excuse me? We have found lost glasses if they're for anyone here.
There's a lot of distraction. I used to look after the software moment. I was at the very start of the software developed the methodology. The anchor, you don't have a card. I wouldn't do that. Okay. It's going to make my desk so much clearer. You know, but then I'm going to lose my phone.
I just arrived
nutritional work with infants and infant malnutrition, and it ties in so well with what we in Ecuador do and what we in Ghana do. So I'll give you an Ecuador card. So now we've met in Sharm el Sheikh. We can meet in Skoye. There we go.
I look forward to having a conversation.
I will do.
I'm based in DC. You're based in Geneva.
Energy is my job.
Rob.
Nutrition is my passion.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's
the person that I liaise with.
I guess I'm a food systems guy. Yeah. Okay. So I live in with coronavirus, climate, conflict, the end of nutrition has got lost.
Well, I think this collaboration with Cargill has Bungie, Dreyfus, ADM and Terra, Topco a little bit. I mean, lots of collaboration. That's something that's really neat. Everyone's got a lot of hope in that.
We've just done a big donation to the Horn of Africa. It's nice, isn't it? I think the bigger worry is what you described, the underlying problems that are going to come back. We all think we're fighting 2022 problems, but we're not. We're fighting the 21st century. Yeah. Atmosphere here is one of pessimism, I'm finding. I've been here since Sunday, and actually I met with one country, head of a country delegation last night, and he said, I swear to God, he said, I've heard the same speech, exactly the same speech as I did at COP26, from exactly the same person, just with even more pessimism. I'm going to listen in, you're doing the next panel as well, aren't you? So I'll listen in, I'll see. Hi.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. We're looking for a field boss for another lab, because we have another going.
I sit on the board of charitable power of
So good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in just a second. Can you take your seats, please? That'd be great.
I really love my new team. Like, I have scientists, I have... Colombian lawyer.
I think I'll get you to come up in a second, so I'll invite you up. I think you can use here, if that's okay, unless you prefer to stand and walk. So you can, You're welcome. Please come in. Come and find yourself a seat. There's a few spaces through here. Brilliant. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this session. My name is Matt Jones. I'm the head of Nature Economy at UN Environment Programme's World Conservation Monitoring Centre, and it's a pleasure to welcome you all here. It's a pleasure to have you all join us today. Welcome to this panel, which is organised by the Just Rural Transition and the Good Food Finance Network. We're here to talk about financing a sustainable and just food system, and how leading financial institutions and value chain actors have set concrete targets and take action. This is the implementation COP after all, and we know that commitments without implementation are not going to get us anywhere. So it's great to be here. It's great to actually be in this pavilion, a pavilion dedicated to conversation about food systems, because we know that systemic problems need systemic solutions, and it's great that that's what we're able to really talk about today and fit in with the ethos of what's happening in this space. That's because we know that while agriculture is responsible for about a third of emissions, only 3% of public climate finance is flowing towards tackling that. So we're here to raise awareness of the impact potential of finance for sustainable and equitable food systems, and how that can help tackle multiple global issues in combination. And we're also going to discuss how financial actors are raising their ambition level so that investment in sustainable food systems can then lead on to really concrete action. So we're going to hear examples of those actions from the Good Food Finance Network's High Ambition Group. Before we get into that, just one quick note on antitrust. Please don't discuss pricing or any other sensitive topics in this panel. So delighted to welcome you all here, delighted to welcome my fantastic lineup of speakers and panelists. And we're going to start. I'm honored to be able to invite Diane Holdorf, who's the Executive Vice President of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Diane, please set the scene for us.
Hey everybody, thank you Matt so much. How's the sound? Can you hear me okay? Feels like we've got a bit of competition going on for the noise in here. But it's so good to see so many of you. It's wonderful to be here. I am so glad that this event today is being held on Finance Day. I think that's incredibly important. There's quite a large number of big announcements going out today during COP27's Finance Days, but I've not yet seen one on food, despite the fact that this is the most coverage and engagement that we've had on food and agricultural systems, I think, of any climate COP. That's incredibly compelling, very important, but I'm here to continue to push us to raise our ambition, raise our voice, and raise the visibility. So let me talk just a little bit about what it is we're here today for, because the fact that we are bringing together a very high ambition group of finance sector leaders on food and agricultural metrics and targets is critically important. As Matt said, I'm Diane Holdorf. I'm with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. WBCSD is so incredibly proud to partner with the Just Rural Transition and the Good Food Finance Network, together with UNEP, together with Meridian, together with Food Systems for the Future, FAIR, EAT, so many good partners involved in this work. And I think that in and of itself shows how much we are driving collective ambition and action on this finance agenda. Matt, you already spoke a little bit to the numbers, why it's so important. The fact that we're here in this room means I don't need to repeat it. You know the role that agriculture and food systems play in climate, but also in nature loss, and incredibly importantly, in equity and just transitions and systems, which I want to highlight because this finance transition that we're talking about, the targets that we're setting, have to be grounded in the just transition, in the fact that we've got to be creating equity all the way down to farm level. So we have a lot of different examples of where we're seeing financing mechanisms start to work really, really well. I'm going to highlight just one as we set the scene before we move in. This is an area that Just Rural Transition and Good Food Finance Network are both deeply involved in, and it has to do with transitioning rice practices and the livelihoods of rice farmers. Rice, of course, feeds 3.5 billion people a day, supports the livelihoods of 1 billion people, primarily in the kinds of economies and markets where transitional finance support is so necessary and yet so challenging to get into smallholder farmers' hands. The fact that we've got a Sustainable Rice Landscapes Initiative report launching on the finance needs here really starts to show how we can get to the type of blended finance facility into a multi-country, single crop context that can really drive the action on the ground that is starting to move but really needs to accelerate. So we're going to be talking today more about what are these triple wins. How do we get to climate, nature, and equity through the financial systems that we're shifting, and make sure that the agenda sets targets that are actually both credible and include all of those key elements to this. We know that only 3% of the global climate finance at this point is going into food and agricultural systems, and that's another reason why this initiative is so incredibly important. We can show through the proof points that these investments make why investing into agriculture is justified and can be done at scale, the returns that it can demonstrate, and what it takes to actually deliver on those types of commitments. So we're going to be seeing in just a moment more on the Good Food Finance Network's High Ambition Group and the targets that are being set already by this group. What's incredibly important to know is that $13 billion of assets are included in these targets through this High Ambition Group that the GFFN has organized and is driving forward. That is big news. Let's raise the visibility on this, and let's start to show what that action looks like when it's invested. And that's some of what we're going to hear about from our speakers here in just a few minutes. So here's the work that we're going to be doing together. And again, focusing on the finance elements for this and the people-centered results that that finance can deliver here in the midst of the Climate COP on Finance Day is what we should all be raising and really accelerating against. I'm really pleased to hear from our panel, and Matt, with that, I'll turn it back over to you for more information on the targets that we're setting. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Diane. So what we're going to do now is just to introduce the High Ambition Group under the Good Food Finance Network. We have a short video to play which introduces the exciting new targets that are now being announced. Do you have the video?
Investing in sustainable food systems can help reverse degradation, deliver on net zero targets, be nature positive, and achieve sustainable development goals.
Hi, projects supports the food finance network and is proud of participant of this ambition. The FA8 cycle, we will be performing with agriculture regulated, improve land management practices in over 21 million hectares, and mitigate 223 million tons of carbon dioxide. And at the same time, it will reduce the waste of chemicals and low extremity by 21,000 tons. This will be done working closely with the private sector to integrate approaches that provide multiple benefits, climate and nature, while protecting the rights and ensuring livelihoods and regulation.
As a private equity firm specialized in African food markets, Atisa trusts sustainable working conditions that support and encourage women to participate at all levels of food. By 2025, 100% of all portfolio companies will have a gender policy. By 2030,
increasing financial flows for climate change adaptation through financing 88 specific investment concepts in municipalities identified as vulnerable. Between 2023 and 2025, we intend to increase financing for adaptation by 5% per year from our current effort, totaling 24,000 million pesos, which today represents 1.2 billion US dollars for the 2023 to 25 period. By 2030, we propose to finance a total of 73,000 million pesos. That represents an accumulated 3.6 billion US dollars for the 2023 to 2030 period.
Leaving natural capital eventually farmland and timberland dwelling to provide our plants with investments to help them meet their natural goals. We aim to optimize food, fiber, and timber production and minimize our carbon footprint whilst building and partnering with local communities. Protecting the environment and enhancing biodiversity, nature agriculture is important. Completing a full inventory of our natural capital assets in 2023 to identify opportunities for improvement, and evolving our zero deforestation policy launched in 2018 are examples of our commitments to the food and finance industry.
At Signature, we invest in African farms. Beyond committing to zero deforestation targets, we're starting to work to transition all our farms to regenerative principles, to investigate how regenerative agriculture can contribute to climate change adaptation, and to plan for climate resilient restoration of degraded lands.
Yarmouth provides fertilizers to farmers worldwide. Optimizing fertilizer application is crucial, both to support farmers' income and to reduce the risk of pollution. Hence, we are developing digital precision agriculture solutions, and we commit to 150 million digitized hectares by 2025, with a potential to reduce fertilizer use by up to 12% and to increase yields by up to 6%.
As you can clearly hear, financial institutions and businesses have an important role to play in supporting global efforts to fight the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity, and pollution, as well as to advance the other sustainable development goals. The Good Food Finance Network offers a platform to work together to finance the transition towards sustainable food systems. Get involved today.
Excellent. And I think you may have seen a few people who are going to feature in the panel we're about to have. And with that, I'd like to actually invite my panel to come up and join. Delighted today that we have Hannah Young, Head of ESG and Impact at Signature Agri Investments, who's joining us online. Barry Martin, Managing Board Member Wholesale and Royal Rabobank. Bernard Stormier, Vice President for Sustainability Governance at Yara International. And Matthew Bryan Reddy, Senior Private Sector Specialist at the Global Environment Facility. Please come and join me up here.
How do we do this?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yours is working. Okay, that one does work. Thank you very much. Lovely. Okay, so I'm very pleased to be able to start with our panel. Hannah, I'm going to start with you, please, if you can. It would be great to understand, why have you gone about this? Why are you setting these commitments? And we said this is the implementation COP. How are you actually going to take action?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. The reason why we have set targets and why we welcome the opportunity to join the GFFN for an ambition group
It's essentially so that we can be part of an organisation with enough vision and ambition to change the way that food is produced. I think we all know our current food system it's broken. It's unsustainable in the true sense of the word. It literally cannot endure in its current form. Climate change is dramatically affecting food production, and agriculture is significantly worsening climate change in return. Soils are losing fertility, pollinators are in decline, water supplies are contaminated and reduced. More than 65% of Africa's land is not degraded, and 228 million people on the continent face chronic hunger. Agriculture has, to a large extent, caused these things, and agriculture, as we know it, will collapse because of these things, probably within our lifetimes. We have set ambitious targets in respect of climate change adaptation and mitigation, deforestation, and biodiversity impacts, not only because they correspond to our shared values as a company, but also because of pure self-interest. We don't see the sector swelling unless it moves in this direction. And we think the way to shift it is to steer financial flows towards projects which adopt these standards. At an investor level, we need to safeguard the money entrusted to us for these projects. And at a simple human level, more and more people need food every single year, and our capacity to produce it is declining. Implementation, as you say, this is implementation. I mean, it's simple, just not to say we'll implement our own methods, reshape the system for nation. Let's be frank, there are not two methods and not two actions. When it comes to implementation, we don't stand a chance, we act alone. As with every aspect of the climate crisis, the only hope of shifting the course of this massive shift is through concerted effort and effective partnerships. We need investors to be conscious of what impact their money is having. We need smallholder farmers, particularly women, to be empowered to create resilient systems of their own. We need consumers to be aware of how their food is produced. We need African regulators to take a longer-term view on risk, and we need European regulators to stop allowing pesticide bans in the EU to be sent to this continent. We need the GFFN and the Just Rural Transition to showcase and amplify the efforts of members, so that the example our targets provide will have a leverage effect. That is our implementation becomes both practical and effective. That's all.
That's great.
Thank you.
Great. That's good. Okay, that works? Okay. That's great. Thank you so much, Hannah. It's really great to hear about the action and particularly the partnership that you're working through. So Bernard, maybe if I can turn to you and frankly the same question, why and how?
Yeah. So you can hear me okay? Yeah. So
Hello.
is this one better? Yeah. Okay, so first of all, the why. It's very simple. It's because the right thing to do. And not to repeat everything that was just said, but a little bit of it. We know that the food system is causing a third of global greenhouse gas emissions. We know that agriculture is the most important driver for destruction of natural habitats. We know that a majority of the world's hungry people are themselves smallholder farmers or working in the farm sector. We know the number of hungry people are increasing. We see that the war in Ukraine is demonstrating right in front of us that the food system is not resilient to large-scale shocks. And we will be seeing more large-scale shocks in the future driven by climate change. We also know that it is perfectly possible to feed the population in 2050 on the already existing farmland. There's no reason why agriculture needs to expand into forests, wetlands, rich natural habitats. So we know that it's the right thing to do. But then as a business, there's another dimension to the why. It's the smart thing to do. We saw a recent study from Morningstar showing that sustainability-driven brands have grown significantly more than other brands over the last couple of years. I think it was like a 2 times the growth in revenues. So we see that business-wise this makes sense. We also have services available in our system to support farmers who want to improve their environmental performance. So we want to compete in this space. We want to see that reduced crop carbon footprints is a commercial offering where we can compete against our competitors. So we really want to see a market where this is integrating into the competition, into what we can sell, into the services we can offer. So business-wise, it's smart. And lastly, it's about advocacy. So being part of the Good Food Finance Network is about bringing out the message that we will hope will bring scale to this ask about environmental services and sustainability performance in agriculture. So by bringing our voice to this collective advocacy to bring this message out, we actually want to help enable that market, that competition which we are preparing for. Because we all need to do better in order to deliver what we have promised that we will do by 2030. So we're dedicated to do it, but we can't do it alone. So GFFN is one way we're engaging in order to enable that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. And Berry, to you again.
Hi there, can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay. All right. Why are we joining? I think that's very important. I have a dream. We have a dream, actually. We think that food and agri-systems can be net positive. We think that actually agriculture should contribute and not take away. So if you think about it, right, in 2050, we say that we would emit 15 gigatons. 6 of them are actually land use. So that one, let's get rid of that. Then we still need to solve 9. But if you look at the 9, they can be divided in 3 blocks. 3 gigatons is actually food waste, 3 gigatons is consumption, and 3 gigatons is the production. Imagine that we have that, right? So that goes to 4.5. In the last IPCC report, carbon sequestration was put at 4 gigatons. And replanting of trees was put at between 2 and 3 gigatons. And that's the use of the land. So actually, if you add all things together, we could be contributing with 2 gigatons to the environment. And that's the dream. And that's why we joined. That's the only thing I wanted to say.
That's a great and passionate rationale for why you would want to do this. Matthew, I want to turn to you. Jeff, what's your perspective? How do you see this?
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. So, Global Environment Facility, we're one of the public funders on the Good Food Finance Network. And indeed, it's a delight to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation. You know you're in the agricultural pavilion when the flyers come as well, which is a very nice addition so very well organised, Vita, to bring the flyers to the agricultural pavilion. So as a public funder, I guess our role is rather different. So our targets reflect, as Diane said in her opening remarks, it's great that we're here at the FCCC, the Framework Convention for Climate Change. Jeff also spans the CCD, and Hannah mentioned in her remarks land degradation and land degradation neutrality, which of course is the goal of the CCD. And then of course, as we have the Convention on Biological Diversity coming up in December. And so Jeff spans all of these conventions, and so our targets reflect our commitments to all of those convention goals, and also reflecting this need to do so in a just and equitable way. I think from Jeff's perspective, Diane also mentioned the rice finance. We're funding this particular program with an adaptation focus and a least developed country focus. So that's a very important contribution that we're making as well. I want to emphasize the adaptation component of what we're doing as much as the mitigation component. And then we're also working with Rabo and FMO and with UNEP on the Agri 3 fund. And I think for the GEF, as a public funder, we want to be able to do much, much more with the private sector. And I think when we think about the GFFN, yes, we're interested in the good part. Yes, we're interested in the food part. And yes, we're interested in the good food finance part. But really, it's in the N. It's in the network. And I think that's really where we're interested in working with the GFFN, is working through this collaboration of partners and participating and raising the bar as part of this high ambition network. So looking forward to taking these discussions forward and creating more opportunities for transition through finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I mean, that's great. I think you've actually pulled on a number of the threads that have come up in all the interventions we've had so far, the need to address multiple challenges through this, but also that issue of engaging with stakeholders, working through a network, collaboration, and actually that's a nice segue into what I'd like to do now, which is actually to open up to the floor. And while you're thinking about any questions you might have for the panel, I'd like to, in particular, invite a perspective and some reflections and responses with a voice from the farmers. So please, can I?
So, hello everyone. I am Khushbu from Mauritius and also representative from the Wild Farmers Organization. I'm also a vegetable grower and a project coordinator in agricultural projects. So, I just want to say that just like the group is mentioned, the high ambitious group. So the projects are highly ambitious, the strategies are highly ambitious. So it would be really interesting to see the implementation, the outcomes. And what I wanted to add is that, yes, we cannot just rely on the government just to take all the decisions on financing. We need the private sectors to step in. We really need first actions, but also to direct funding in the right way, maybe. The linkages have to be created on the public side, private sector side. So we need to find that sort of strategy, the co-solution, co-participation. So I just wanted to know what are your intakes as well if we consider monetizing on carbon capture, because I know some countries are doing that. So are you involved in those projects? Do you have the public collaboration in that on the carbon capture monetization? Because it's like creating a buzz during this time. So I wanted to have views on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And a great, I think, first question for our panel. Yes, please. Already a volunteer.
Question. So it's an excellent question, and we are directly involved in that. We have a special company owned by Agoro Carbon Alliance. So they have more than 500,000 acres of farmland and helping the farmers to establish regenerative agricultural practices, and thereby generating carbon that adds a new revenue stream to the farmers. This is still small scale, but I think this is crucially important going forward, and it's one way how the farmers can actually get paid to do the right thing. We also know that this is a win-win situation, because increased carbon sequestration in soils also make the farm more resilient in periods of drought. So it also adds to the resilience dimension. And in an audience, people have a financial mindset. There's also one question that comes to my mind. If carbon has a price, shouldn't farmers be able to use their soils as collateral to reduce the interest rates on their loans? How can we make that happen? I don't have the answer. We're an operational company, not a financial company. But I think it's a really interesting discussion if we take all aspects into consideration. when we put the price on carbon?
Please.
Well, I think it's a great question. Look, we have divided that at Rabo in certain things. One thing is how do you deal with carbon for smaller farmers, and how do you deal with larger farmers, and how you deal with actually with large corporates. It's completely different way you have to look at it and how you have to deal with it. So in the case of the smaller farmers, what we started is Project Acorn. And what we are doing there is paying the farmers for their social environmental services, because they grow trees on their farms. You need the trees for shade, you need the trees for stopping erosion, you need the trees to get better rooting systems. So what we have done, we started to pay every farmer for the delta of growth of trees on their farm. We already have, at this moment, 50,000 smallholder farmers on the project. Today, we started the auction of 10,000 tons. And we have been able to increase the income of those farmers. It's in Kenya and Tanzania, the projects. And we are now going to Mozambique and looking at Latin America. And we can get 80% of the value of what we have sold those carbon for in the market. We sold it in the London market. So very interesting, good investors, 30 years carbon. So it's long term. And the prices are now around $25 to $30 the ton of carbon. It's happening today. We are doing it. Auction is out there. We have a lot of bids. You can still go out there, auction. You can still bid for those carbons. So that's for the smallholder. And we think this project can scale up to millions, and we will do that. That's very active right now. We are using satellite technology. We are using Solidaridad to do the last mile, and really getting 80% of the money there. $200 per hectare, for every smallholder farmer. That makes a difference, you know, right? If you're on $2 plus a day. Then you have the large farmers. What we are doing there, we are going to all continents and measuring and working on how do you do sequestration? How does it work? What is legislation? How can you improve actually the cash flow from it? And the idea here is that you pre-finance those projects and you are actually repaid through carbon credits and not through cash flow, not through money. So you say, okay, your commitment is on how much carbon are you going to generate, and you pay us back through the carbon. And that's why we created the carbon bank. So making it pretty much linked to what you're doing, because the danger here is that we link a carbon to the price of wheat. The thing is, the price of wheat doesn't work the same way as the price of carbon works, because there are two different markets. So we are trying all over the world, trying to say how does it work in different jurisdictions. And we have two more movements. The third one is actually talking to our large wholesale clients. How do you look at scope 3? How are we going to integrate that in your scope 3? Because 70% of the solution of scope 3 of the food systems actually are coming beyond the farm gate. And the last one is that we are spending a lot of money in training our account managers. Our account managers, they have to go on farm at the kitchen table, talk about it at all, either by large farmers, medium-sized farmers, smallholder farmers, and in the boardroom. Because also in the large corporates, like Yara, you need to have the right discussion, the right dialogue at the boardroom. And we are trying to link that. So it's very young, this whole market. So thank you for the question. It's very young. But we are testing a lot. But I'm very happy that especially with the Acorn, we're already getting really money to the smallholder farmers. And this is something they have to do anyhow to grow trees on their farms. Thank you.
I want to get to Hannah online, if please.
Sure, that is a great question. It's something we've been engaged with directly very recently. I'm sure most agricultural investors have. First of all, a shout out to Acorn. We've been engaging with them quite closely, and I'm so impressed with the work that they've been doing. So thank you to Rabobank for their contribution there too. In terms of, we're obviously looking very closely and doing a lot of modeling on how we can monetize carbon, different scales of operation, both for regenerative agriculture practices and for reforestation. So as you all know, farming in Africa, you end up with quite large land areas which are non-arable. And if you put those together, you really end up with very substantial amounts of what could be quite pristine forest. I think the biggest obstacle to us currently is just not having any certainty on how the carbon pricing is going to work out in the long term. When you're looking at something which is going to be producing carbon sequestration significant amounts only in 5 to 7 years, and you have no confirmation of what the market's going to be, that makes it very difficult. And I think what the market needs to catch up on there is the pricing of externalities that are coming into that. What are the additional benefits? Why isn't biodiversity being properly priced into the sequestration market? So that's something we're engaged with. The other thing we're engaged with now is on the regenerative side, is we're finding quite a dearth of practical case examples for how much can be sequestrated through different practices in different African biomes. So on that note, I'm happy to tell you that we've formed a small, relatively informal working group with some other African agricultural investors, and we'll be reaching out to more of those, where we plan to spend sort of the next 2 years doing field testing on quite large areas, different regenerative practices in different biomes with different rainfalls, measuring, getting very quantitative results from that, and producing a kind of handbook and some definitive case studies. So that's what we're doing from our small side.
Thank you, Hannah. And Matthew, I know you wanted to come in on this as well. If I can ask you to be as brief as you can so we have time for a question from the floor before we close.
Okay, very briefly, I'd like to frame my response with the just rural transition lens. And when we consider carbon, if you're an Australian carbon farmer, a Canadian, especially in the Alberta scheme, California, you're getting, upwards of $30. The prices this year are peaked at $68 per tonne of carbon sequestered. These are farmers in developed countries, and farmers in Australia. People hear me say this a lot, and it's, I'll get on my soapbox again. Why should a farmer in Australia doing exactly the same practices as a farmer in Malawi or a farmer in Namibia get $68 a tonne, and these farmers not be compensated for the equivalent work that they're doing? And I think that there's a couple of things that we can do here. First of all is to promulgate these schemes that the private sector is leading. I think that's a really valuable contribution. And then on the public sector side, how can we improve not just land tenure, but the important carbon tenure, tree tenure, and water tenure that goes along with that, and is really the enabling environment for such emissions trading schemes to flourish. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Matthew. I think we possibly have time for a very quick question from the floor directed to a panelist. So there's only one person that's indicated they have a question for me. Oh, I'm sorry. There are many questions for us, but we will not be able to cover. I'm terribly sorry. Would you like to, please?
Thank you very much to the panelists. So my question would be around how you measure sustainable agriculture.
How to measure sustainable agriculture, please.
I can have a go if you like.
Hannah, please, if you can.
So we've been using our own self-developed metrics to date, but what we want to do now, and we'll be starting it the first farm in Malawi quite soon, is using the Regen Agri tool, which there's a relationship with the Cool Farm tool, and they've just been acquired by Solidaridad. So we're hoping that will become quite a widespread use of standard for measuring sustainability metrics.
Thank you very much. It's clear we have a much richer, much longer discussion than the 45 strict minutes we're allowed. With that, I'm going to close off our panel. Thank you all for joining us, and I'm sorry we couldn't get to all the questions at the very last minute. I'll hand over at this point to Eric Usher, who is, please, Eric, come and join us from UNEP FI. Thank you all to all of our panelists. Thank you all for joining us. Eric, if you can close us off with your final closing remarks on what you've heard.
Thanks very much, Matt. And as you say, this is a conversation it's hard to finish, which is, I think, a healthy indication. So UNEP FI, we convene a number of the GFANZ alliances you might be aware of, including the Banking Alliance, and they actually issued their progress report today as part of Finance Day. Within that report, they are stating the targets they are setting, which they're required to set in the first 18 months in their priority sectors, and then over 36 in all 9 high-emitting sectors, including agriculture. So this first set of targets, interestingly, 24 banks have stated their emissions footprint in the agricultural sector, and 3 have set preliminary targets, including Rabobank. But watch this space, because we have 122 banks, all of which are required to do so as of 36 months of joining. The agricultural sector is challenging, as you know very well, I think both in terms of data gathering and setting targets. And targets set lending portfolios and for scope 1 and 2. And we heard about scope 3. It's challenging. Work needs to be done, but it's critical to get it there. I think very importantly, all targets disclosed have covered all greenhouse gas. Very good practice for the sector, where gases like gasoline and nitrous oxide are certainly material. So in closing, 3 key points. Finance sector plays a critical role here. Financial institutions and the value chain actors with significant portfolio exposure to food and agriculture have a really important role to play. They need to be partners in action. They underpin strong economic recovery, climate action, nature protection. Playing a role there, including on food systems, is critical. Banks, investors, insurers, agribusinesses, they can really help influence clients and suppliers to improve their policies and drive financial flows towards more sustainable food systems. Second message, we really, an urgent transition in food systems is inevitable, okay? And this is what everyone needs to understand. Food systems really sit at the intersection of the environmental and social challenges, and feeding a global population while advancing socioeconomic development and reducing emissions from agricultural and food systems is going to bring major challenges, but of course, lots of opportunity. My third point, I think the first tranche of work targets from the High Ambition Group, it really provides feasible frameworks for action. And I mentioned the NESBA, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is a much bigger group. It's 40% of the banking sector measured by assets. They need leaders to show them how to do it. And so networks like the GFFN, who are proving out, setting the soft norms about how you do it. It's not only about what they're doing in their own organizations, but it's about the influence they have on the wider financial community and at the private sector at large. I think this is a really important first step. We will call UNEP-FI, we will help as our involvement to say, how do we get financial sector and policymakers to really supersize their ambition in this space? We would hope to see similar commitments coming from the wider community over time, and we'll be working towards very ambitious targets. We need to be connecting the dots between the different programs that are out there, between the groupings of first mover, the coalitions of the willing, and the broader knowing that we need to happen. Because the first movers will often state, it's fine for me to do what I do, but if nobody follows me, I don't really have a sustainable business offering over time. So in closing, financial decision makers, both public and private, we need to work together to accelerate. We have no time to waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you very much, everybody, to our panel, to Hannah online, to the fantastic intervention from the floor, which stimulated such great discussion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, Eric.
Hi, Hannah.
Oh, thanks for that. Thanks, Tom.
No problem. I was watching in the back.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check. Check, check. Check, check, check.
Yeah? Yeah.
artificial intelligence try to figure out where there's waste and how to improve it. They are making models and doing logarithms. Yes, it's very nice.
Can I borrow you for a second?
I need to go, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Can I? Not next week, but pero classico.
Can I introduce you? This is the
Hello.
Yeah, Claire is the moderator.
Yes.
She's going to ask the questions. Dan?
Nee, ja. En toen was het later op de vrijdag en toen zag ik het. Dus,
Nee, en ik zat in de auto en ik probeerde in te bellen. En dat lukte niet, dus sorry. Ja,
Wederzijds. Voor de flow van het programma. Je doet eerst een soort keynote, een korte inleiding op blended finance. Dan de case logs. Dan spelen we een video. En dan het panel.
Doe ik de case logs?
Ja. dat is misschien voor de case logs, want we hebben daarna een film van 7 minuten of zo voor die andere deel. Daarna kun je dan rustig gaan zitten. Moet ik iets van je overnemen? Ik denk dat je liever staat voor je verhaal, toch? Een lecture is useless.
Is that better? Great. Technical fault. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session on Finance Day on the do's and don'ts of blended finance. I'm delighted to be here. I'm Claire Shrewsbury. I'm a Director of Insights and Innovation at WRAP, an international NGO hoping to eliminate the climate problem, focusing a lot on food, so it's great to be here today. To introduce the session and the first part of this session, I'd really like to invite Barry Martin from Rabobank to come and help set the scene. Thank you. And then we've got some videos and discussion to follow. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to do like this. It looks a bit small out behind the... so good morning, everybody. It's the morning. Hello, everybody. Okay. So, blended finance. Yeah, when you think about it, it seems very simple, right? So you take money from commercial activities, you take money government, you put it together, and you try to finance transformation. Well, I'll tell you, we have been trying this and working with this at Rabobank for the last at least 10 years. And it's hard. It's very hard. The concept is easy, but the reality is tough. Where does it start? It starts that when you're looking for blended finance, you need to have 4, 5, 6 different partners in the project. Everybody willing to take a different level of risk. But what you come then is that you go to one development bank, or you go to one ministry, or you go to another ministry, and all of them have a different rule. All of them have a different thing. All of them have different requirements. In the end, to make it work, it's so complicated that if you go to the farmer and you say, well, you know, we want to do this, but this list of 25 requirements that you have to fulfill, it's impossible. And because of the transition cost, which is so high, what happens is that the amount has to be big, because otherwise you cannot do properly, you cannot actually recover the costs of actually doing that. So the learnings that we had, and we started the Agri-Tree Fund, is that you have to make sure that before you start a fund, you really have aligned the thinking of all parties that you're going to put in there. It's impossible. It's impossible to make it work. It took us at least 5 years to make our agri-finance work. And just because Hello. There were, I do like this, then if one fails, the other one works, right? Maybe that's the best way of trying to do it. A good solution, right? Hey. Right, so that's one of the big learnings that we have. We need to take much more time in the beginning to make sure that we align the purposes. And also that we think about, yes, you can in the meeting room align the things that you want to do, but are you really thinking about what is happening at the farm level to take that solution? That's very important. So if we want to make blended finance work, I think there are two very important requirements. One, we need to be able to align and make it simple, and we need to make smaller tickets. The way it's going right now, the tickets are so big. And we need good partners, Dan. Your technical assistance to be able to reach the farm is very important. Yeah, that's my big message. But I would like now to go to some of the cases that we have done. It's working, right, with two, right? Yeah.
Oh, I had mine on. No, great. You can now take us through the two case studies, the lock case study, and then we've got a video that we will show, and we'll invite Dan up to the floor, and we'll have a conversation. And what I really want you to do is have a bit of a think about some questions that we can ask these two. So that's your challenge as the audience this morning. Okay, so let's talk about that case, shall we?
Yes, so what are we going to do is to show two examples of the Agri-Tree Fund. I don't know if you know the Agri-Tree Fund. It was actually created 5 years ago with a very simple idea. If you look at the food system transformation, it's very important that, one, how can we incentivize farmers not to chop trees? Right, it's very simple like that. And how could you give them concessionary funds and commercial funds so that they would not do that? That's the first. And the second idea of Agri-Tree Fund, and now we're talking 5 years ago, right? So when we not even were talking about carbon capture, the second idea was how can we actually incentivize farmers to capture and reduce their footprint in the sense of emissions. So those are the two key things that we looked at Agri-Tree, and we started to go out there and start financing. The first example is Lockheed, where there is a big farm, right? It's 10,000 hectares, and there the idea was, can we to transform their practices from, let's say, chemical fertilizers to biological fertilizers and reduction of pesticides. How could we do that? And if you look at the business case that the farmer presented us, that business case is something that you need at least 10 to 12 years to do that transformation. But if you looked at what we could finance as Rabobank in Brazil at that time, it was only 7 years. And so what Agri-Tree did was actually to bridge that for the bank with the guarantees, to bridge that gap of what we could finance and also the cost, so that what we could only do 7 years, and that would not be enough to finish the business, to make the business case work, to extend it to over 10 years. Actually, with 10 or 12 years, I think we get to 12 years, right? So in the 12 years, that business case of those farmers in changing his practices to agricultural practices and biological, non-chemical fertilizers and reducing pesticides was a positive business case. So that's where really it was a big deal. It was almost $20 million, so it's a big transaction, but that worked in the Agri-Tree. So yeah, that we were pretty proud about that could happen. And I think we have a video for the second one, is that where we really talk about actually reforestation of trees, and that would be great, because that's also working, because it's also long term, so that the trees can get where they want to go. So yeah, we're actually very proud of Agri-Tree, but it took us a lot of efforts to get it going. So I hope that in the next years this goes faster. Thank you.
Great. If we could show the video now. Thank you.
A população mundial está crescendo em ritmo acelerado. Até 2050 teremos 2 bilhões de pessoas a mais para alimentar. E um grande desafio pela frente: produzir mais alimentos utilizando menos recursos e de um modo que melhore a saúde do solo. E ao mesmo tempo proteja importantes ecossistemas naturais. Brasil é um dos maiores produtores rurais do mundo, com 263 milhões de hectares de terras altamente produtivas. Porém, o país também tem cerca de 80 milhões de hectares de terras degradadas. Como poderíamos restaurar essas terras para produzir mais alimento na mesma área, com menos insumos e, ao mesmo tempo, preservar importantes recursos naturais, como florestas e matas nativas? Esse é o desafio urgente que precisamos enfrentar.
Meu nome é Gabriel Carvalho Dias, sou sócio diretor do Grupo LPCD. Nós estamos na Fazenda Netolândia, no município de Tangará da Serra, Mato Grosso. A realidade de antigamente aqui era completamente diferente, era uma fazenda muito menos utilizada. Para ter uma ideia, a gente tinha aqui uma ocupação numa área que hoje a gente ocupa com 24 animais, nós tínhamos 2 animais e a pastagem era degradada, não tinha tanta renda.
A recuperação de solos é uma das melhores respostas para o desafio que temos pela frente. É o caminho que possibilita tornar áreas degradadas mais produtivas e reduz a necessidade de novas terras agricultáveis. Mas para dar esse novo passo, precisamos de uma mudança de mentalidade, conhecimento de técnicas de restauração ambiental e soluções de financiamento adequadas para custear esse processo. O Rabobank e o Agri3 entendem esse desafio e se colocam como parte dessa solução, com iniciativas que ajudam seus clientes na transição para uma agricultura mais sustentável. Em 2020, o Fundo Agri3 foi lançado como uma parceria público-privada, oferecendo garantias para os bancos e assistência técnica para produtores rurais. O fundo está facilitando a transição para uma produção de alimentos mais sustentável. No Brasil, o Rabobank e o Fundo Agri3 disponibilizaram até o momento quase 60 milhões de dólares em financiamentos para clientes Rabobank.
Em 2019, com a ajuda do Rabobank, a gente começou a recuperar as pastagens daqui e a gente começou a fazer as reformas de pastos, encanar a água. E isso aí foi uma coisa que trouxe uma mudança muito grande pra gente. A hora que você encanou a água, você teve uma melhoria grande de desempenho do gado.
O Grupo Carvalho Dias faz parte da cadeia de fornecedores da Marfrig, líder global na produção de hambúrgueres e uma das maiores companhias de proteína animal do mundo, em termos de capacidade.
O objetivo da Marfrig é fazer com que a produção pecuária esteja conciliada à conservação. Isso é absolutamente factível, a gente já tem modelos que mostram isso, mas isso acontece, na verdade, lá no campo. E lá no campo é possível que a gente consiga fazer com que essa produção seja de baixo carbono e livre de desmatamento. Isso já vem acontecendo, temos fornecedores que já fazem isso e, portanto, isso serve como exemplo para que seja escalado, não só no Brasil, mas globalmente.
Com a reforma de pastagem, você encanar a água, tudo que a gente foi feito aqui de infraestrutura, tudo, com a entrada do Agri3, tudo, a gente conseguiu fazer isso mais rápido, no momento certo que a gente precisava para dar mais agilidade no projeto, mais conformidade a tudo.
A combinação do financiamento correto e da assistência técnica faz da iniciativa do Rabobank Brasil e do Fundo Agri3 algo muito atrativo para nossos clientes e que os ajudarão numa transição para uma agricultura ainda mais sustentável.
Agri3 aims to mobilize investments and technical assistance for projects which support sustainable agriculture and forest conservation. The LPCD transaction is a great example of a farmer investing in the recovery of land and the ecosystems which surround it, whilst at the same time building a stronger business economically and environmentally. We at the Fund are excited to continue to work with businesses such as LPCD to improve sustainable agriculture in Brazil and to work alongside our partners Rabobank, IDH, and UNEP. We look forward to expanding this partnership and supporting the green transition in agriculture.
A gente tem percebido no mercado uma demanda por uma pecuária ainda mais sustentável. E a gente enxergando isso, estamos querendo apoiar nossos clientes nessa transição. Sabemos que isso demanda capital e um retorno de longo prazo. Para isso, a combinação do Rabobank Brasil com o Fundo Agri3, ela é perfeita para oferecer operações de longuíssimo prazo para apoiar nossos clientes. E inspirado no sucesso que foi a operação do Grupo Carvalho Dias, o Rabobank Brasil e o Fundo Agri3 estão lançando no final desse ano uma operação específica para a recuperação de pastagem degradada.
A gente já está fazendo mais do que todo mundo imagina.
Junto com seus clientes, o Rabobank e o Agri3 estão trabalhando para um agro mais sustentável e um mundo melhor.
Great, thank you. So if Dan and Berry can come back up to the stage, we'll do a bit more furniture rearrangement for our little chat. Okay, so I just wanted to introduce, just bear with me one sec. Dan Benzing. Dan is the director from IDH. Dan, do you want to say a few more words about yourself before we kick off?
Yeah. Great. Can you hear me? Sort of. Yep. Good. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Dan Benzing. I'm the chief executive of IDH. IDH is an international organization with a core mandate to bring the private sector to the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. We're not really private, we're not really public, we're not really an NGO, we're something in between. And that's a position that really puts us in that position to craft public-private partnerships.
Thanks. So in your various roles, and specifically as the TA facility manager for multiple fund, and having a fund under IDH management directly, what does a collaboration with a commercial bank like Rabobank bring to you? And have you got any specific learnings, challenges, barriers that you would think be great to share?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the journey for us really began also through our landscapes program. So we were supporting, like in the state of Mato Grosso, it was just on the screen, the government and the producers and civil society for a long-term vision of development. And we realized from the outset that we really needed to catalyze investment to take things to scale, next to linking it to value chains. And that is also why we entered into the partnership with Rabobank to really look at, okay, how can we mobilize the finance that is in that bank, which is, a huge multitude of what we can ever bring to the table, and also catalyze the blended finance instruments that Barry already mentioned. And I think, Barry, you mentioned it, right? It took time to build this partnership, to build the fund, and I think that's indeed one of the key lessons that we've learned, not only with this fund, also with other funds where we partner, that to get the proposition right, both for the bank, but also for the customers, the farmers, it takes a bit of time. And I think the case that was just on the screen, it's then also a matter of showing that it can be done, right? That the business case is right, that it works for the farmer, and that we've seen not only in Brazil, but also in Indonesia and in other geographies where we do this and where we partner with the Agri3 Fund.
Great. So, Barry, on the transitions mentioned in these case studies, what have been the challenges to getting these actually done?
The transitions. Well, look.
Transaction.
Oh, the transaction. Well, this is a big transaction, right? And it's also in a controversial sector. Let's put it that way. Let's not take it out, right? So, and where we were looking at is we believe that there are areas in the world where it makes absolutely sense to do grazing, but then you really need to do it the right way. You need to have enough, you need to reforest, you need to bring it back to where it should, and you need really to work on this whole carbon sequestration part. And therefore, and that's what we have to understand. There are places in the world that will not work with trees and agriculture. And then you need to take what is the best use of that land, because we will, in the transition to feed the 10 to 12 billion people, we will make sure that we have the right nutrition, but also that we use our lands in the proper way. Some of them should come back to nature, to the trees, and Agri-Tree does that, is to the replanting and reforestation, but also to take land which has been degraded and not being used on a proper way, and many of them are in Brazil in the grasslands, and bring them to proper production.
Absolutely. The condition of the soils around the world is a major issue that we need to sort of take care of. I just wanted to now open it up. Has anybody in the audience got a specific question? If you have, please raise your hand. We've got a mic. If you could say the question from and who in particular the question is aimed at, that would be great. So do we have any questions on blended finance? Great, thank you.
Hi, my name is Salma Garcia. I work for Dan Church Aid, Danish NGO working on humanitarian assistance and development. And my question is, for the implementation of these projects, what type of partnerships did you make with local organizations, NGOs? Because I think there's an issue of aggregation where maybe some of these organizations can be helpful. So if there's something you can share on that.
Well, I think that's a question for you, right? So we are the bankers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a vital question, and one of the roles that we play as a technical assistance provider to the fund is indeed to help create the enabling environment. So in the state of Mato Grosso, we've helped to convene a coalition, the Produce, Conserve and Include coalition, which really works at the state level and has representatives of civil society, of the indigenous territories, of the private sector, of the government, all working together, and not only at the state level, but also bringing it down to the level of the municipality, so that if a deal happens, the right enabling environment is there and that all the stakeholders are actually involved. And then specifically for the individual deals, of course there is then strict monitoring and checks on social and environmental compliance and standards.
Yeah, can I just add one thing? As we now learn more of how those blended finance transactions work, we also see that the deals that we have been doing now, because of all the requirements of the investors, they are just too big. And we need now to make them small. And with the Acorn project, some of you were here before, that's the project we are doing of paying smallholder farmers for environmental services. The NGOs, Solidaridad, and all those other are excellent to do the last mile. What we need now is to combine that, right? So we have done big deals. But when we go smaller, we need to go there and do it with the NGO. So, and also the technical assistance on a much granular basis. And also that incentivizes the whole system to work. But to be able to make the deal smaller, we need to make the deal less complicated. Up to now, all the DFIs, even the ministries, the 8 agencies that are willing to invest, they make it so complicated that we actually end up with something like 60 requirements that the farmer needs to meet before we can do the disbursement. And that's not a local, that becomes high finance. You need the CFO, you need the treasurer to go through it. So my big quest in the coming years, I think when we take this so easy blended finance concept, is that how can we together decomplicate it so that we can go smaller and actually reach out to the ones that also need it, right? So I really think, I really have this dream that I think that the agriculture sector will be net positive. And to be that, we need to finance these transitions. Every farmer, regardless of your size, when you transition from one system to the other, you go through a valley that you lose cash flow. And that's what Agri-Tree needs to finance, is that valley. And we need to get it right. And you cannot expect that a commercial bank will finance that valley. We need will finance to take the commercial risk, but we need blended finance to go through that valley, as we did with which I showed to the regenerative farming practice of Lucky, the 10,000 hectares that we see, and this transaction also. It works, and this is proof, but it's still only working in large size.
Thank you. So sort of following on from that, the examples that you've shown are from quite large farms, you know, $20 million minimum. Does this mean that you can only support those largest farms through this blended finance solution, or what's the options for smaller farms?
Well, I do think that it's absolutely possible, and that's my point. Look, when I go to some of even the big governmental global DFIs, they have so many requirements from environment, from this, from that, auditing. It's almost impossible for you to do a deal with 20, 30,000 smallholders.
No, I would fully agree, and I think out of a bit of, well, let's be honest, frustration with the fact that that money is not reaching the smallholders, right? That's sitting in some of these multilateral banks, etc. We also, in partnership with Rabobank and other commercial partners, created another fund, the FarmFit Fund, which is able to do smaller transactions with smallholder farmers in that whole system, right? So you have the bigger farmers, you have the smaller farmers, but even there, we still struggle with the issues that Barry mentioned, right? Because also, you know, that money still comes with loads of requirements that farmers need to stick to. So we can't just transact with individual farmers. So we need aggregators in that system. And I think for all of us in this community, you know, to bridge that gap between, say, the larger ticket sizes and the smallholder farmers, there is a lot of work to be done, indeed, with other types of finance that is basically seed capital that doesn't necessarily need a return, but the return will be that these farmers graduate and then can move into other financing systems.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Gentleman at the back.
My name is Nelson Godfred Ajaman. I'm Secretary General of Coalition of Farmers Ghana, which is member of World Farmers Organization.
Could I ask you just to hold the mic closer? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Nelson Godfred Ajaman, Secretary General of Coalition of Farmers Ghana, which is member of World Farmers Organization. I am interested in what you're saying, but my concern was, is this only for Brazil? Is it also for Ghana?
Oh no, it's global. It's global. We have done already deals in almost all continents. Well, we did in Asia already. We are looking at, we have done deals already in Africa and also in Latin America. Okay. And it's not only Brazil. This is a global fund. Okay. It's not only for Brazil. Okay. We just give two examples, but we have already disbursed in China and Africa, etc.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gentleman at the back there, thank you. If you can hold the microphone quite close, because the acoustics aren't brilliant.
Okay. Hi, thank you. I'm Rizky Permana. I'm from SN in Indonesia. Yeah, I think when it comes to the implementations of the program, you will deal with the policy at the country level itself. I mean, like the financial policy, for example, how you're dealing with the government policy, how you deal with the local bank, for example. And I think it's not only about the capacity of the local bank itself and how you're dealing or you compete with the interests of the local bank, for example. What is your experience to that kind of situations in the country that you are working?
In the case of Agri-Tree, the idea is that the local commercial bank makes a commercial loan, and the risk, the part that he cannot take the risk, which is the risk which is too big for him to take to do that loan, would then be taken by the Agri-Tree fund. That's the whole idea of the cost. So the design of the fund is so that the local bank is in the lead, and he then de-risks his financing through that Agri-Tree fund. That's the whole idea of the fund, and that makes it immediately adaptable to any country, because if the bank in Indonesia is say, well, I think it is interesting, but it's too risky, or the term is too long, or the repayment goes too slow, or those things, or there is to be able to make it work, we need to give a 2% interest rate. interest rate reduction, then this agri-tree fund would come in. And that's the only idea, is to make those transition investments possible and taking off the top risk that the local commercial bank would not take. It's not only for Rabobank. This fund is for any bank that would like to do transition financing.
Dan?
Yeah, I think just to complement maybe more from the field level up, you know, there are many of these credit schemes, right? Whether they are in Indonesia or in Brazil or in Ghana, but farmers need official land titles, right, to get access to it. So also from a TA partner role, we can help to create clean and clear land titles so that those farmers actually enter into the formal financing scheme, and then you can indeed look at, you know, what a fund like Agri3 can add in terms of lowering the risk, the long-term tenure, also looking at the cost of a loan, right, so that it really becomes attractive to that farmer.
I think there's a lady at the back there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Tanin Kuntai from Kenya, and my question is directed to both of you. So I'd like to know who should pay for making agriculture more climate friendly, yet there's a disconnect with local communities who are most affected by the adverse effects of climate change. I hope you've understood the question.
Did you catch that?
I also didn't hear the first.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? We didn't quite catch the first part of the question.
So my question is, who should pay for making agriculture more climate friendly? Yet, there's a disconnect with local communities who are most affected by the adverse effects of climate change.
Start that, Dan?
Yeah, no, good question, and it's very much the topic of this entire COP, of course. And I think that the instruments that we're discussing is actually to mobilize also that international finance to help the farmers that are most affected. And I think, you know, what we're discussing today is only the beginning of an emerging industry that will very soon speed up and scale up to actually mobilize that capital to these farmers.
Look, what we are looking at Rabobank is how can we pay to the farmers, regardless of the size, right? And let's not distinguish here, for the environmental services. How do you make sure that that cash flow comes to where it should go, right? And that's the issue that you'll do, and that's the real discussion we are having right now here, and then how is this system going to come, and how this environment are going to flow. I talked about Acorn, which is not Agri-Tree Fund, which is the idea of giving, paying to the farmers for trees. So if you grow a tree, you get money, right? So that's environmental service. Agri-Tree, the blended finance idea is, so how do I do the transition with concessionary funds, right? And how can we support that? So what you need to create is these enabling factors for the transition. However, you need to make sure that we all understand that that's the way we look at it, is that every individual farmer is an entrepreneur. And this entrepreneur, if he wants to have change, he also wants to see the cash flow of that. Right? So that's the simple way. So this is my answer to you.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a lady over here. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. I wanted just to know if you have any interest for intangible assets. Is there any funding of intangible assets in this framework?
Intangible assets in the sense of social...
Agriculture, for example, there's some farmers that have special products with special, that could be covered, for example, and the indication, geographical indications, other maybe stuff that could add value to their products. Are you funding anything in this?
I don't think...
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Thank you.
I don't think that we have had any proposal. I know that we did pepper, but that's not special, right? Intangible things. But we have not seen a project yet. But the reason of the thing is, does it enable transition, right? That's the whole idea of that, right? The transition. Can you go from one system to the other? Can you go, and therefore you have a positive impact? That's the whole idea. Transition, 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 and going through that valley, right? Yeah.
Great. Do we have any other questions? If not, I've got... Oh, yeah, there's a lady over there.
I like this. We have a lot of questions. It's good.
Yes, thank you,
Could you
Gabriela.
hold it quite close to your mouth, so otherwise we can't hear you.
Gabriela from Bayer. I would like to hear from you, how can we go ahead from here with actions, considering you all that are on the stage now, and we are here. Then what are the actions that we can really start to make happen after COP? Thank you.
Well, thanks, a great question. I think one of the things that we see with a lot of the funds that we are involved with as a technical assistance manager is the total lack of pipeline. So a lot of the funds are basically competing with one another for more or less the same deals. And we really need to grow that pipeline, because I don't think actually that the availability of finance is the biggest issue. It's definitely the availability of the pipeline. So indeed, to the point about the farmers, how do we help them to, for example, aggregate and get access? And that's why I said we need that seed capital to grow this, which is not, again, having a direct commercial return, but we really need that. And I think also there it's important to not only do that, say, at a global level or regional level, but very much at the national or even sub-national level, so that you really build a structure with trusted partners that can help and understand the situation and drive it forward. And I think there, us as a global community have a huge role to play. Then finally, also to the point about climate adaptation. So a lot of the pledges that we hear these days are going to be government-to-government funding, like how it started with climate mitigation. I'm confident that in a few years from now, we'll realize that we actually need to bring the farmers and the private sector in. So I think also that money will then be used to catalyze building that bridge, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah, well, look, I'm a co-chair of the Food Action Alliance, which is an alliance that we have created. I think we have now almost 50 partners. And the idea there, and thank you, Gabriela, for the question, and amongst a lot of the multinationals, but also already more and more governments. We already 9 governments that have committed their national pathways, food pathways, to that alliance. And the idea there is that we developed with Bain a methodology to select flagship projects, and those flagship projects are the ones that have the major impact. And these partners, or now coming actually to 60 partners, they look at those and they adopt those projects, and we come together and we already have a framework how to implement those projects. So quickly you come together and you can do a project, either a poultry project in Africa, or a digitalization project in Asia, or we have the innovation hub in Colombia. It's really getting together quickly and having those projects and having this traction. And we already are running 14 flagships. We will develop capacity for 100 flagships. And the idea is really this convening together. And that's really what I'm looking actually also for the blended finance, is that we have a group of DFIs, a group of donors. We'll talk also to donors, group of value chain, people in the value chain, group of financiers, a group of countries, that we have a simple way of getting those blended finance together and quickly be able to give it. It took Rabobank 5 years to get AgriFund together, right? Just because it was so complex. Everybody wanted their own thing and that did and that, and it was just too long. And now it's working, and now we say, oh, we have a lot of transactions, but it was hard work. So I'm trying to really get this Food Action Alliance going. It's under the World Economic Forum. They're really doing a good job, and I'm very excited about it because it's very practical. It has a framework. Countries are signing up to it, and that should take Gabriel, you really should take action, right? So we really need action, but we also need simplicity.
Great. So hopefully some practical and good actions to take. Do we want to take that question first? I know we've got some questions online as well, so let's take this question and then
Thank you. I'm Lauren from SNV Kenya. My question is, how are you using the project to bridge the gender and youth gap in agriculture? Especially talked about title deeds, and we know the challenge of title deeds when it comes to youth and women, especially from Kenya and other African countries. So how are you addressing that challenge? Thank you.
Well, I can say how we as Rabobank are addressing the challenge, right? So you have to imagine that we are, as a cooperative bank, have really learned since the beginning of our organization, 125 years ago, that the organization around cooperatives, and it's really the family and the females that drive that in the rural areas. So we invest through our foundation really in trying to get cooperatives going and organized for all smallholder farmers and invested in Gen. So that's a project which is not directly linked to the Agri-Tree Fund. I will be very honest to that. That's not, because the blended finance have been working with large farms and not yet getting to the smaller farms. So I will not say that Agri-Tree is doing that, but it's fully in scope of the way we operate as a cooperative bank, and also through the foundation and the work we do through the partnerships that we are. We disburse almost 40 million euros a year in doing those projects around the world. So it's part of the way we look at how we're going to transform the food and agri system. Exactly, the gender and the youth. It's really, if we don't get there, it's not going to happen. So it's part really of what we do, but Agri-Tree had not been able to get there yet.
Great. So have we got a question online?
Yeah, I've got one question from someone from Nigeria who was inspired by the cases. He's interested in the business case of Rabobank that made organic farming commercially viable. Here in Nigeria, commercial farming find it unprofitable to do organic farming at scale. So in the transaction, did you learn about organic farming and the viability of that?
Dan?
Well, I think what we're really doing here is we should not confuse what we have seen here with organic farming. I think that's not the same, right? So this is really a transitional farming, which is much more about sustainability, using ecology, reducing your footprint. Organic farming has very different definitions than what we have seen here, right? The Agri-Tree Fund is not built up for organic in the sense that organic farming in the sense that it is to incentivize organic farming. No, it's geared up to incentivize to lower the footprint of your operation, right? So if that would result in organic farming at the end, that's the plus that it will bring. But it's been designed really for transformation. We have in certain areas in the world, we do have loans, and we have done that in the US, where you help farmers to transition into biological farming. And we also in the Netherlands, we have also projects that we help farmers to transition, but we don't have them specifically for Nigeria. I'm not so knowledgeable of Nigeria to be able to say how that should have been done.
Anything to add?
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair question, but I think indeed with the Agri-3 Fund and also the other funds that we work, it's not a requirement to go organic, because we really want to target all farmers in the wider transition and making that happen. And if we're really honest, also there aren't yet a lot of markets for this, so we don't want to sort of force this on producers and then hope that there's going to be a market. So by really working with all farmers and indeed lowering the footprint and going to net positive, that's the ambition. And then you can have different flavors in terms of how you want to do that, depending on the markets and also on the conditions that are required locally.
I think we've got time for maybe one more question. Sorry, this lady at the front.
First of all, thank you. This is Ms. Al-Mansouri. I'm a member of the Emirates Children Parliament and also an inventor and medical student. I wanted to ask, do you consider including children within your program or within the project you're working on, perhaps their education on the transitional or the organic farming? So do you involve children within your project?
In this specific project that we have done right now, they are being for large farms, but there is no way in very simple, and thank you for the question. There's no way the moment that these blended finance transactions are going to go more to smaller and more into the communities, that you will have to include those attributes, and extremely important attributes. Because my belief is if you don't create the enabling factors, and the ones that you are mentioning, they are some of the most key enabling factors for the success of any program, it will not work, right? It will be a empty project. So yes, the moment that we be able to make the deal sizes smaller of these blended finance transactions, get closer and take the last mile, and that should be done by IGO. This is really going to be part of the project, should be part of the project. I cannot see it work without it.
And also, as members of the Supreme, we are from the Supreme Council of Motherhood and Childhood in United Arab Emirates. So hearing this, that enabling children as the basis of such projects, this is very interesting, very important. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, I think we're nearly out of time. I'd like to thank Dan and Barry for their great insights and highlighting some of the do's and the don'ts of blended finance. And I think, you know, it's great for me. RAP last year was at COP, and food and all of this was really not discussed to the the level that it should have been. You know, the food system is a massive contributor to greenhouse gases, biodiversity loss, soil erosion, all of these things. So if we can come together and help change that, then we're going to have some great outcome. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. It's good.
Testing, testing. So hello everybody, welcome to the demo stage of the Food Systems Pavilion today. And today we will be introducing some excellent examples of digital climate finance. My name's Jeremy Doyle. I'm from SNV, Netherlands Development Organization, and I'm the Global Technical Advisor on Climate Adaptation and Mitigation. The climate finance gap is worsening and it's insufficient to achieve the climate goals. And we have a huge challenge in accessing finance for people who need it the most. Today we have 4 pitches of digital climate finance that will highlight how innovators are starting to address this gap. And we have 3 dragons who will be judging and scoring the pitches that we will see in order to decide on a winner and a runner-up. Now, this is just to highlight the kind of innovations amongst a very complex and busy ecosystem. We're looking forward to a lot more discussions around digital climate finance beyond, of course, these 4 examples. Just to introduce everybody today, we have Lieke Verhofstadt, who will be pitching on access to finance for smallholder farmers. We have Rose Goslinger, co-founder and president of Pula, which offers parametric crop insurance. We have Nick Hughes, the CEO of 4R Digital, on monetizing carbon reduction. Gareth Selby online, Chief Technical Officer of Inclusive Energy. And our 3 judges today, if I can introduce them too, are Aditya Barudar of the International Institute of International Development, Nico Janssen of the IKEA Foundation, and Stientje van Veldhoven. She's the VP and Director of the World Resources Institute, Europe. So without any further ado, and with the judges ready, I'm sure, Lieke, the floor is yours.
Let me see if this one works. Yeah. Can you hear me? Great. Yes, I want to pitch something on behalf of Rabobank. As we all know, financing smallholder farmers is very, very challenging for commercial banks. Okay.
Try this one.
Very, no, I think it's fine. Okay. Very challenging for commercial banks. Our department, Rabo Partnerships, is working on a pilot to build a platform. I don't know if it's mine. Okay, it's the other. Maybe, okay. Who's piloting to build a platform where we bring together the entire value chain. So farmers, but also off-takers, banks, insurance companies, etc., etc. As we all know, to scale smallholder finance, we need digitization. And this is exactly the key where we are working on this digital platform. In a movie that will be shown in a minute, we will see the voice of the farmers in Africa, showing you what their challenges are, and I think that will speak for itself. So thank you very much.
Njĩtagwo Agnes Kagio Muremi. Ngoretwo ngĩrĩma kwa kahinda ka mĩaka 25 to 30. Rĩrĩa ndutaga kana tũrĩmaga guiyũ nĩ kahũa. Society nĩ tũteithagĩrĩria. Rĩu ithuĩ twatwara kahũa rĩu ta rĩu ũguo tũratwara. Tũgetagĩrĩra ũhoro wa rĩti rĩrĩa kauma kuma mweri-inĩ wa kana. Kahũa rĩti kahũa kangĩkorwo nĩ karauma mbeca wega. Ona ciana, ona project, maundu maingi mundu ni akahota gwika. Ko ni fertilizer igathi iguru muno. Akorwo ni mithemba ya ndawa na igathi riu tukaremwo ni kuhuhira wega. Koguo riu ona riu produce riu stio ikaga guka wega. Akorwo tutire na mai, kumwe ni turaremwo ni kurima. Na riu kahũa ta kau kurari na riera riu uguo ria riua ri ni tungirahotire gukorwo tukihe mai. Kahũa karia turaspectaga kuruta tutihota kuruta mwaka uyu ni undu wa riera uria riracenjiri. Ta riu uguo nĩ tũtuĩte gaka tũgetaga ndara mwaka arĩ crop nĩ tũtuĩte kiro 1,100 so nĩ ndĩra expect produce ĩrĩa ĩgũkorwo ĩ gũkũ kahũa-inĩ rĩ ĩkorwo ĩ kĩndũ kuma 7,000.
My name is Mercy Mureithi. Mwea Rice Growers Multipurpose represents around 7,000 to 8,000 farmers. Cooperative are important to Kenya's security in terms of food, in ways of empowering the farmers in aggregating the food in one-stop shop. It enables the farmers to market their produce in an easy way, where also farmers can secure credit services to produce the rice. When the supply is high, we have excess produce because of the high competition in the market. These lead to not giving our farmers the best price. The climate change affected the cooperative business in terms of increased harvesting losses due to the rainfalls during the harvesting period. And all we need is to invest in expensive machine to overcome the drying of rice. To overcome these challenges, we need to get better markets, which will give us better prices for our produce. And this will enable us to invest in machineries to give prompt services to our farmers. When we give better prices to our farmers, we will empower them.
So, as you can see, these are nice examples of why farmers in developing countries are struggling. I wanted to add that we are working together with local banks in order to give them a floor in their country as well. And the main strength of this platform is that it's bringing the entire value chain together. You see they are struggling with markets, so we add buyers to the platform, we add fertilizer companies to the platform, etc., etc. And I think that's about it.
So, thank you, Licha. Digital finance for smallholder farmers. Over to you, Dragons. Would you like to ask anything to Lika, Rabobank, about how we can bring more finance to farmers through this kind of digital platform? Please indicate if you have a question. Yes.
Thank you very much. That was really exciting and interesting. I just have one question to you.
Yeah.
In what ways were smallholder farmers involved in the development of the platform?
Well, the platform is already built. How we involve the smallholder farmers is through the local banks. They will give trainings to these farmers in order to use this platform. So this is how we involve the smallholder farmers. We work through cooperatives so far. This has been piloted in Kenya now, and we are working on Nigeria, India, and other countries as well.
Yes.
Can I ask the question how having such a platform also improves, let's say, the position of women in African agriculture? Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. What we see in developing is that it's mainly the women that do the financing. And we lend to gender, to women, because we know that they are, sorry for the male persons in this room, we know that women are better with finance than so this definitely helped them to use digitalization in order to get these microloans, to get this microinsurance, to get the money they need to invest in inputs, etc., etc.
Thanks, Lieke, for the presentation and the video. I think, as we heard from the first farmer, many farmers are confronted with changing situations because of climate. So many farmers are confronted with new situations because of climate change.
Yes.
So how will the platform not only bring money, but possibly also new knowledge to be able to cope with a new situation?
Yeah. And this is exactly what I said. We bring several partners into the platform. So with trainings, but also off-takers, and also what I said, the entire value chain, farmers will get that training in order to use the money correct, to get the right inputs from the right companies, to get the right fertilizers, the hybrid seeds, for example. So this is, in a way, we help them with, well, mitigating climate change as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, we have so little time. I wish we had more time for questions. The dragons have all made their questions. Lika, thank you so much. We need to move on. I apologize. Maybe you can speak afterwards. So moving on from Rabobank and Lika's presentation, Nick, would you like to present? Yeah.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm going to share a platform called the Carbon Value Exchange, or CAVEX. This is a brand new concept. It's using digital technology to make very innovative and actually quite disruptive changes in the voluntary carbon markets. Several things are wrong with the carbon markets. People in the room might know this, but it's very expensive to get into it. You have to pay for auditors. It typically takes about 2 years. You probably lose 40 to 60% of the proceeds from sales out to third parties during that process. It's crazy. So if you're a small organization, a small project, a small farmer, you're not going to go through the current channels to get climate finance from the voluntary markets. This is why we've built CAVEX. We've had some seed funding from UK government and FSD Africa. And if I could play the video, it'll sum up exactly what CAVEX is.
Climate change requires smart and inclusive solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Voluntary carbon markets can help organizations reach their net zero carbon commitments, although currently the funds mainly flow to large-scale projects. CAVEX is a digital platform that opens the doors to small, clean projects that are currently excluded from voluntary carbon markets. Capturing large amounts of data, digital technology remotely monitors clean projects. This data-rich approach leads to improved accuracy, and by reducing the need for site visits, smaller project owners benefit from the lower verification costs, creating a more inclusive marketplace. The rules of the platform dictate that only verifiable data is used to calculate emission reductions and offsets. CAVEX continuously converts climate-positive activities to carbon credits, tradable on the voluntary carbon markets. Buyers can search for credits by project type or location and complete their purchase on the platform. The integrated digital ledger provides immutable records of transactions, eliminating risk of double counting. And funds from sales of carbon credits flow directly to the people and communities running the projects with higher levels of transparency. CAVEX, embracing innovative digital solutions, unlocking access to climate finance.
Great. If I could get the slide up, please, single slide. So this is what we're building, the bit in the middle. We are not inventing supply-side projects. There are many, many thousands of projects around the world that can't get into the carbon markets. It just takes them too long. They've got these analog processes. They'll look at it, look at the complexity and walk away from it. And it's crazy because we've now got digital technology that we can use to monitor activity right down at a micro level anywhere in the world. I mean, 93% of the world's population are under a GSM network. If Elon Musk has his way with the satellite orbits coming, we're going to have broadband access globally at very low cost. So we can monitor and collect data. And then on the buy side, so in the voluntary markets, we've seen 38% now of the global 500 companies commit to a net zero target, typically net zero by 2030, 2035, 2040. They are going to step into the markets. This will give them direct line of sight to the projects. So they no longer have to go to brokers, buy in batches. They can come into the portal. They can look at the sources of credits. If I'm Thames Water, for example, and I want to buy credits linked to a solar irrigation pump, I can do it. I can see the data from the project. that data, and we bring the auditing to the center. Instead of all the auditing at a project by project level, we say nothing gets created on the system unless it's been audited. And we think we can get 90% of the proceeds from the sales of those credits right back to the projects. And that's what we ought to be targeting, really. So I'm going to wrap it up there. Any questions? Be gentle, dragons.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dragons, questions, please.
Thank you.
Can I ask you how you're going to make sure that it's not double counted? You mentioned it.
Yeah.
But could you explain a bit more how that works?
Yeah, sure. So I've been in digital finance for 20 years. There's a lot of hot air about NFTs and cryptos and distributed ledgers. We will create a ledger. We're using Azure technology, which is Microsoft technology, but we've got these things called distributed tables. They do exactly the same job. All you need is good digital engineering. You can create immutable records without getting yourself tangled up in talking about fully distributed blockchain entries. So I think if we start to try and bring blockchain into things like this, it makes a complex subject even more complex. Just good, solid digital engineering. Those digital engineers in the room, this is cloud computing. We're creating records. No, the data get cleaned up on the way in. Nothing gets created unless it follows the protocol. And then once a transaction happens, so a buyer takes a credit, we keep a record of it, and so that transaction has happened and the credit has been retired from the marketplace. But good question. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Nick, for the fascinating presentation. I have a bit of an issue, of course, for myself also with the whitewashing in the carbon credit industry.
Exactly.
So how are you as a designer of this trying to build in mechanisms that the buyers are not just easy buying and keeping polluting business in place?
You see, what I think this platform does, it gives us a step change in the visibility of the data behind the carbon credits. There was, I don't know, any of you follow South Pole or one of these auditors. Last weekend, some guy said 90% of these credits from a project somewhere in Asia, false. Absolutely made up data. Buyers were paying good money for those credits. These credits never existed. That doesn't happen. We can use digital tech to fix that. We can monitor. Satellite imagery now goes down to 30 centimeters by 30 centimeter pixels. We can see when a plantation's being put in the ground. We can monitor above ground biomass. We don't need to keep sending expensive auditors out into the field anymore. We've got the tech, and I think that tech lets us change the way we look at the data. No greenwash, no whitewash. It's all on the data that come from the projects.
Nick, thanks for that really riveting presentation. I feel like I have a simple question, which is, would this incentivize a behavior that is harmful to the environment? So I'm a small farmer. I have a patch of forest in one corner of my land. I suddenly realize there's Cavex that's available. I mow down the forest and then start planting a new forest to claim carbon credits.
Actually, that is a serious point. You have to be, there's these things in the carbon markets called permanence, co-benefits. So it is about the science at the end of the day, how many grams and kilograms and tons of carbon are locked up. But there are other issues that the project, as they come onto the platform, they'll need to describe other co-benefits and talk about permanence. It is a good point, actually. There's one more point I'd like to bring out. If I'm Unilever and I'm buying in dollars, and I can get 90% of those dollars back down to the smallholder farmer, that's hard currency landing in the farmer's pocket. And $10 a ton to Unilever, $10 a month to a smallholder farmer is real money. So I think there is a fantastic global, local opportunity. But let's be realistic. Carbon credits are only part of what we should be doing. If it starts to drive wrong behavior, then I think the carbon markets generally are going to be sort of extinguished. But you're right, you don't want to drive the wrong behavior. What you want to do is encourage clean activity with relatively small payments to incentivize those farmers. Great.
And not to channel Simon Cowell, but one more tiny question.
Sure.
I imagine the people you're targeting are in areas with really poor internet bandwidth. So would the system work with 2G and less?
Yeah, sure. I think we have to bet on that internet bandwidth getting better. As I mentioned, Musk isn't the only one. There's proprietary Wi-Fi networks now. Smartphones are now, you can get a semi-smartphone for under $20 now. So those smartphones pick up a 4G network in most parts of the world. That trend is only getting better and cheaper. But it is, again, we're sort of, I think we have to bet forward 5 years and think we will have connectivity, we will have better ways to pull the data from the projects. Okay.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm very sorry. There is another question from Nico coming, but we're really a tight schedule today, and you've all had a chance for a question. I'm being strict here. I apologize, but moving on. We now have, in the spirit of digital access, we now have 2 online speakers. And Rose Goldzinger, do we have her online and available to make her presentation? Here she is. Oh, we've got the wrong name there, but that is Rose. Hello, Rose. Can you hear me?
Hey, I will start to share my screen.
Go ahead. Thank you.
There we go. So, here we are. Okay. So.
We can see that. Great. Thank you.
Perfect. So my name is Rose Goldzinger. I'm the co-founder and president of Pula. And at Pula, we sell insurance to smallholder farmers. And as you might, in presentations like this, I kind of always try to joke that mostly presentation, they'll be about insurance for smallholder farmers or digital or agriculture. You have a picture of a farmer at the first page. It's pretty much always a woman. She's always smiling. And these days, she's pretty much always holding a mobile phone. But as you can see on the picture here, we sell insurance. And this is more likely the looks we're about to get from farmers when we sell insurance to them. They don't trust insurance companies. They think, I've managed all these years, why would I spend money? Or they think, let me wait and see what will happen. Somebody else can try this first. At the same time, smallholder farmers have real risk. At COP, this is not something new we have to explain, but these are pictures from Nigeria in 2020 from floods. And I'll briefly show this video. The sound is quite loud. Hold on for it. You see the animals literally floating through the water under the bridge after flood. Floods don't just destroy crops, they also literally drown animals, destroy infrastructure. That same year in 2020, farmers in the south of Nigeria had a drought. As this October, and you might have seen this in Nigeria, this is a picture of a rice field. No, it's not a lake. We insure risks like these across 16 African markets. But it's quite hard. You need to really innovate. Agriculture insurance wasn't built for smallholder farmers. A US farmer has on average 180 hectares with a premium of $15,000, and they harvest about 11 metric tons per hectare. A smallholder Pula farmer that we would insure have 0.9 hectares on average. We collect $16 of premium. That's literally 1,000 times less. And on average, they only harvest 2 metric tons per hectare. So here's how we do it. We have to redraw a map of a country, literally. Using satellite data, we develop agroecological zones to really understand how climate in a location will behave. Then our agents, these are completely digitized field agents, put on a random sample of 35 to 50 farms, harvest a box. You'll see this box for wheat. We do it for 22 crops. Based on the measurements that they make, we know what the average in that location is. And if the average yields are below the historical threshold, every farmer in that location is compensated. To give you a sense of our track record doing this, our yield and weather index insurance products cover a wide range of risks, as you've seen, floods, droughts, but also cyclones, covering 22 crops, and have insured over 6.5 million smallholder farmers to date through 100 distribution partners in partnerships with 67 insurers, 22 reinsurers, generating over $40 million in premiums and $20 million in claims. We are a for-profit. We raised about $10 million in VC funding to date. Why do we even exist, right? Because we work with insurance companies. Why do insurance companies do this? On the one hand, as I said, farmers need insurance, but they have very limited interest in buying it herself or himself. So we work with partners. Input companies have risks, but can't find suitable insurance products. Investors, lenders can't find the right products. Government don't know how to set policies. Development agencies don't include it in their program design. And at the same time, insurance companies and reinsurance companies are somehow quite removed from this. Insurance companies lack the technical capacity, and if they do have the technical capacity, they'd want to spread it over a number of countries, but regulation means that they'd have to raise $10 million per country, and usually the business case for that doesn't add up. Reinsurers have the technical capacity, but are often, literally 6,000 to 7,000 miles away from the client. And so they lack the country presence to actually deploy these products. We've seen that by working with groups of farmers, what we call aggregated demand, whether it's governments, we work with the Zambian government. 7 out of every 10 farmers in Zambia has our product. The Central Bank of Nigeria, where we work with 11 banks that insure their loans going to farmers. We work with the government of Mozambique, where we developed a cyclone insurance that enables them to pay out faster in case of a disaster. We also work with development agencies, people like the World Food Programme, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and agribusinesses and agri-techs, like Apollo Agriculture, AFEX, large multinationals like Olam, where we include insurances in the offtake agreements and the services that these companies offer. When we started this product by having field agents, people thought this product won't work. How would you have agents on the ground? And I tell you in the beginning, only one reinsurer and partnerships are key who are willing to do this. By now it serves 6.5 million farmers, of which 30% are women. We really rely on digitized agents. They're fully executed, fully digitized. At any point in time, we have 400 to 700 of them. They speak the language and gain the trust of the farmers. All that data then feeds up into our systems where it's checked, quality controlled, and then goes to insurers and reinsurance companies for payouts. We've also really had to build technology to enable all the different partners to interact and understand our products. We have something called the Pula Insurance Engine that's used by most of the global international reinsurers and over 68 national insurers. Now, what do we want, or what do we think this, why are we even at COP? I'm going to call this the S word. S word here, somebody told this to me once over lunch. They said to me, Rose, please don't mention the S word. And the S word here are subsidies. There are over 195 countries in the world, and over 86% high-income countries. Of these 195, over 104 countries subsidize agriculture insurance. 85% of them do. So the 104, and those subsidies make up 68% of the average premium value, but only 4 African countries do this. There's a lot of discussion these days about loss and damage, and insurance is one of the tools to actually compensate for this loss and damage. If we're serious about climate adaptation, insurance is one of the low-hanging fruits. It enables smallholder farmers to adapt to a changing climate that they had no contribution in causing. What we've seen work, where we worked with donors, development agencies to put up a resilience fund, where we work together with governments, because we believe that in the long term, national governments have the ability to build systems around this, just like developed markets have. Those kind of partnerships build on agreements and buy-in from national governments. We sign a contract for them to take on this kind of budgets in the long term, where in the short term, they're bridged with development finance. Most of the programs we deal with can reach over 1 million farmers within the next 5 years, and usually have a high percentage of women and youth involvement. We work with local insurance companies as well to make sure that there's enough local capacity and local private sector involvement. And finally, we see that, we want skin in the game from the start. Usually government pays 30% off the premium off the bat and then builds that up over a 5-year period. Those are some of the things that we've seen work, and this is what we hope that we, through a dialogue with all of you, can help scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rose. Straight over to the dragons. Questions?
Yeah, thank a lot, Rose, and I hope you can hear us from here. Thanks a lot for that fascinating presentation. And crop insurance is, I think, is indeed a good tool to think forward. But what I didn't catch, and maybe you do it, and what I'd like to understand better is many farmers and many smallholder farmers actually are diverse, multi or intercropping farmers. So would you ensure a field where it has multiple croppings on it, that gets damaged and then cannot just be picked by one box, but needs to tick many boxes, as it has many different products on the field. So how do you deal with that?
Okay, that's a problem we've seen from the beginning that we've solved for. You know, the neat thing about what we do is that it goes back to simple statistics. And simple, like there was a great podcast the other day that talked about polling and how polling started for US government. I don't know if you know this, but in the beginning, when they were doing polls for US government, the first poll for like an election, they asked people to send in a survey from a newspaper article. And then there was this guy called Gallup, which realized that he could just randomly sample. And so what we do is literally that, randomly sample. We will estimate how much different crops are being grown, and we will randomly sample and harvest those particular crops. We will, in some areas, harvest more maize. In some areas, we'll harvest more green grams, but we keep it to a crop per box. That gives us an idea of what the yield is. Now, obviously, you may have lower yields because you're intercropping for your maize. You may have lower yields because you're intercropping your beans that we're harvesting with your maize. But we will harvest those particular crops one by one rather than doing the different ones in a box. That seems to, we tried a number of different ways, but that seems to have worked and had the best outcome from a farmer perspective. So the answer to this one is it's random sampling.
Thank you, Rose. Stincho.
Actually, when you showed the video, it was very clear that actually water management is key here to reducing the overall costs. So, and this will reduce costs both for farmers, of course, but also for an insurance company if you can get the water management better organized. So my question to you is, how do you link this to improving water management and driving down costs of the overall system?
So I run a business, and one of the things, like I'm from Holland, so water management is one of those things that is very close to everybody's heart in Holland. At the same time, I've also learned in running a business that we can't solve all the world's problems. So I'm very aware that for example, some of the floods in Nigeria are caused by dams not being refurbished on time, infrastructure not getting the investment it needs. That said, as a startup running and developing agriculture insurance, I've bitten I've bitten a lot off already. I can't help, I can't start building dams, to be frank. I would love to, but this is, sometimes we start saying, hey, we need to support more credit being out there. What we really work with farmers is common sense measures, right? So you can't plant and be insured within 200 meters of a water body because the chances of you getting flooded because of such infrastructure pieces is very high. And farmers know this, right? Same we find, for example, with adaptation to climate change using kind of what we call climate smart practices. What we see a lot happening, for example, in very kind of drought prone areas of Kenya, we've stopped insuring maize. We only insure other more drought tolerant crops like chickpeas, cowpeas, pigeon peas. Basically some of them are pulses that would be more hardy. But it hasn't been difficult to do that because we found that farmers were actually already doing that. So I would say, as much as I would like to solve the water management problems, I will leave that to another very, very courageous entrepreneur to do.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. And we're out of time for this segment. So Rose, thank you so much for your presentation and answering those questions. And we'll move straight on to Gareth Selby from Inclusive Energy. Is he with us? Hello, Gareth. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, very good. Over to you. The floor is yours.
Let's try and present my screen. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Excellent. Yeah. So hi, my name's Gareth Selby. I'm CTO and co-founder of Inclusive Energy. And today I'm going to be talking to you about our work in unlocking energy markets through digital bridges. So as a company, we're dealing with two main issues. Solar PV, so a massive issue, as I'm sure you're all well aware, with 850 million people unelectrified. And then the other sector that we're working in is the biogas one, which I think is the one that's most appropriate for this particular tent, where we're dealing with this issue of 2.7 billion people, a massive number relying on harmful solid fuels, cooking fuels, and low carbon fuels at that. Biogas, if you're not aware, is a way of transforming typically animal waste. You put it through a digester and then you get gas, clean gas to burn off, which is pretty much like natural gas. And then you also get a rich fertilizer, organic fertilizer as a byproduct. So our first product is Cloud Solar, and this is, sorry, I'm just moving my camera around so it's not covering up my text. This is an IoT device, so internet connected device, charge controller that allows small businesses to monitor their solar systems, offer flexible finances such as pay as you go, and then offer maintenance insights into their business portfolio. And then along a parallel line, we've got smart biogas. So this works on a biogas plant. And again, it delivers very similar value proposition. So reduce operational costs for our customers by allowing them to monitor their biogas plants, fix problems. It offers flexible finance, such as pay as you go. And critically, it unlocks carbon finance for our customers by digitizing the gas that they are producing. This is all linked to our proprietary software, which we sell to our business-to-business companies. So we've got a web application and mobile phone applications that allow them, therefore, to track those digital assets, those biogas plants, those solar systems, look at the financing that's happening, are people keeping up with payments, and also track the amount of carbon that they are saving. So there's these three main value propositions: flexible financing, analytics that allows repair and maintenance, and then unlocking affordable carbon. If we just take one of those value proposition, just to highlight one particular one, if we look at flexible finance, we did a study with Open Capital looking at the Kenyan market. So just looking at one market alone, we looked at the technical and financial viability for households to own a biogas plant based on the current financing methods typical for biogas plants, and a household at least having a cow to enable them to put something into the biogas plant. Based on the current setup, there's a roughly 50 to 60,000 households that have that capability. If you just add in one thing, such as pay as you go, so you allow people to do metered payments or pay as you go payments over a longer period of time, that number increases tenfold to over 500,000 households that are then viable to own a digester. In addition to that, of course, you can unlock carbon credits, and we're really interested in the work of Cavex, and we're also ploughing that same furrow, looking to deliver carbon credits, not just to the big businesses, which is, effectively, I think what's happening at the moment is the big businesses are getting subsidized, but actually the small farmer. We talked to a farmer a couple of weeks ago in Liberia, and he builds a few digesters a year, and he sort of laughed when I mentioned carbon credits because he saw that as unattainable. He needs to be a much bigger business to attain carbon credits, but we're trying to deliver that to that low-level farmer, that small farmer on the ground. And I'm just going to finish with this photo. So this is the impact that we're trying to deliver through biogas. So this is a typical potential user of biogas. So you've got a woman here, and it is mainly women and children who collect the firewood, also cook in the smoky environment with the harmful gases released from the cooking. And we believe through delivering better financing solutions, through digitization, and also allowing people access to carbon finance, that we can see far more people like this not having to collect firewood and have a better future and a better outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gareth. So digitizing biogas digesters. We have time for one burning question, really, from the Dragon. Would you like to ask a question? Nico.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gareth. When a biogas plant would stop working, how would you help a farmer then to indeed get access to services to repair them? Because in my life I've come across quite a few indeed in Kenya and other countries where the plants stop working and then of course the whole system collapses. So how would the system work like that?
Yeah, a really interesting question. And actually that very question is why the system was originally developed. So in 2015, we hosted a conference actually asking that question. And then we led to the innovation of smart biogas as an outcome of that. So that problem was very prevalent. And what we're doing here is we're working with businesses who actually want to support their customers buying our technology, which allows them to monitor the biogas plants. So we've created sort of analytical and machine learning methods where we can predict certain failure scenarios, so venting, leakage, low performance. And through those kind of methodologies, you can then intervene on the behalf of the owner and actually fix the problem. Also, we found that a lot of those problems can be fixed very simply with a phone call, not with having to go and visit the biogas plant. So typically a business might be paying $100 for the round trip to go to a remote location to help, unblock a water drain on a biogas plant. And when we can kind of pick up those issues and engage just over the phone and cut out that kind of $100 cost effectively.
Thank you, Gareth. Well, thank you. That's the final of our 4 pitches. They've been perhaps too short. We would love to be able to spend more time speaking about each one of them. And just to highlight that, obviously, these 4 pitches, before we finally decide on the results of our Dragon's Den competition, there's an estimated 300 million farmers who could benefit from these sorts of innovations. What we've seen today is really just a glimpse of the sorts of innovations that are out there already, and of course of the potential for them to scale up and reach even more communities. So with that, if we have the final scoring of the judges in, then we can decide on our runner-up and first prize for this Dragon's Den competition. Just a moment. Thank you. Okay. That's perfect. Yes? We have the results. If I could just ask our judges today to come onto the podium now, if you'd like to just come and stand at the front. These are our illustrious individuals who've decided to rank these proposals, and I can announce now that the runner-up of this Dragon's Den competition is Rose Goslinger of Pula. Congratulations. And the winner, with the most points scored by our judges today at the Dragon's Den COP27 Egypt, is Nick Hughes of 4R Digital. Please come up and shake the hands of your judges. Could we also bring Rose up on the screen if that's possible for a photograph? If it's still possible. Okay, maybe it's beyond our technology right now, but can I just ask everybody in the audience, please, to thank all of the organizers of this event, the presenters, and of course our judges. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thanks, Gareth.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, Tom. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How's your
Good.
morning been?
everybody. Hello, everybody. Is it mics? Not really. Hello, everybody. Yeah. We're just going to wait a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Thanks. I know some other colleagues are coming to this event and they're on their way. Great. Thank you very much for coming to listen to about mobilizing finance solutions for food systems in Africa. My name's Fiona Napier. I'm with the UN Climate Change High-Level Champions team, and we're supporting the two climate champions, Dr. Mahmoud Mahildin and Nigel Topping, whose role is to drive non-state actor momentum towards climate change and the Conference of Parties, COP27, which we're here for today. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce this session, which is exploring the $40 to $200 billion question, which is what is needed to mobilize finance to transform agriculture and food systems on the continent. I'm just going to make a few introductory remarks and then pass on to our moderator and panel. So past emissions have already pushed our planet into the danger zone. We're approaching 5 disastrous tipping points with potential cascading effects. The IPCC AR6 report is clear that climate impacts are increasing and that most of them are irreversible. And this is the big wake-up call that we have to heed when we're looking at food and agriculture, because this sector globally contributes 1/4 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And it's ranked in much analysis along with other hard-to-abate sectors like steel, transport, energy, and so on. But Africa has also special status in this analysis, which we'll hear about today. So we know that to deliver climate action, wholesale transformation is needed. We need to get to net zero emissions fast. And that is why the Climate Champions set up what's called the Race to Zero, which was appealing to businesses to race to get to net zero emissions, particularly businesses in the industrialized countries of the North and the West. But we also need to significantly increase actions on resilience and adaptation, particularly focused on nature and people to boost their ability to deal with climate change impacts. Now in Africa, I don't need to tell you that we're already seeing the impacts of climate change, which is in part causing the food security crisis and already affecting agricultural yields and practices. To put agriculture and food sector on a Paris-aligned pathway will require the world to meet 3 key breakthroughs, which we'll hear much more about tomorrow when the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation goals are launched. And those 3, in essence, are climate resilient, sustainable agriculture practices need to be adopted everywhere in 8 years' time, everywhere in the world in 8 years' time. So this is really urgent. The second one is we need to all start, and this is the difficult one, particularly for us in the sort of the globally moving, hotel inhabiting participants in this conference, we need to start adopting a diet which is good for planetary health, which means less meat and more plants, essentially. And the third one is we need to halve food waste by 2030. Now, not all of these are easy to consume as breakthroughs. They're tough ones, but we need to start having dialogues about that. And that's what we'll touch on a bit today. So just briefly, before I hand to the panel, what are the immediate short-term imperatives that we need to address in Africa to get there? Because in Africa, we know that crop yields are about 1/3 of the cereal yields in Europe and 1/4 of those in US. So we definitely have a productivity challenge in Africa. And so telling farmers that they need to adopt regenerative agriculture and deal with low yields for the while ecosystems come back is not really an option, because we're already in a food insecure continent, and we need to find other ways to help them, and that's where finance comes in. So in sub-Saharan Africa, increasing crop yields is a key lever to improve livelihoods while reducing poverty and hunger. But we need to do this without advancing agriculture frontiers into forest ecosystems. And we need to do this in ways which don't require costly inorganic fertilizers, which risk further depleting ecosystems. We also need to intervene on the demand side of the food system, and this isn't talked about enough. But we need to intervene on the demand side to create better markets, better technologies, better terms of trade, agricultural subsidies which support climate resilient, sustainable agriculture and the food products that come from them. And also, ultimately, we need governments to intervene so that there can be affordable prices for the staple foods produced. And for this, we need finance, the subject of the panel today. So annual climate funds stand at only 30 billion per year to Africa, 30 billion. That's according to the Climate Policy Institute Landscape Finance report that was launched in Cairo in September. Estimates for what is needed to pivot just one sector in Africa, the food and agriculture sector, ranges from 40 to 200 billion. So that's more than the current flows to Africa in total for all sectors. There is an interesting debate, and we're going to hear more in other forums about terminology that describes climate finance. I mean, what do we actually mean by climate finance? So finance and sources of finance are critical to catalyzing this change. And I'm delighted that Ndidi Nunweli, our moderator, will take us through exploring some of those questions. Ndidi is an expert on African agriculture, nutrition, philanthropy, and social innovation. She has over 25 years of international development experience. She is co-founder and chair of the Sahel Consulting and a board member of Rockefeller Foundation, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, the Nigerian Breweries, and Young Global Leaders, among others. And I really recommend her TED Talk, The Future of Food Ecosystems, The Power of Your Plate, which she did in May this year. It's really worth watching. So without further ado, let me hand to Ndidi, who's going to take us through the panel.
Thank you so much, Fiona, for that excellent welcome remarks and for the great work you've done in putting this panel together. We are just honored that you've joined us today, and I promise you that this will be a very engaging and enlightening panel. There are few seats up front. We don't want anybody standing. We have a few seats, so please do come up front if you need a seat. And what we're going to be doing today is engaging experts. We have two of our experts online, and we have a dynamic panel on the stage. We've broken this up into segments, so bear with us, because we want to hear from the full spectrum of finance actors, from the major players in the development institutions to the private equity sector to the commercial banks, and we want to make it a practical and action-oriented discussion about finance. Because as you know, I work in the food and agriculture landscape. Everywhere we turn, finance is a challenge, and Fiona just exclaimed about the big financing gaps that exist. If you ask any private sector actor, they say that agriculture and food are still face tremendous discrimination. I'll use that word, discrimination. It's a loaded word, but there's a lack of understanding in the finance community about how to fund food and agriculture. It's considered risky, it's considered too long-term. The returns are not as attractive. Those are all the stereotypes in the public domain, and I'm sure you've heard them before. But on this stage, we have actors who are doing just that. They're filling the gaps in this food and agriculture landscape, and they're showing us that it's possible. So we're going to have short segments, and I'm going to just take clarifying questions through the short segments, and then our full Q&A will be at the end. So if you bear with me, take down your questions as we proceed. I'm going to take it one segment at a time. And we're delighted to have for our first segment an engagement with MDPs and public finance institutions, Jerry Velasquez, who's the Director of the Division of Mitigation and Adaptation of the Green Climate Fund. Welcome, Jerry. We're delighted to have you. Now, Jerry, we're going to start off by just asking you to tell us a bit about the Green Climate Fund and your activities in Africa, just from a high-level perspective, and then I'll take on a few specific questions. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So the Green Climate Fund, for those of you who don't know, is the financial instrument of the Paris Agreement. So we were created in particular to finance the activity of the Paris Agreement. Of the many things that we do agriculture and food security. We do livelihoods, early warning, water security. We do forest and land use. We do energy, transport, and many things. So practically everything under the sun is actually applicable in terms of work in the GCF. Up until now, we have invested about $600 million of GCF funds on agriculture. But this trend is in fact not growing from our first investment period to our first replenishment. And there is a growing trend of lack of investment in particular areas in agriculture. So this is something that we're seeing that we need to look into. Another point to note is that we have very few private sector actors that actually invest in agriculture. We do have a few. We have Acumen on an incubator accelerator providing equity to smallholder farmers, but very, very few. And it makes us wonder why. And as you noted, there is a lot of potential work that can be done. In terms of our work in Africa, a lot of our investments totally in the GCF is actually invested in Africa. In fact, about $4 billion worth of our investments are in Africa, and but a small proportion of that is in agriculture. Now, in terms of the agricultural value chain, there is a lot of investments on the agricultural inputs, seeds, and on the agricultural processes, climate resilient agricultural processes. What we don't have are the post-harvest activities, access to markets, storage, the value chains and so on, which we think is an unfortunate gap, because we think that this is also where we could engage more with the private sector. So in short, I think that there is a lot more that can be done. And while we still focus our work on, as you said, increasing productivity overall, in particular in Africa, we are also shifting our thinking into food system transition. So we need to start looking at transitioning the food system into a more sustainable and low emission pathway, at scale in particular. So this is something that we have now started looking into, in particular large-scale livestock production, for example, if there is a way to already start looking at a more orderly transition into a low-emission pathway. So that's in a kind of an introduction of what the GCF is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to hear that 4 billion has been allocated, but like you noted, very little of that, a small amount of that has gone into agriculture. Now, what will it take to speed up this investment? 10x, we want to catalyze private finance in climate resilient agriculture, especially the focus on risk addressing the first loss guarantees or blended finance. What would it take to ensure that we can speed it up and channel more of those resources to the value chain actors that you said have been neglected?
So what would it take? I think we don't have yet a lot of partners that are accredited to GCF that actually can do this. This is, to be very honest, we think that we need more partners that are doing this kind of work. So we are in, for example, a very deep discussion with Rabobank because we think that they should be accredited. We think that we need more, agricultural, banks to be accredited. So therefore, there could be more investments in this. We need the correct institutions to actually channel the resources in this area. That's number one. Number two is that those accredited already to us, very large national development banks, regional development banks that have the ability to channel resources into this, we need to encourage them to develop these projects. I don't think that they see yet that they should bring the projects to the GCF. And we don't know why. So this is something that we have to work on. Why is it that we're not yet getting those projects on agriculture when, in fact, we know that they have the pipeline? So maybe they don't see that they need to come to us for additional resources. But as you noted, there is a lot of things that the GCF can do to de-risk the deal for private sector. Because our main purpose is, our financing is in grants. And our grants are both non-reimbursable and reimbursable. We also have performance-based grants and also revolving grants. So there's a lot that we can do with the grants. We have concessional loans. Our loans are both high concessional and low concessionality. High concessional is 0% interest, 4 years tenor. So the grant intensity is quite high, maybe about 70% grant equivalent. And then we have equity and guarantee. As you noted, we could deploy first loss equity and guarantees to actually take the risk from the private investors. So we also do a lot of market creation, and we take losses to create markets, for example. So what would it take? I think it's a call to our partners. We need more projects in this area. And unfortunately, we are a funder. We cannot develop the projects ourselves as much as I would like. So what we need is to gather. That's the reason also that we've been having all of this discussion with a lot of partners. We need partners to bring us these projects that engage the private sector.
Okay, and taking you on this issue a bit further, why do you channel most of your resources to development banks and governments? Given that in many of our contexts, these development banks, especially the agricultural banks, have struggled. In Nigeria, our agricultural bank has essentially failed, right? So if we're waiting for that as a channel, we'll be waiting a long time. So take that question on. And the second one is, are you dollar denominated? Because in many of our countries, Ghana in particular, Nigeria, our currencies have devalued. So there's no way any country can actually repay the repayable grants with the 50% devaluation in the last 6 months, for example. So how do you mitigate those risks?
So in the kind of risk that we take, it's not just climate risk. We also take political risk and local currency risk. So to make a good climate project viable, we will take the risk. We have a very high risk appetite. We, in fact, we are different from most of the financial institutions because we're not a bank. We don't want our money back. What we want is the impact on the ground. So we are, fundamentally, you could think of us as an impact investor. So that's what we are. So, so in that context, we are also a capacity building institution. We are the largest capacity building institution on the climate space. So the one also reason that we would like to engage local financial institutions is to build their capacity. If a way for them to actually also be profitable is to give them concessional finance and open new markets, let's say on climate investments, we do that all the time. So we do a lot of financing, refinancing, and things like that. We create a lot of facility that channel concessional resources to local banks and open up areas that are usually very difficult. And we take first loss position, so we take bankruptcies in this case, so that the market matures, and once it matures, they're able to continue their business. So what we hope is that we can also help in some kind of a development space to build the capacity of these local institutions. I just want to highlight that it's very important that we build the capacity of the local institutions, because they are the ones that are there in the communities and in the countries, and we need to build them instead of bringing in all of the international entities. Of course we can, but the GCF is quite unique because we have more than 200 partners, but we have a very large number of national entities accredited to us. And our goal is to build their capacity.
Thank you so much, Jerry. So you've heard it first. He's looking for more partners on the ground. There is money to deploy, and he is open, and the facility is open to looking at the entire value chain and ecosystem, especially processing and distribution, logistics, etc. So trust me, you're going to be getting a lot more support and engagement. Any clarifying questions from the audience before we move further along? Not Q&A at this time, just clarifying questions. Any from the audience? Okay, so we'll move swiftly. Jerry, hang tight. You're going to get some good questions, I'm sure. So we're going to move on now to talk about the role of private equity in this space. And we have Hannah Radcliffe of AdDevco on the line, joining us remotely. Hannah, please, can we hear your voice and know you're with us?
Hi, Ndidi.
Fantastic. Welcome. We're delighted to have you. So, Hannah, I'm going to start off with you. AdDevco, I know quite well, but you might want to start off by just telling us a bit about AdDevco and your investments in SME startups, why you have alternative investment structures, and why you've struggled to develop these alternative investment structures in our context, and how we can scale in private equity investments in our SME sectors. So let's start with that, Hannah.
Thanks, Ndidi. For those who don't know me, I'm Hannah Ratcliffe. I'm the Director of Portfolio Value Creation for AgDevco, and delighted to be here at the Food Systems Pavilion at COP27 today to talk about financing food systems. AgDevco is a specialist agriculture investor investing in sub-Saharan Africa. We offer long-term flexible capital, both equity and debt, to established agri-businesses looking to grow. And our vision is a thriving African agriculture sector that benefits both people and planet. AgDevco was conceived during the 2008 World Food Crisis, where our founders realized the great potential for Africa to feed itself and therefore be more resilient in the face of global supply challenges. This remains the case today. African food-producing startups face tremendous market failures and need a lot more investment. However, investing in SME agribusinesses comes with risky and unpredictable returns. AgDevco learned this from its early portfolio of SME investments in Mozambique and through project developments in Ghana, Zambia, and Malawi. If you think about, for example, in my country, the UK, 60% of new businesses fail in the first 3 years. Imagine the case in Africa, where there are so many more challenges. These include market access, currency depreciation, as you've just mentioned, Didi, political instability, and lack of access to finance. For example, in our early days of investing in SMEs in Mozambique, we faced the intense depreciation of the Metical, political instability and insurgent violence, sometimes mere kilometers from the farms we invested in, which put staff and supply chains at risk. But in the agriculture sector, there are yet more risk factors. There are the effects of climate change, such as changes in temperature and climatic conditions, increases and changes in pests and disease pressures, and the increased prevalence of floods and drought, which affect productivity. We've seen the effects of this in Malawi recently with flash flooding, destroying large-scale irrigation infrastructure programs overnight. And then there are further market failures affecting agriculture operations. We found these in our example project of Babator in northern Ghana, which is a 10,000 hectares of land, which we aim to develop as a commercial farming hub. We faced various challenges that required subsidy and had to come up with flexible solutions to fund them. So firstly, the challenge of acquiring large tracts of suitable land. We had to interact with the community, traditional leaders, government, and the legal process over 2 years, which cost money. A lack of infrastructure meant we had to upgrade roads, access roads, with the support of FCDO and the local government to move goods onto the farm. The remoteness of many farms where we work, which are far from urban centres, mean things like spare parts, R&M, attracting and retaining talent are really difficult. And then attracting private sector partners in uncertain economic conditions, such as Ghana is facing now, is also a challenge. These are not things that traditional commercial investors can carry and make their target returns. And in our case, we're not talking about large profits for shareholders, but the sustainability of a fund that reinvests back into new agri projects. There are no guarantees, even after all this subsidy, that it will work. So as a result, a large amount of concessional capital and patience is required to leverage
Hannah.
truly commercial funding.
Thank you.
Developed countries, through financial reparations, need to contribute to food systems development in the face of the effects of climate change and such market failures. So in short, there's not sufficient capital, concessional financing to leverage commercial capital. It's difficult to access. We would love to work with you, Jerry, but the bureaucracy and the requirement for affiliation can really set back the ability to deploy quickly in this climate emergency. And it's not appropriately flexible.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. There are lots of challenges, but ADEFCO is still pushing forward in spite of the challenges and realizing some returns. I've followed some of your progress over the years. I'm going to come to you, Marcella, sitting right here in the room. Marcella is with IDH and obviously works across the ecosystem in major value chains, some of them very difficult. So what has your experience been, and how can we scale the work you do 10x?
Thank you. And thank you all for inviting us. I'm Marcela Paranhos. I'm from IDH, the Transforming Markets. And for those who are not familiar with our organization, we exist since 2008, working in more than 40 countries with 12 different agricultural commodity sectors. And our role, among others, is to catalyze impact investing to transform these agricultural chains. So as part of this work, we have at least 3 main areas right now working with impact investing. One is our own fund, that is the Farm Fit Fund. It's a fund that was 100 million euros fund. It's for working. Now it's working. So to transform lives of smallholders, especially in the African continent, by providing technical assistance, business models, and impact funding for their agricultural chains. The second one is our landscape finance work, where we work with impact funds as End Green Fund, Agri-Tree Fund that was discussed here today, and LDN Fund, providing technical assistance in the previous and post-investment stages to make more impactful investments in the end of the day, to catalyze these impacts. And the third one, that's climate finance. So how can we really invest in decarbonizing global supply chains and create more resilient food systems in the end of the day? So as part of this, what I can say from our experience is that basically all the alternative instruments for blended finance, they are out there in the form of blended finance or impact investment, but they are still facing a lot of great barriers to really reach small and medium-sized farmers and small and medium-sized enterprises. And if I can name the 2 main barriers right now, would be that basically blended finance right now demands a lot of large ticket sizes and a good health, financial health from the investees, what makes it very difficult to reach the ground. And the second one is that we have limited investment-ready opportunities on the ground to invest. So part of the success of our Farm Fit Fund is to prepare these investments on the ground before the fund can connect with them. So we have a $30 million facility just to invest in the preparation of these smallholders and new business models to receive investments.
So this pipeline development issue is a very big one that a lot of PE funders complain about. And what I've noticed about IDH is that you've been able to structure very complex relationships, multi-sectorial, and even involve large private sector companies like Unilever and others to build pipelines. So can you explain what it will take to scale those type of multi-sectorial partnerships to de-risk investment in this sector?
Yes, and part of this work we are doing right now with the African Food Systems Transformation that passed through the establishment of local hubs that will convene the financial sector in each one of these regions, bringing the private sector to close part of these gaps, also together with our actors, and working together with farmers, local organizations, and governments to really address the bottlenecks that we have in each place that is different from one region to another. So what we are looking right now, it's capital with high risk absorption that we have for each one of these models, and the capacity to for more risk appetite, flexible loan repayment term, value chain driven approach, hybrid investments in grants, equity, debt, and seed capital at the same time, and on-the-ground support to assure a good pipeline generation and a good implementation afterwards, because the technical assistance is not only to implement, but also to make sure that these farmers, they are collecting the outcomes from these investments, and also the companies and the investors in the end of the day.
Thank you very much. And one last question for Hannah, really quickly, Hannah. Is AdDevco involved in climate financing, and how are you scaling, especially when you think about the carbon finance opportunity that currently exists in Africa with carbon farming?
Thanks for the question, Ndidi. Yes, we're making attempts to move into this space.
Go ahead.
Apologies, I saw on the live feed someone was still talking. So we want to deploy more capital into this area. But as I mentioned earlier, we are trying to establish sustainable agribusinesses as a starting point. Additional grant is needed to scale regenerative agriculture practices, climate smart practices, and things like carbon financing. At the moment, we have the technical assistance facility, which is helping businesses go further into sustainable ag practices. But carbon financing is still a way off for us.
Thank you very much. So stay tuned for any clarifying questions. I'm going to open it up to the audience now. Do you have any clarifying questions for Hannah or Marcella? No, so we'll move on swiftly to the commercial banks. And I have to tell you, as a Nigerian, the commercial banks often get the brunt of discussions on financing in Nigeria because of double-digit interest rates, because of a reluctance to finance. But here we have two dynamic banks, Equity Bank and First Rand, represented here, that are pioneers in this space. So I'm going to start with Justine. You know, everyone talks about agri-lending rates being too high and in some cases prohibitive to smallholder farmers. How can we solve this, and how are you currently addressing this through your bank?
Thanks. So, can you hear me okay? Right. As Fiona mentioned at the beginning of the session, you know, the agricultural sector, it's seen as a hard-to-abate sector in terms of reducing our carbon emissions. It's also seen as a vulnerable sector. It's susceptible to many of the physical and transitional risks posed by climate change. For First Rand, though, for our commercial banking, the agri loan book makes up about 60% of our commercial banking loan book. So it's an important sector to us as a financier. It's also seen as a very important sector to the South African just transition. It's a big focus in South Africa at the moment, is this just economic transition. And the agricultural sector is seen as a real opportunity. So I think there's a big focus on agriculture, and there's a real commitment to leverage off what the agri sector can provide in terms of socioeconomic upliftment. So I don't think it's a challenge in terms of financing, and you know, it's not like there's a hesitancy to do so. It's a very important sector to us. It's also, we view it as an opportunity. So how do we leverage off the agri sector? How do we support them through financing mechanisms, whether it's better credit rates, to drive that transition that we need to achieve as a country and a continent? And so what we're doing, we're engaging with our farming sector. It's interesting to note what Jerry mentioned though earlier about, you know, there's a big focus on primary agriculture, not so much on secondary agriculture. Admittedly, we are focusing a lot more on the primary agricultural sectors than the secondary, so perhaps that's a gap that we can look to and start addressing. But essentially, it's about supporting our farmers. It's about working with them to understand the challenges that they experience, and then how can we offer them products and solutions, whether it's better financing rates or whether it's financial products that can support climate-smart agriculture, just to build their resilience, as well as to then help drive that climate mitigation agenda.
It's interesting, you know, when we think about agricultural financing, it's a narrow lens as opposed to looking at food ecosystem financing. And I think that's one shift that from Jerry's comments and your comments, it's clear that we need to make in the minds of those who fund this sector. It's food. And food needs every actor engaged.
And I guess, I mean, that I agree with you. I guess that supports the changing narrative on livelihoods and community, and that food security is an important part of it as well, instead in terms of you know, livelihood security and community involvement as well.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking about moving on to Equity Bank. And Resma, your experience. You know, we think about countries like India that set quotas for how much money should actually be channeled to ag. And I know many African countries have tried this with limited success. What's been Equity Bank's experience in East Africa, and how have you funded the sector and driven growth in the sector?
Sure. Thanks, Didi. First, just to address the point you said about food and agriculture versus agriculture. At Equity Bank, the division is called Food and Agriculture now.
Fantastic.
So that's quite a big step forward. But in terms of, you know, taking the India example, 30%, we've actually set that target for ourselves to grow our agriculture book to 30% by 2025. And a big thing for that is we have a plan called the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan, which is all about catalyzing natural resources, and for Africa to be able to use that to industrialize itself and to grow. Natural resources for us, a big part of that is food and agriculture. And the other aspect of it is kind of the mining side. But when we look at food and agriculture, and very similar approach to First Rand, the approach we take is we have a large amount of SMEs in our portfolio. 60% of our book are SMEs. You know, the cost of capital is high. So what is it that we can do as a bank to try and elevate that? And the initiatives that we've run have focused primarily around de-risking. So we do look at raising capital at a price that we can on-lend, but we specifically focus on, like we've taken over 90,000 smallholder farmers on specific training. That training covers things like financial inclusion, it covers entrepreneurship, it covers good agricultural practice, it covers access to market. The whole idea of them is to increase productivity. We've seen productivity of more than 2/3 of them grow by twofold on things like that. They've allowed access to market. Good practice means less wastage. All of that de-risks the client for us, which means as a commercial bank, we can go in and in a risk-based ratings, we can bring it down. And so a lot of our efforts is focused on that. The other effort is focused around value chain generation. So we actively, through our trade and investment, look for partners that can come in with technology, with value chain processing creation, that again moves them out from the informal to the formal sector and helps those SMEs grow. So that's kind of the additional approach that we've taken as Equity Bank.
Thank you, and I applaud you for setting a bold target and actually sticking with it. Now, to both of you, and then I'm going to jump to Wanjohi on the line, what would it take to radically transform the way you work with the ecosystem within your organizations, and how can you partner with other financial institutions, insurance, industry, the private equity, the development institutions to scale? Because, you know, to push back, Equity Bank has no business training farmers when you have organizations that should be training farmers, right? Or off-takers who benefit from those farmers. What would it take to scale your efforts, but also to get you to focus on the core banking while others take on pieces of that puzzle?
I'll start and then Reshma can add to it because she's much better at this than I am. I think it's about collaboration. You say we've got no business as a bank training farmers, but I think it's a collaborative effort across the spectrum. An example that I can give is we're running a project with the IFC at the moment as part of their 30 by 30 project to drive emissions reductions and the transition. And it's looking at climate smart agriculture in our farmers. So it's looking at partnering again with our farmers, looking at our large commercial farmers, because they know a lot more than we do about what they're exposed to, the physical impacts, the changing conditions. We're learning from them about the climate smart agricultural technologies that they're employing. We're also then working with experts through the IFC to understand maybe what the transition risks are going to be for those farmers. And then we talk about scaling up, but it's also about cascading down. How can we take what we're learning from the larger commercial farmers and coming up with products and solutions that we can help our smaller farmers? So it's a collaborative effort. It's about partnership across the board. Yeah, so that's one example that I can give. I don't know if you want to.
Great. And really quickly, yeah? Please.
Yeah, so Equity's model is a twin engine model. So we have a very strong foundation that a lot of this work is done through the foundation. Ideally, after they've gone through the program, we would like them to bank with us, but it's not part of the requirements. But a lot of the training is done through partnerships, again, and we've got a number of them as well too.
Thank you so much. So you've heard it from the commercial banks, and we have two shining examples here. Now, Wanjohi, you've heard Jerry, you've heard our development partners, you've heard all the panelists. Can you share what it will take to scale the work you're doing and to fill the gaps in the financing ecosystem in Africa?
Right, thank you, Ndidi. I'm Wanjohi Ndago. I'm a partner at Pearl Capital Partners. Pearl Capital Partners is a fund management firm that raises and manages agriculture impact funds that invest in agri-SMEs in East and Southern Africa. To date, we have raised and managed 4 funds of cumulative capital of $70 million, which we have deployed to over 50 agribusiness SMEs in form of equity, quasi-equity, debt, and preference shares. Our current fundraising, which is targeting $75 million to capitalize our 5th fund, the African Agri-Food Development Fund, whose key themes are food security and climate smart agriculture, is ongoing. I'll focus more on what public money needs to do to catalyze, additional investment in the agriculture sector. As everybody knows or assesses, the agriculture sector is fairly risky for financiers, and actually the risk perception has an even greater impact on access to finance than the real risk. So I think the public money should therefore be invested towards reduction of this risk to investors, and also find other ways of reducing the risk perception. Over the years, we've used 2 instruments to attract more capital, and they seem to work quite effectively. One, guarantees, which are known very well. So this is on 2 levels, guarantees directly to the investment funds that we raise. They provide an insurance on some portion of the loans that are made to the funds we raise and manage, which allows us to, catalyze or attract more debt investors into the agri fund. And as well, it has an effect of softening the loan terms of those loans. There are also portfolio level guarantees. These are, guarantees for debt investments into, specific portfolio companies. This enables us as fund managers to invest in companies that, would have otherwise not, and also, on improved or more favorable terms. The second instrument is first loss protection. So this in fund context is, protections that are offered to equity investors. Again, catalyzing equity capital into funds. In our case, of the 70 million that we have raised over the years, 50 of that has largely been made successful because of first loss protection. And we've actually, in our last fund, we were able to attract a local national pension fund to invest in one of our funds because of our first loss protection. So they are very, powerful instruments that we think public money towards. Of course, there are other interventions like TA facilities, tax incentives, and also support of intermediaries like us, fund managers who work closely with SMEs in the agriculture sector.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's excellent. To think about the amount of money in African pension funds. Everyone is thinking about how to unlock that capital. And your example of first loss protection is really pioneering. So well done to you and the team. Now we have a little time for questions. I'm going to open it up to the audience. Any questions for dynamic speakers? Please just raise your hand, briefly introduce yourself, and then ask your question. Yes? So we'll take questions in quick succession. We only have 10 minutes for questions. So go ahead. I see yeah, go ahead, sir.
My name is Mongezi Veti from Exaro Mining Company in South Africa. My question goes to the commercial banks, and it is about SMEs in particular. Given the fact that SMEs in agriculture start very small, and in that very nature of them, they require a substantial amount of capital with less cost of capital. How are the banks going to navigate themselves such that they encourage the small, medium enterprises to advance their enterprises in agriculture, and to an extent of less concentrating in making money out of them from the cost of capital? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The gentleman behind you, please make it very brief.
Thank you. My name is Kennedy from Kenya. And I wanted to hear if there is any bank that has invested in extension services as opposed to capacity building. Because it is the extension services that is a huge challenge from most of our national governments.
Okay, thank you so much. One last question. Yes, sir. Oh, I have to take my sister over there. So let's have two questions. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Yes.
Hi, I'm Federico from Climate Champions. A bit of a clarifying question to Gary. You said there's really quite an availability of funds and vehicles, but if I understood correctly, you're either not, people are not showing up enough or not being requested enough. That's the idea that that's stayed with me, and then clearly there's a big demand. What might help in facilitating that access to those vehicles of finance?
Okay, and the last question, yes?
Thank you. My name is Lauren from Climate Resilience Agribusiness for Tomorrow project under SNV East Africa. My question is there a possibility for the financial institutions to customize climate-based insurance for farmers, because that has been a key challenge for farmers in Africa. Thank you.
Fantastic. So we have some really good questions, and I'm going to ask our panelists to please each give a 1-minute closing remarks and response to questions in that closing remarks. I know it's a Herculean task, so we'll start with Jerry. Answer the question and then just your closing comments as well at the same time.
So many thanks. One way is to work with an accredited partner like FMO, Acumen, and develop a facility that will provide the financing to other small institutions. Now, because the amount of effort to develop a $10 million project is the same as to develop a $500 million project. So what we need is to create a scale and to delegate the approval of the sub-projects to our partner. So that is one way. You don't need to come to us for accreditation. Having said that, if you have a large idea and you want to do it yourself, we have opened, starting this next year, project-specific accreditation to the GCF. You submit the project, you get accredited for that project. Yeah, so that's the opportunity.
Thank you. And about the extension services, we do have some examples that I'm happy to share with you, where we are investing in the local capacity and local organizations, associations, and cooperatives in terms of structuring these cooperatives to provide extension services afterwards as part of the investment structure, so that we are sure that after we are out of the table, it continues and it can increase with local actors. So I think this is one of the elements that we're working a lot as IDH. And the other closing remarks that I want to share, it's about the role of carbon finance in this whole space. So we like to say that we understand that for, especially for the finance side, we understand carbon as at least two different moments. One is the transition, is where we need the carbon markets. It can be voluntary, it can be regulated, but it's to fund the transition itself. And the second one is the recognition, that is the role from the private sector and the global food systems, and recognize the historical efforts and promote the continuous improvements of these chains through their procurement strategies in the end of the day.
Thank you so much. Please, because we're almost out of time.
Sure, I'm going to sum up and answer the question in one short sentence. I think my key takeaways from this discussion have been, my two key words have been collaboration and de-risking. And I think that's why we're here today. It's a collaborative effort between all parties to drive that de-risking of an investment, whether it's your payback rates or whether it's de-risking the client. And I think that perhaps can answer the question about your SME farmers. How do we access better funding? How do we de-risk the client to tap into markets? Because as a commercial bank, we've got to make a profit. It's a commercial imperative. But by collaborating with others across the chain, hopefully we can de-risk those investments and support a broader sector of the community.
Terrific.
Okay, so just to maybe I'll combine the questions together. Some of the things in terms of not just the cost of capital, but how can we even change the cost structure for the client? So we're working with, say, companies that can do leasing. So instead of having to take a loan on capital, they can actually turn it into an operating costs for some of that. So some of the models we're looking at. In terms of extended, we are looking at things like providing weather information, crop monitoring. Also, we've got agronomists on the ground that can support them as part of that. We've recently got an insurance license as Equity Bank or Equity Group, and we're looking at how we can combine some of these products to be financing, insurance, and package all of them. But again, it's collaboration and de-risking. I think that's the main theme that's cutting across.
Terrific. Wanjohi, closing remarks in 1 minute.
Thank you. My closing remark will be a response to the gentleman who asked about extension services. It's very pertinent in this region because over 75% of the producers are smallholder farmers. So yes, there's a shortage of that, and we need a lot of investment in that. And how we do it is through our technical assistance facilities. These companies cannot be successful, the agriculture companies, without sufficient and high quality, raw materials. So how do you secure that? You have to train, you have to provide, high quality planting material. Therefore, we do allocate about, 10 to 15%, or we raise 10 to 15% of the size of the fund that we manage or raise to invest to smallholder farmers, either through our grower schemes, such that we're able to build capacity and extend extension services to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Still there? You? Is Hannah still with us?
Yes, you may be able to hear me, but maybe not see me yet. But I think my takeaway is that if we can mobilize more agri-SME startups to get to profitability, their impact and climate outcomes could be huge. And there are solutions out there, and we've heard many of them from the different types of financiers here. But the concessional financing needs to be both available and accessible in a way that means it's flexible enough to meet all of the various challenges that market failures as well as the effects of climate change bring.
Thank you so much. We can never do justice to this topic. We needed about 4 hours to really get into it. You've heard so much today in 1 hour, so thank you to the panelists. I'm taking away 4 words. One is the importance of terminology. Food systems financing, no more agriculture financing. Equity Bank is showing us the way. So that's one. We need to stop talking about agriculture financing and talk about food ecosystem financing. Number 2, we need a plethora of instruments. And we've seen examples here. We need number 3, we need partnerships. No institution can do it alone. And number 4, there is financing, but it needs to be unlocked, de-risked, and diversified. And we're excited to partner with everyone on this panel and with the rest of you to ensure that a year from today, we're talking about more success stories and the 10x scaling that we all deserve on the continent. Africa needs equitable, patient, catalytic financing, and we can do it in our lifetime. So again, I want to thank all of you for your contributions. Please join me in giving a round of applause to this dynamic panel. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Wanjohi. Thank you to our dynamic panel right here. And I'm delighted to invite the CEO of SMV, Simon O'Connell, to please give us his remarks before we close. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed, and you've pretty much taken the words out of my mouth and summarized much more eloquently than I could. But yeah, a fantastic panel, and I think some really terrific insights into what is possible. The framing of the scale of needs at the beginning, up to 200 billion being required to transform agriculture and food systems. So it's the scale thing, and we heard quite a bit around the risks. Perhaps we got insights into some de-risking mechanisms. I thought the first loss mechanism is a fantastic example of what should be pursued as we look to go on that pathway to scale. It was great to hear some increasing commitments from the banks, and of course it was terrific to hear the model of IDH's Farm Fit Fund and also an SNV. We could, wholly agree with you on the challenges of investing in smaller ticket sizes in LDCs or more fragile environments. So, ladies and gentlemen, really a question: how do we take something like SNV's Dutch Fund for Climate and Development Mechanism or IDH's Farm Fit Fund? How do we get that to go to 10x or 100x? How do we scale? How do we de-risk, and how do we reduce the ticket sizes to be more appropriate and available in those more fragile environments? Yes, certainly opportunities in the carbon financing space, and we should all be looking to pursue those further. I certainly take away, having been engaged on the margins for many years in conversations around the Green Climate Fund, I take away that point of the call for applications is open, and I heard very clearly we don't need the money back. Perhaps we don't need the money back all the time, but Jerry, forgive me for perhaps pushing that one hard, but if I can make this plea, please, we need less bureaucracy. We need more nimbleness. We need greater agility, and we all know this. We need speed. And let's not look to the banks to replicate what development agencies are doing on the ground. Let's not look to GCF to be replacing some of those implementers as well. Let's be clear about our own organizations' individual roles, and let's make better partnerships happen at the speed and at the scale that is so deeply necessary. So fantastic discussion, great to be a part of it, and I look forward to seeing the concrete actions coming, not at COP 2028, not at COP 28, but in the coming weeks and months, because we know the urgency. So thank you very much.
Testing, testing. Yep. Works. Welcome everyone to the insurance event this afternoon at the Food Systems Pavilion. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. You can hear me. Up, louder, much louder. How about that? Okay, I'm gonna have to lean and I'll look pretty awkward, but that's because I'm too tall for this mic. And lower now. More volume. Okay. Any more volume from the sound? Any more volume? Great, okay. Nice to meet you all. Good afternoon. My name is John Mundy. I'm the head of climate finance and technology for One Acre Fund, who you'll hear lots more about in our pre-recorded videos, which I'm just going to tee up. But firstly, I just wanted to say, I think this might be, it's a very big agenda, but it might be the only insurance event dedicated to smallholder farmer insurance products at the whole of COP27. So thank you all for taking an interest in that. And why do we think that's so important to highlight today? Well, 80% of the global South's food is supplied by smallholder farmers, 600 million farmers, and they are the most climate vulnerable population on Earth. And so if we don't protect them fully with insurance products, then they're really at risk, and the food supply and the food system at whole is at risk from the threat of climate change. So we think this is a super important topic. But also COP27 is the implementation COP. And what we want to talk about today is how do you implement insurance products with smallholder farmers, and what does it take to really broaden the coverage so that we don't have just 20% smallholder farmers covered by insurance today. We have 100% of smallholder farmers covered by insurance today. So we're going to have two pre-recorded videos from two of the best implementers in the business, Pula and One Acre Fund. And then we're going to have a panel, and I'll bring the panelists up on stage after those videos. So maybe with that, we can roll the first video, which is Pula.
Hi, my name is Rose Goslinger, and I'm the co-founder and president at Pula. And thank you so much for having me here today at this panel. Often presentations like these will start with a picture of a farmer. These days, it's pretty much always a woman. She's always smiling, and she's often holding a mobile phone. But to be honest, we sell insurance, so the looks and pictures of farmers that we're likely to put on this slide, if we're honest, actually look more than like the picture you're seeing here. Smallholder farmers don't trust insurance companies. They think, I've managed all these years, why would I spend money on insurance? Or they think, and this is the best case scenario, let me wait and see what will happen, let somebody else try this first. And so at the same time, farmers really have a lot of risk. In 2020, there were floods in Nigeria in the north that destroyed crop and livestock. Let me just show you this short video. The image is pretty dramatic, but it's unfortunately very common. So this happened in 2020, but a month ago, this happened again in Nigeria, across the northern states. At the same time, I think we've all seen the images of Pakistan and the floods that flooded over 1/3 of the country. At the same time, in 2020, 2 years ago, the south of the country had droughts. So people ask me often, can you actually insure against this risk? At Pula, we have pioneered crop insurance through yield and weather index insurance covering droughts, floods, locusts, cyclones, pests, and diseases, covering over 22 crops across 16 African markets, and more recently we've expanded to Pakistan and Bangladesh. We've reached over 6.5 million smallholder farmers. We don't do this alone, we work in partnership. We have over 100 distribution partners on the supply side, bringing the farmers. On the other hand, we work together with 67 insurers and 22 reinsurers. We have generated for those partners over $40 million worth of premium and made sure that over $20 million in claims were paid to farmers. And we do this as a for-profit. We have received over $10 million of VC blue chip investors. Why do we do this? Why don't insurance companies do this? Well, let me start from the beginning, right? As mentioned, a farmer needs insurance, but has limited interest to buy it for him or herself. So we have to generate demand. Investors, lenders are often unable to find the right or affordable type of insurance products. Government have limited experience and struggle to set efficient policies. And NGOs and development agencies struggle similarly. Input providers, traders are exposed to risk but can't find the right products. On the supply side, you have insurance companies. They lack technical capacity to develop agriculture insurance products. At the same time, they don't have the global scale to diversify this risk. The capital requirements set by the regulator limit them from investing across borders, just inside borders. At the same time, reinsurance companies have the technical capacities, but are not in the country, so they're too far removed from the problem. By solving and bringing together, working on one side with the demand side partners, as well as the supply side partners, we've been able to actually generate and build products. To give you some examples, we work together with the Zambian government. Seven every 10 farmers in Zambia have our products. In Nigeria, with the central bank, we reach on average between 300 to 600,000 farmers a year. Similarly, we work with the Kenyan, Zimbabwean, and Mozambican government. But we also work with development agencies. People like the World Food Program and IFAD have really pioneered this. And we work with WFP, I think, in 7 countries, and IFAD in 5 countries, bundling insurance with the products and investments that they make. And finally, we see that the private sector, with agri-techs like Apollo, Afex, and agribusinesses like Olam, are great aggregators for these kind of products. So our product, which we've designed for this, is a pretty unique product, and it makes us quite different. We have a yield index that was considered unscalable in 2015 because it required for people to get their boots dirty or muddy, so to say. I think people in this sector and development space often like some kind of silver bullet, a lot of technology, and we do certainly use technology, but we found that physical field agents are really key. So we have at any point in time between 400 to 700 fully digitized agents who execute rote tasks. They harvest for us. They are familiar to the area, and you see here kind of the app that they use. We equip them with digital weighing scales that will actually measure the yields. Our centralized data quality control will actually see and measure or get in all this data, check if everything is correct, check for any kind of fraud issues, any kind of errors in there, and bring that data on an automatic basis to our reinsurers, who can then see, and insurers who can then see whether and how much to pay. At the same time, we've built software and technology that enables for insurers and reinsurance companies to price and understand our products and underwrite them. Our Pula insurance engine is used by 68 national insurers, 22 global reinsurers. Our commercial managers use our pricing engine and can sit and price directly with our clients, with our actuaries, who are then able to bring that kind of like that product to an insurer and reinsurance market, who can then underwrite based on this platform. Now, what does it take to scale this up? I like to think about this as the S word. What does the S word stand for? Subsidies. Because in our sector and space, subsidies are always seen as kind of a dirty word, but I think they can be really powerful. And at the same time, I think we should be realistic about how insurance products have really worked and scaled in global markets. There are 195 countries in the world. 104 of them have agriculture insurance programs. Most of these are high-income countries. 85% of these 104 countries subsidize premiums for an average value of 68%. Only 4 out of 54 African countries so far do this. And we think if we're serious about climate adaptation, this is a low-hanging fruit. Enable smallholder farmers to adapt to climate change that they had no contribution in causing.
We've seen this work. Premium subsidies initially financed by donors with a national contribution increasing over time. Because no doubt, sustainability here is for these kind of products to become part of national policy and national budgets. I'll just give you an example of how we did this in one of our markets. In one of our markets, we started with a donor contribution from Mercy Corps of about, I think about $120,000, insured 30,000 farmers. And this year, this program is likely to scale with a national budget to 1 million farmers and an investment of over $5 million. You know, it's those kind of accelerated scale up, accelerated, I would say, in a nice word to put it, catalyzing premium subsidies that we think are key for this market to grow and for more farmers to access the insurance that they so sorely need. Thank you. If you want to get in touch, this is my email. Thanks so much. And thanks so much to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Bye.
Hey, COP27. My name is Johannes, and I lead the climate resilience and insurance work at One Acre Fund. Thank you all so much for joining our session today and your interest in our work. It means a lot to us. One Acre Fund provides agricultural inputs like fertilizer and seeds to smallholder farmers in sub-Saharan Africa. We are a social enterprise, and our focus is to increase food security and well-being of the farmers we serve. Since we first began offering basic loan forgiveness more than a decade ago, the role of insurance in our work has grown, and we now provide coverage to over 1.3 million smallholder farmers across 5 countries. But we see also distinct challenges that need to be addressed to actually use insurance as a climate adaptation and resilience mechanism. And the point that I want you to take away today is that although the industry has reached impressive scale in sub-Saharan Africa, we have a lot more to do to generate meaningful impact. That is, how do we ensure insurance actually builds resilience of the world's most climate vulnerable farmers? And at One Acre Fund, we want to especially improve the accuracy and the value of our insurance to ensure this impact. Today in East Africa, there's almost no access to individualized insurance products that reflect what happens in each smallholder's field. The products that are available today consider large geographic areas like districts or provinces when assessing damages. As Rose mentioned, this is mostly because gathering data in remote locations is tremendously difficult. It's expensive and time-consuming. To illustrate what this means for an individual, imagine if the only insurance product available to protect your home required that a majority of houses in your city had at least the same amount of damage as your house. Imagine a hurricane hits your community. Some houses will be flooded, some will have their roofs torn off, and others may have minimal damage. That means that if enough people in your city got lucky, but you did not, you may not have protection and get nothing, no payouts. Would you buy an insurance policy like that? Probably not. And this is what we hear from our farmers as well. Why should I buy insurance that only pays out if all villages in my province also have bad yields? This leads to mistrust and undermines the ultimate purpose of providing safety nets and climate resilience to extremely vulnerable communities. This brings me to the next challenge. Even if we achieved more accuracy in payouts, would farmers be able to afford the insurance products? Now, Rose showed a fantastic graphic of global subsidy schemes and the gap in Africa. We at One Acre Fund fully believe that without subsidization, we will not see large-scale adoption of impactful insurance products. Subsidy is sometimes perceived as a bad word because it's a politically sensitive issue in richer countries. However, ask yourselves, if indeed all successful crop insurance schemes in the world are so heavily subsidized, how can we expect African smallholder farmers to pay market rate while no one else has to? If American corn farmers can't afford crop insurance on their own, why do we think that some of the poorest farmers in the world can? Subsidies are not a political issue, but a climate justice issue. So how much subsidy is needed? There seems to be a consensus that insurance products contribute to climate resilience. But once we dig deeper, we find that no one knows exactly how much subsidy is needed, because there's no common understanding of what it means to achieve meaningful and sufficient coverage. It is actually quite hard to say what sufficient coverage really means. Are there specific thresholds of resilience or food security below which farmers are completely knocked off their feet? No one really knows how to answer this question. So starting in 2023, One Acre Fund will work with the IFC and Milliman on a long-term initiative to understand the impact of different levels of insurance coverage and subsidy on farmer resilience, and to define what sufficient coverage means and how much subsidy is really needed. We believe this will be a landmark study that can transform future policy and programs across the African continent. The final big challenge is this. We see a disconnect between the interests and needs of smallholder farmers and the way the insurance market is structured today. It is really hard for all private parties involved to reconcile the profit motives and financial measures of success with the realities of subsistence farming, which by definition is not about profit, but about survival. There are no players in this industry who measure their success by building the resilience of smallholder households instead of profit or scale of their programs. One Acre Fund, IFC, and Willis Towers Watson have put our heads together, and we came up with a solution to address these market failures. We would like to establish a farmer-centric reinsurance capacity, a climate risk and resilience captive fund. This fund will operate as a social enterprise that works on the margins of profitability and funnels profits from insurance back to farmers. I would like to also recognize the Syngenta Foundation, who initially prompted us to explore this possibility. Again, to us, this is a climate justice issue. We want to create a facility embedded in the insurance markets that is open to investors and donors bringing money from the global north to the global south to have the biggest possible impact on the lives of smallholders. We want this to be a real option for investing in climate change adaptation and risk mitigation for smallholders. We also hope to rethink subsidies. In our conversations with donors, we often get stuck at the same point. If there are no payouts for a few seasons back to back, most of the money spent on subsidizing premiums will not make it into the farmers' pockets, but rather stay with brokers, insurers, and reinsurers. With the facility we will build, we want to be able to promise that subsidies will always find their way to farmers in the long run, because we will not retain profits from those subsidies. Up to 3 million farmers that One Acre Fund will serve by 2025 could be the first to see that impact. However, the long-term objective is to open this facility to farmers outside of One Acre Fund as well. We want to provide a real option for impactful and climate-smart underwriting for local African insurance companies and other businesses too. This captive facility is a major step we're taking to transform the industry, a goal I know many co-panelists are also working towards in their own way. And if we want crop insurance to really transform the lives of farmers, we need pretty radical solutions. As we make these improvements, we believe it's critical to include farmers in the design process. Insurance products need to reflect the needs and the interests of farmers first. If not, we'll continue to see only reports of the number of farmers covered rather than meaningful improvements in the climate change adaptation and farmer resilience. If you have any questions around our new captive facility or other work we're doing, feel free to reach out to me or anyone else in the One Acre Fund team. Have a great time at COP27.
Thank you so much to Johannes and Rose. They may be watching on the live stream, so I did want to say thank you to them for those wonderful presentations. And I would like to welcome our panelists for today. We have Scott Onder, who's the Chief Investment Officer at Mercy Corps Ventures, one of the investors in Pula, so I'm hoping he can stand in if you have any complicated questions about their model, but many other topics as well. We have Simon Young, who's really a pioneer of many insurance models with Willis Towers Watson, a senior director there, but also deeply involved in the creation of the African Risk Capacity Network. And then we have Lisa Uwizimana, who is from the One Acre Fund Rwanda Impact Team, leads that impact team with our field operations staff, and will be speaking to the experience at One Acre Fund Rwanda. So, and again, I'm the manager of our climate finance and technology partnerships at One Acre Fund, but hopefully I'm playing a neutral moderator role so that we're not trying to push One Acre Fund too hard on you today, I hope. Anyway, so we'll do about 15 minutes of structured Q&A with the panelists, and then I hope we can also do audience Q&A today as well, because I'm sure you have some questions about insurance. But Lisa, I wanted to turn to you first, partly because we just had some very interesting presentations from Pula and One Acre Fund about how to implement insurance, the global perspective of what we need as institutions, and we also have these experts with us from the financial industry. But I wonder, just thinking and grounding us in the smallholder farmer perspective in Rwanda, how do you view climate resilience with our farmers, with our staff, and what you do every day at One Acre Fund?
Yeah, thanks, John. I hope you can all hear me. Yeah, my name is Lisa Uwizeyimana. I am the Field Operations Impact Strategy Lead at One Acre Fund. And it's just great to be here to be able to talk about smallholder farmer resilience in Rwanda and our work that we're doing. So we proudly serve 900,000 smallholder farmers in Rwanda. And I just wanted to start by us reflecting on what it means to be a smallholder farmer in Rwanda. And if you're a smallholder farmer, you probably have a small land size of less than 1.5 acres. You have an annual income of less than $500, which equates to something like $40 a month. You have a large family size of more than 5 children or 5 or more. And you're growing a variety of crops, probably beans, maize, and some tuber like cassava or sweet potato. And what we've seen also is that with our smallholder farmers, is that majority of them are only living on agriculture. So that's their main livelihood stream. And looking at all of this and the smallholder farmers that we have, as a farmer, you're not really able to absorb the shocks, any external shock that will come to you. And the farmers we're talking about are already poor and vulnerable. We're not talking about wealthy farmers who have it all figured out and they just need a little push. These are farmers who really most times are not able to weather any external shocks. So any unexpected event that they face is very likely to push them over the edge. And they're probably not going to be able to prioritize things like health insurance and school fees in order to cater for any urgent need. So in the context of climate change is only worsening this lack of resilience that farmers have and is making it worse. We just seen a video from Rose at Pula that shows flooding that farmers in Nigeria experienced. And we're seeing similar things in Rwanda, especially with droughts. Droughts are becoming more prevalent. Our recent data showed us that 60% of our farmers reported that their yield decreased as a result of droughts. And just to put this into numbers, most farmers experienced a 160 kilogram reduction in their yield per acre. And this means $12 per farmer. And if you compare with their annual income, you can see how that is significant. So as we go, we are really constantly seeing how resilience is very important to farmers and why we need to really invest in farmer insurance. And I just want to end by sharing 2 reasons why I think farmer insurance is really key. The first one being that insurance will allow farmers or allows farmers to be able to weather risks and to put food on the table. So the first one is about food security. It's ensuring that farmers are actually able to put food on the table, even in the case of extreme events. The second one is related to behavior change, which is a big part of what we do at One Acre Fund, and what I do is helping farmers adopt good agricultural practices to be able to increase their yield. So we see insurance being very linked to farmers' ability to actually adopt these practices that will help them to adapt better to climate change. So when we talk of things like conservation agriculture, soil management techniques, pest and disease management, these are all things that require an investment from the farmer side. And if farmers don't feel that they are insured and assured that if they invest in these adaptation techniques, they're going to be able to make that return on the investment, they're not likely to adopt these techniques and change the behaviors of the traditional way of farming. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. So farmers are already being impacted by climate change. We know that we have innovators in the space distributing insurance, distributing products to help adapt to climate change. But it feels like, Simon, something's broken in the global financial system. Maybe the structures aren't in place, maybe the funding isn't in place. I wonder, from your view, as one of the biggest advisory, if not the biggest advisory firm in the world covering insurance, how do you view this global system, and why aren't more smallholder farmers being protected by insurance today?
Thanks for the opportunity, John. I mean, straight into the answer. There's a big disconnect with what's happening on the ground and how that fits into how we manage climate risk globally in the insurance system. And about 10 years ago, I did a review for the World Bank on the potential pathway of development of the African insurance marketplace. And in the research for that, I found that the industrialized North insurance penetration increased with GDP. And that was, industrialization required that to protect the factories from fire, actually, and then the ships from the transport. And that's the foundation of the global insurance industry. Economic development in Africa is not going that route, which is why we don't see penetration of insurance. And climate insurance is not the same as motor insurance or house insurance, where we come from in England, where you don't have hurricanes, you don't have droughts that are going to impact on your business. So we don't have those risks that are going to impact on the whole community, even the whole country, all at the same time. Those risks are much more difficult to manage, and you have to actually access the global insurance marketplace to be able to manage those effectively. And Rose mentioned regulation around how much capital insurance companies have to hold. So a local insurance company insuring a lot of farmers in an African country, all of those farmers are going to potentially get affected by a single drought. And so that insurance company would have to hold a lot of capital to be able to pay all of those claims. It can't do that. It can't afford to do that because it would make the premiums even more expensive than they already are. So we have to find a way of passing that risk off into the international marketplace without spending too much money on doing that, because we're trying to get the premiums down to as low as possible. I think what we did with the African risk capacity was to unlock that risk capacity at a very good price. But that was in parametric form, which I won't go into the details, but that relies on rainfall data for drought. But it isn't able to capture what's happening on the ground for individual farmers. So we have to link what's happening with the individual farmers up into this, convert that into this parametric form, and then we can get good, then it can enter the global risk markets at a very good rate. So we have ways to get premium down to, for an individual farmer, down to what we think is a kind of a floor of what that's going to cost. But that floor is still too expensive for farmers. And so that's where as we would call it, premium financing now. We've come on from calling it subsidy, although it's called subsidy as I think Rose pointed out, in 85% of the global agricultural insurance marketplaces. That subsidy is an investment by the government generally in social protection, in food security, also in maintaining rural livelihoods, so to try and prevent urbanization. So, and when we started doing indexed insurance in Africa, we thought, oh, this is something that the farmers will be able to pay for. Of course they can't. They shouldn't be expected to. The government would normally need to step in anyway. in a climate justice sense, though, why are the farmers, why are the governments paying? It should be the polluters that are paying for the climate risks. So we absolutely see that premium financing is got to be a key part of unlocking this marketplace. I think what we need to keep an eye on, though, is that those subsidies don't, as Johannes said, don't end up in the pockets of the insurance and reinsurance industry. So we have to keep the marketplace honest, but also provide farmers with the ability to be insured and to take on some of that insurance gradually themselves and share it with the governments as well. So I think that's the way forward. And the captive that you mentioned, that is a tool for One Acre Fund to be that bridge. It is able to access the global markets at one side, and then it's able to support local systems, local insurers, right directly. So it's a way of aggregating all of this stuff into a single vehicle, which can see both sides of it and therefore bring efficiencies into the system.
Great, thank you, Simon. So we must have public investment. We must structure it correctly. We have ideas on the table to do it. But moving to you quickly, Scott, on Insure Tech and what you do at Mercy Corps Ventures, a lot of people in our sector see technology as a silver bullet. You saw Pula there have deployed a really interesting digitized field force to manage their data collection efforts. How much do you invest in the vanguard of Insure Tech, and how much do you think that will go to solving some of these distribution side problems that we're obviously facing in getting more insurance in the hands of smallholder farmers?
Yeah, great. Thanks for having me, first of all. Wonderful to be here with you all. Really appreciate the conversation and the videos so far. I'm Scott Onder. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Mercy Corps, where I set the global strategy for impact investing, innovative finance, Web3, and our partnerships with tech ventures globally. We founded a venture capital... Oh, okay. I helped found Mercy Corps Ventures, which is our impact venture capital fund. And we invest in high-impact, highly scalable technology companies that are pursuing climate adaptation and resilience solutions. And we're focused on frontier and emerging markets and focused also on addressing the gap in financing for female-founded companies. So over half of our portfolio is founded by women, and we also invest with a gender lens in the sense that we work with companies to help them tailor their products and services to women, their distribution approaches to drive uptake and so forth among women. Why climate adaptation? Well, we're seeing that increasingly there's a gap in climate adaptation financing. The communities and countries that are impacted most by climate change also receive the least amount of financing for adaptation. And so we are trying to fill that gap, investing in adaptive agriculture and food systems, emerging fintech models, and climate smart systems and solutions. InsurTech is a big component of that. We're also a thesis-driven investor, which means that we are anticipating emerging technology trends and innovation, which I think is going to get to kind of my response to your question. We are seeing 4 big mega trends occurring, and at the convergence of AI-powered data analytics, decentralized Web3 technologies, increasing mobile internet affordability and penetration, and modular kind of embedded fintech models. We're really excited to see these climate adaptation solutions emerging. But I think I would add a level of nuance here in that the innovation that we're looking for straddles the line between digital and analog in a lot of the ways that Rose was just describing. So we're seeing entrepreneurs leveraging these breakthrough technologies, but they're doing so in a way that also involves person-to-person interaction in meaningful ways. And we have the thesis that if companies can increase the resilience of their users, those companies can actually be more resilient themselves in the long run and actually scale more substantially. And so what are some ways that we're seeing that happen in the InsurTech space? Again, I think there's 4 or 5 different approaches that we're seeing entrepreneurs like Rose and One Acre Fund leverage technology, but also in an analog way, bring it to real farmers. So distribution has always been one of the biggest challenges around insurance. And as Rose and One Acre Fund are doing, they are layering their insurance into existing distribution channels. And they're doing that by creating a lot of value for their channel partners. And so they might do that in a way where insurance is making another business's products stickier. So it could be a seed company that wants to distribute more seeds, and the enhancement of having an insurance policy along with those seeds are going to make farmers not only more likely to use it, but more likely to stay with that brand of seeds in the long run. Insurtech companies can provide data and insights to their channel partners. They can provide all sorts of enhancements related to just the way that the farmers are being engaged by different sectors, different players in the value chain. Another area that we're really excited about, which I referred to earlier, is called embedded insurance. So how can you embed insurance either digitally through, it could be APIs or, composable smart contracts, or it could be analog. How can you embed insurance like One Acre Fund is doing alongside a bundle of other products, from inputs to credit to farmer capability training, for instance. Those are all quite essential. We're seeing automation happen throughout the insurance process, from origination to underwriting to claims processing to payouts. One thing that we're excited about currently is seeing how blockchain technologies and smart contracts in particular can automate insurance payouts to farmers. We've been running pilots with Acre Africa, another index insurance provider on the continent, and we're able to bring down the average time for payouts from, I think, an industry average of like 26, 27 days, all the way down to just minutes. And by automating it, you're also increasing the amount of payouts that the farmers are receiving by over 25%. So really pleased to see that. They're expanding it throughout their user base right now. And then lastly, I wanted to kind of highlight, I'd say, education and farming capability and financial capability, and how that can be woven into the customer journey and the user experience. And that can happen digitally through the UX of a mobile app, but it can also be done in an analog way, like Rose was describing, where you have a field force of agents that both use smartphones, but also engage face-to-face with farmers to build trust and train and so forth. So weaving education and kind of intuitive approaches to training into the UX, the user experience, and the customer journey are all areas of innovation that we're seeing that leverage both kind of the digital and analog worlds. So maybe I'll pause there. We can open up for conversation.
Thanks. Pass the microphone. This is fun. So we only have about 4 minutes of time, but I would like to open up to questions. Typically, a question is a short phrase with a slight inflection point at the end and a question mark. So try and withhold paragraphs. I would like to ideally get 2 questions, and if we could ask them at the same time, we'll try and answer them and then wrap up the session. I think we've got 2 right there. Sorry, they were too quick. They were too quick. The gentleman in the white t-shirt, polo shirt, and the lady with the nice glasses. Yes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Sure. So my name is John from Action Against Hunger. A very interesting concept. 2 questions. One on valuations. When the insurance companies are coming to do evaluation to know the level of insurance that they're going to offer. And then the other bit is on the litigation process. Sometimes insurance companies also some guys can play, cat and mouse games. So in terms of litigation, protecting the farmers, I will be interested to hear from that angle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And then the next lady.
So I had 3 questions, but I'm only going to pick one.
Thank you. And if you could speak closer to the microphone.
I'm really interested to hear from the full panel on, as you mentioned earlier, there's been a lot of startups that are working on alternative risk assessment matrices and targeting insurance companies specifically. I work with at least 6 of them. So I'm really interested to know from your perspective, what are some of the main risk assessment criteria that really matter outside of what we're able to collect from satellite imagery and things like that. As insurers, and also as implementers, what are some of the most critical, let's say, pieces of data that are important to be populating if we're talking about deep data aspects, and also how do you go around the cash collection process in areas where the digital infrastructure may not be as mature?
Fantastic, thank you. So we have a question about evaluations, about the claims process, and then about data and remote sensing, and you'll have about 30 seconds to answer all of that in one answer. So Scott, do you want to kick off since you've got a mic?
Sure. Well, yeah, those are a lot of questions to try to get to in just a few minutes, but I'd say that these are areas where companies are having to take analog approaches to assessing losses, for instance, with crop cutting. I think Rose was referring to that within the video. Actually weighing harvests and harvest losses in person, but using mobile phones to do that in a more optimized way. I think we're excited to see the way that alternative data sets are being utilized, certainly, from like remote sensing, data analytics, to a number of different perils. So we've seen companies in our portfolio do that around flood risk analytics, but they're also comparing those data streams with real world observations as well. So it might be satellite imagery observations, or it might be people on the ground, sensors, and so forth. And so I think it's important that you're not only using kind of index triggers that can be done in a remote way, but you're also doing real world observations at the ground level, at the community level as well. But yeah, would you guys like to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add on the satellite imagery, etc., remotely sensed data. We're actually seeing crowdsourced data as well coming in on the flood side, WhatsApp chats and Twitter feeds and that sort of thing. So, and all getting integrated in real time through AI. So I think we've seen a lot of advances. We also have daily 3-meter resolution imagery now from these microsats, like companies like Planet. So I've been in the remote sensing space for 25 years, and it's accelerating faster and faster. So I think that's going to really help. But we'll always have to benchmark with actual data on the ground, and I think we're getting better at doing that. But we still need that ground data. And for all of those 25 years, I've been advocating for getting data on the ground of the raw physical characteristics of what's going on with the climate, and I still think we're very, very short of that. So there is always going to be a gap, and I think the technology is starting to fill it in, but there is always going to be that issue with what's happening right at the ground level. And of course, if you're a smallholder farmer with no assets, you can't retain any risk, and so there's no wiggle room there. We need to get it right at the ground level. So I think one of the things I didn't say about the captive was that actually gives you the ability to financially fill in some of those gaps, actually. Strategically, if you can't get the insurance product to cover everything, you can get it to cover 85-90% cheaply, then you can fill in that other bit.
Sorry, Lisa, I've just seen the red sign. That's very scary. It says time over, and the men have hogged the microphone. So shame on you, Simon and Scott. But we're all going to be here if you have any questions. And I'll just wrap up very quickly and say, we had a report out this weekend at the launch of this Food Systems Pavilion. Patty Fong said only 3% of public climate finance is going to the food system. Only 1.7% from the Climate Policy Initiative is going to agriculture and land use, and only 0.3% is going to smallholder farmers globally. So at this COP, I think the call to action from this panel is we have the solutions, we have the ideas, we just need the public finance. Thank you very much.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Jabisi. How are you?
Yes.
All right. I think. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Long day thus far here in Sharm el Sheikh. So, thank you for the stamina, and thank you for staying with us. So this is our session on finding bridges between finance and development cooperation for the transformation of food systems. So a hugely important session, a session very close to my heart because my organization SNV, we are heavily involved in partnership with FMO and others. The objectives of the session are to identify best practices around blended finance to support the sustainability of food systems, yeah? And we really want a focus on improving access to finance for local food systems actors, yeah? Some key facts for us: despite the climate change urgency or the climate crisis urgency and high-level commitments at COP26, climate finance for agri-SMEs is really yet to emerge. Only around 4%, so US dollars about 700 million, went to value chain actors in non-OECD countries, and that's obviously a relatively tiny amount. There's a massive financial gap for pre-seed funding, which requires early stage support, and the missing middle is estimated at 65 billion across sub-Saharan Africa. Currently, most finance is not through banks, but companies and informal networks. So I could go on, but the scale of needs are huge, and we know we are falling still considerably short in terms of the levels and types of financing that we need. I'm delighted to be here in my capacity as the CEO of SNV, but I'm also equally delighted to be here representing the Practitioners Network, so a network of 23 of the largest development actors from within EU member states, 17 of those member states. And it's through that network, through the Practitioners Network, that we have been able to support a study by the ECDPM within the European think tank group, and through financing from the Practitioners Network, we've recently been able to support this study into conducting 8 assessments of blended finance, what the successes have been thus far, what the barriers are, what the challenges are, and what more can be done. So with that framing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite up Francesco Rampa from the ECDPM to give us some highlights of that study. Over to you, Francesco, and welcome.
Well, thanks a lot. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yes, thanks a lot. We can go to the next slide. In fact, ECDPM has been looking at the 2 objectives just mentioned today by Simon. If you go to the next slide, and we have actually 2 studies to try and understand both. I can do that myself, thank you. Both how you can actually better coordinate amongst donor and the finance institutions, but also what concretely on the ground can facilitate access to finance. Because as Simon said, the issue is not only there's a funding gap, but when there is funding, it doesn't reach ultimately the smallholder farmers who receive 1.7% of global climate finance, but provide 30% of global food. So there's a bit of a gap there. Now, what did we find on how the donor community and the development finance institution and private banks can better work together, including, this is a study we conducted for the practitioner networks. There's a lot of case studies. I have very little time to explain, so I'll concentrate only on a few lessons, but there are case studies, including on the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, and we will hear more of that later. For example, it's absolutely crucial that the donor community becomes honest and humble and starts with small ambitions, coordinate very specifically operationally on a very targeted objective, and then possibly scaling it up. These are of all the case studies we did, the conditions for the cooperation and the complementarity between the donor community and the finance community to work better together. Very, very importantly, we also found out that things tend to work where the donors aren't necessarily in the driving seat, but they let the operation and the practicalities be led by the other stakeholders. Of course, they contribute to the governance, but they shouldn't be exaggerating in the role they want to play at the level of driving decisions. Also, very, very crucially, we need to take a trial and error approach. Things have worked well when innovation, piloting, a bit of creative approach, forget a bit about too much risk aversion. That's where you really test on the ground what works, and then those ideas, those pilots can definitely be scaled up. Another very important lesson, and here it comes crucially the issue of adaptation. Things work well where you take a long-term approach. I know that from a private bank perspective is not easy, but the issue is that adaptation, if you look in the very short term, at a micro level, it may sound only as a cost. And that's a bit how, unfortunately, banks look at it. But the truth is that if you take into account a longer-term perspective and the full spectrum of benefits that adaptation can give you, that becomes a very smart investment as not only a cost. And that's what happens in financing adaptation. Importantly, and that's what crucially is the example of the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, is partnering with local stakeholders through SMV, WWF. That's where you partner with the local NGOs, where you reach the SMEs on the ground, where you involve in the conversation. That's where you fill the gap of the big finance institution and the big donors who don't have an antenna on the ground. It's only when you get to the local people who really know what to do and you really involve them from the start into the project. That's where things work. And then I won't finish them all, but one last very important one that emerges in particular in the case of the Dutch Diamond and the Dutch actors working together on this thing is really reach out once you have a good case study, once you have a good idea, reach out to other donors, other finance institutions, because there is a fragmentation of development finance. A lot of the different donors had the same good idea and wanted to launch their own blended finance initiative, but it's when they coalesce around one good idea, say in a Team Europe approach, that's when things work very well. Now, interestingly enough, another work that we did for a couple of years was on the other, instead of looking at what European donors and finance institutions can do, is rather look bottom up, what in 4 African countries were the bottlenecks to stimulating blended finance in sustainable food system, and interestingly, very similar lessons were learned. First of all, if you look at the 3 crucial systemic lessons, things tend to work when blended finance is actually a tool to implement a 3-pronged approach. You need policy, change the ecosystem. If you don't get the good policies on the ground, no money will actually achieve its objective. And in particular, change your agricultural finance policy. It needs to be very explicit at targeting smallholder farmers. Secondly, there's a whole series of instruments, not only blended finance, they need to be coordinated, private, public, and blended finance. Blended finance alone is not enough. Third, you must think of multi-stakeholder platforms. All of the good things that SMV and others are doing is because basically they are platforms. They get to the people on the ground, maybe a national platform around the value chain, but also a county-level platform, community-based platform that keep connecting and keep involving multi-stakeholders in talking about why finance, what for, monitoring it. We can discuss today. What is very difficult to finance agriculture is that risk, return, and impact are not balanced. Banks tend to think of return and the risk. But if you think long-term and adaptation and you take the good value chains, not only, yeah, you look maybe the return is a bit little at the beginning in the short term, but definitely you reduce the risk if you think long-term. Think of vegetables, and African indigenous vegetables, one of our case studies. By reinserting nutrients on the ground, that's where you increase the possibility that your business continues, reduce the impact of failure of your business. And then lastly, impact. Think of impact, women empowerment, gender empowerment. These are all things that you need to put into the mix. That's where rate, return, and impact becomes balanced. Looking specifically at blended finance, you need to make blended finance closer to the smallholder. We need the ticket size to be reduced. That's one of the problems. They are too big to reach smallholders. You need a flexible interest rate. Maybe look year by year at making the interest rate a bit balanced depending on how really business goes. And very importantly, try to make also the interest of all of the stakeholders together and make flexible also the repayment schedules, because the banking system doesn't necessarily think of a repayment schedule in the way the farmers think about it. So if you mix all of this, that's actually where finance can actually work. And never forget capacity building, technical assistance for bankable projects, for cooperatives to really attract banks is very important. I could say much more, but I want to stop there. And I have put here some publication that summarize the information. Thanks.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Francesco. And of course, those studies are available on the Practitioners Network website or indeed through ECDPM. I'm delighted to have a distinguished panel with us this afternoon here in Sharm el-Sheikh and online. So sitting next to me is Dr. Martin Fregene, Director of Agriculture and Agroforestry at the African Development Bank. Welcome to you, sir. Online we have Dr. Debisi Araba from Imperial College London, Visiting Fellow at the Centre for Environmental Policy. And then at the end we have my increasingly good friend, if I may, Peter Nel Bugard, who's the Director, Agribusiness, Food and Water at FMO. Great to have you with us. So starting with you, Peter Nel. SNV and FMO, we're working together. We're delighted with the partnership we have on the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. We're proud of the impacts that we are contributing to. But we know, don't we, that coordination between donors, implementing agencies and DFIs is a complex endeavor. What do you see as the main challenges and what are the key lessons learned so that we can scale these types of collaborations?
Thanks. Indeed, I think first of all DFCD is quite unique in terms of blended finance because it's not only managing a fund that was provided by the Dutch government, but it's also bringing together three organizations that haven't worked together like this before. Because what do? SMV and WWF are provided with funds to originate smaller transactions, something that FMO cannot do. FMO normally targets larger transactions, larger projects, larger companies for several reasons. But what we do not have is local presence, local knowledge. And that is what SMV in particular provides. And WWF, of course, is the champion also of biodiversity and nature. Also responsible for identifying smaller projects that eventually should and hopefully graduate into bankability for FMO and in the end commercial parties. So that's unique. I don't think there's another fund that does that in this capacity, and it's really a good example. There are a lot of challenges. First of all, to understand each other, because if you have a very sympathetic project that saves a lot of elephants but doesn't generate cash flow, we as FMO have to say, sorry, it's very sympathetic, but it doesn't generate cash flow, so we can't give it a loan. You have to go somewhere else for this. So try to understand each other's drivers and what is important, and I think you mentioned that that's also what comes across in your study, is very, very important, and a learning process, and I think we're doing that. It took time to understand each other. Also from FMO to understand what is important for SNV, what is important for WWF, and vice versa.
It's past the mic afternoon. So great, and we're on that learning journey together, and I think we recognize that we have so much to learn from one another and the other partners in the mechanism, in the Dutch Fund for Climate Development. How do you think more resilience can be created in the agriculture sector, if I may? And you referenced, you know, the need for a certain ticket size. How can we create more resilience in the sector where oftentimes it's the smaller ticket sizes which are increasingly necessary in those LDCs or more fragile contexts?
Well, there are several ways. You can, first of all, pull together a lot of smaller projects so that you increase the credit need and the financial credit need and make more parties interested. But technology is very important. It's not only money that we want to bring, it's also knowledge and expertise and new technologies, new seeds, irrigation models, to make the farmers especially more resilient against climate change. But it's also things like frost nets for blueberry producers in South Africa, because they are experiencing frost that they've never had before. And I think in general banks are not adverse to finance those things because it reduces the risk. But it's finding the technology to know what you should be doing against these things. It is also a challenge. And that is where we can also play a role by providing technology, research that is available in the developed world.
Terrific, thank you so much. Can I just take, do we have Dr. Debisi Araba online with us?
I'm here, Simon.
Oh, great, you're right behind me. Great, great to have you with us. So we've got the forthcoming Malabo Montpellier panel's 11th report on leveraging climate finance for sustainable and resilient food systems transformation coming up, right? Dr. Debisi, does it include any lessons on blended finance? And is blended finance really reaching the smallholders that it needs to reach?
Well, thank you, Simon. So yes, the 11th report of the Malabo Montpellier panel is focused on leveraging blended finance to pull in the private sector, so getting that public sector investments to pull in private sector funding into the agriculture or agri-food sector. There are lots of lessons that we've included in the report through case studies of what is working in a contextual case-by-case basis across the continent. You will find when you talk about blended finance, you will find different approaches, different mechanisms. I think my dear friend, Dr. Martin Fregenet, is going to talk about one of them, the AAAP that the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation is proposing. Now, blended finance is very nascent. We're still in the early stages of seeing how well it will attract and leverage the public sector investments to attract the private sector financing. But it's our best shot at increasing the quantum of financing into the agri-food sector. And as Peter Nell mentioned, one of the things she talked about was this, the ticket size. And one of the approaches that we think could help address this issue of, and when we say the ticket size, it's just the amount of lending, So a lot of agribusinesses are requesting for financing from the $5,000 to the $50,000 level, whereas you're finding investors looking for $500,000 and above. And so it's easier to facilitate lending at $500,000 and above, but then most of the demand is at the lower level. So one approach that we could do is blend and aggregate or bundle products and services. So we don't necessarily need farmers going to a bank to borrow money for each individual activity. So perhaps you bundle all services as inputs. Say seed comes with the fertilizer, comes with other agrochemicals, comes with mechanization, comes with irrigation. And so it's a bundled product. So you move, shall we say, the magic should be behind the scenes. You move the innovation behind the decisions, and you use those decisions to create incentives for more agribusinesses to demand for financing. It's going to be risky. Francesco talked about, the high risk nature of agriculture lending. It's going to remain high risk. And so what we need is patient capital. And that's why we need the blended mechanisms where you can increase the length of patience that the capital can have between borrowing and returns. Agriculture is a business. We believe that African farmers, if you invest in the right ways, in the right technologies, and the right approaches, can give you commercial returns. And so if you do it right, if we get it right through blended finance, we have one of the biggest shots at ensuring shared prosperity for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So patient capital and de-risking. So vital. And if I can come back to you on on climate finance, I mean, do you really see it as being successful in enabling that transformation into more inclusive and sustainable food systems?
Yes, we're confident that climate finance is creating that enabling environment. As I'm hoping you're going to hear again from other speakers, but I could talk about examples from the private sector. We have Telecom Capital, Clemondial, the Alpha Mundi Foundation, private sector VC funds or funders who are taking on climate financing mechanisms or climate financing approaches and blending private sector, public sector, more patient public sector funding to leverage private sector capital. So we're increasing. It's very, very nascent. As I said, we've got a percentage of a fraction of a percentage of funding going into the agri-food sector at this point. But we think that if we can price these mechanisms and put in other innovations such as the climate smart agriculture risk profiles designed by the International Center for Tropical Agriculture, where you use the science to improve the pricing of risk and improve the quality of decision making, not just for public sector actors, but also private sector, you will see that increase in the flow of funding. For example, in Kenya, we've seen the climate smart agriculture profiles influence the release of $500 million, $500 million in the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Program. So yes, we are bullish on this and we believe it's the way to go.
Great, thank you, and good to hear. Thank you very much. So Martin, I'm keen to touch on two things with you. One is the big word adaptation, yeah? And then the second one is the timescales here, both the need for speed and then the longer term side. On the first one, on adaptation, it's so often seen as a cost. Do you also see that other side of really viable investment?
No, thank you very much. We all know that in most African countries, smallholder farmers suffer disproportionately from the impact of climate change, the droughts, the floods. And so what the bank has been doing is, first and foremost, how do we turn this challenge into a real opportunity to address some of the problems beyond just the impact of climate change that the small farmers are facing? Access to inputs, access to finance, access to advisory services, access to insurance. So what we have done at the bank is three things essentially. The first is, first of all, to understand very well and quantify what the risk is with all these different climate change and also the need for adaptation. So, once you quantify that, then it's easy to look for de-risking mechanisms to be able to handle that. The second thing we have done is what I think you mentioned earlier, technologies, digital technologies, so important. Because small farmers are very dispersed and they often live in areas where it's difficult to get to them, you need a different way to reach them. And that's where digital technologies, advisory services, becomes very, very important. And the last thing is you have to look for a way to, reduce the perception of risk of these farmers by commercial banks. And here, the bank has a lot of de-risking facilities, first loss guarantees. So, in all, we see it as an opportunity, even though it can be a real challenge. But we see adaptation as an opportunity to actually improve access to finance, improve access to inputs, improve access to infrastructure for smallholder farmers. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. And so now to the question of speed and time frame. So how do we get, we all know the urgency, right? So how do we get larger volumes of blended finance through quicker to smallholder farmers, and how do we enable the return periods to be longer, because that's equally necessary?
Okay, I think Francesco mentioned a very important part, that how do you use public resources to leverage private sector resources? I think that's one of the most important things you need to do. And we at the bank, there are three major initiatives we have set up. The first one is what we call the African Catalytic Financing, where we actually provide blended finance to commercial banks. We also provide them to big agribusinesses, and we also provide them to microfinance companies. And for us, if you're going to get to scale and you're going to do it very quickly, you have to use intermediaries. That is why we set up this fund to be able to use intermediaries. And the second thing is also using our concessionary lending. We provide them to central banks, they escrow them, and they actually invite commercial banks to bring deals from smallholder, from SMEs, to be able to at least provide them loans at a lower rate, because it's consumer financing is 2%, 20 years. So those two ways, our fund, our African catalytic financing, and also our ADF, our concessionary financing window, is what we think you can use to very quickly get to speed. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good. Good to hear. Peter, now, we've been here through the day, and we'll be here through into the evening. It's lots of talk, lots of great conversations. How are we going to get the talking and the conversations through into really concrete actions?
That is always a difficult one to answer, such a general questions. First of all, I think a lot is already being initiated. I don't think there's no awareness of what's going on, but I do think a lot of different reactions are there. Some people freeze, some people go in flight mode, and others go into action. That is just the way it is. We have quite some programs as FMO. Apologies, that are quite actionable together with you, but not only that, we also talk to large companies. We also talk to Cargill, Bunge, fertilizer companies, those companies that are sourcing their commodities or that are providing their fertilizers to the smallholders and financing them also. And we're talking to these companies also to take their responsibility to make sure that the farmers get a good price, that they treat them well, that they educate them, that they provide services. And maybe initially they were not keen to do that, but increasingly they are. They have also committed to net zero supply chains and so on. We have to see what that promise is worth, but we can keep them on their toes at least. So I think that is also a way to reach the small farmers, the local banks. We have a program, and that is thanks to the Dutch government in this case, and the EU, I must mention as well, that we can provide guarantees by the EU to de-risk a portfolio of small farmers, amongst others. It was initially also for youth and refugees, but we can now also use it for small farmers. So that takes away the fear of financing agricultural sector. So there's a lot of instruments available, and we are more, and it's not only with us. The Germans have, the French have, the EU has, EBRD has, IFC, so they're all there. So if you're interested, please talk to us, and we can go into action.
Thank you. So there's an invitation to have a conversation. Thank you so much, Peter Nell. And just your point on youth and farming, I heard, I believe the day before yesterday, that the average age of a smallholder farmer is 57 years old. And opportunities for young people to get into farming is, if indeed smallholder farming is seen as a viable business. So thank you for raising that point. Debisi, what would you say? How do we turn the talk into action?
Wow. Thanks, Simon. First, I would like to say we want to get more youth into African agribusiness, not just farming. I think it's the quantum of opportunities beyond the farm is so huge. The opportunities at processing, logistics, transportation, retail, exports, it just boggles the mind, how vast the opportunities are. And I think we're only scratching the surface on what's possible at this point. On how we drive our point home, I just think first is trust the science. That's where it starts. Trust the science, trust the information, trust the data that we're generating. I would like to applaud FMO for collaborating with Ag Funder Africa for the Africa Agri-Food Tech Investment Report. We want to see more of those. We want to see the synthesization of data. Synthesize the data, synthesize the information, and have that presented to decision makers. The second is the science. The science just needs to shine through. So organizations such as the Malabo Montpellier panel will continue to redouble our efforts to ensure that we put together the information that can inform decisions. And we hope that, once you get the information into the right hands, whether it's, the decision makers or you get it into the hands of civil society organizations who can then, put people's feet to the coals and demand for action, then we get this change that we all seek. Over to you, Simon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So trust the science. I love that. Evidence-based is so important, whatever we're doing. Francesco, can I turn to you as well? Would love to hear your points on really how do we turn the rhetoric into concrete actions?
Well, I think connecting to what's been discussed in the green zone, there is a negotiating process to concretize an implementation plan on adaptation, because last year in Glasgow, donors announced they would double adaptation finance, but without specific sectors. So I think the type of messages we heard should influence really the decisions we made in the green room on how do you implement this doubling. And in my opinion, the doubling should be explicitly a share, whatever, 20-30% to food systems transformation, learning from what FMO and the others are doing. So there's quite a lot of lessons, science-based, as from the Malamo panel and others. There's plenty of things. We don't need to invent the wheel. Information is there. Insert it in the COP27 process, so we make effectiveness, we contribute effectiveness to transformation of food systems through the specific plan on how to double adaptation.
Great. So how to double up adaptation. Martin, if I can come to you then. I mean, if I can put you on the spot, tell us about some tools we can use to really enable, doubling, tripling, quadrupling, 10x. How big do we want to go? But what are those tools that we can start to mobilize to enable that scaling?
Okay, well, it's been said, never let a crisis go to waste. And the Ukrainian crisis has really revealed to many African countries that they do have a problem with food supply. There's a declining per capita income, and that has galvanized many nations to come to the bank and say, okay, how do we raise the necessary financing, put in place the key plans, and also bring to the table partners, strong partners, to be able to increase our supply of food, because we are beginning to realize we are reliant on very cheap food coming from the Black Sea region. So one thing the bank has done, we're organizing a big meeting in Dakar next year, and the primary thing we're trying to do is say, okay, we're going to use our own resources, mostly ADF, concessionary resources, as a guarantee for many other bigger investors, both private sector, climate, and green climate funds, to actually come in, to crowd in. So we're actually saying that if you're willing to invest in African agriculture, we'll take a first loss, we'll take a partial credit guarantee, we'll give you all kinds of guarantees to ensure that Africa gets the resources it needs. Because honestly, if you don't do anything now, in another 8 years, it's going to be another big food crisis. And we're going to same thing. Household incomes can no longer cover the food budgets. We're going to have more malnutrition. We can afford it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's do it now then. Let's not wait 8 years. I'm hoping we are able to be joined. No, team here saying no. So I'm going to do my best to summarize some of the key takeaways from that rich conversation. I think, and I'll draw, Francesco, if you'll let me, from the ETTG study as well, the European think tank group. I think there's this area of the importance of originating bankable projects. Certainly through this discussion and through the course of the day, we've heard of a number of, not so nascent anymore, really viable, bankable projects, but we hear often ticket sizes are still a bit too large, and we're hearing a lot of those bankable projects are indeed projects. And we know that in many ways, projectitis or the projectization of so much of development is that barrier to scale. So we need to do more to originate, certainly, larger projects, more appropriate projects in those LDCs and fragile contexts, and then we need to figure out mechanisms to enable those projects to better connect with one another, yeah? So a wider systemic approach. Secondly, there's really the need to anchor these initiatives, investments, and projects within the local context. And we've heard through the course of today a lot of good examples of where that anchoring has taken place. And possibly I would challenge us to recognize that there's more of that anchoring to be done within those local contexts, because the balance between the global and the local still seems to be overly tipped towards the global, and increasingly we need to recognize both the opportunities within local contexts and the importance of enabling those voices from within those contexts to come through. Thirdly, there's that investing in the middle, missing middle through aggregation models, yeah? So there's just a vast tranche of the global population. It's not really even a missing middle, right? It's hundreds of millions of people who are still not getting access to the right volumes of financing in the right scales in the right time frame. So we've had some examples of where we are addressing some of those challenges and we're reducing those gaps, but there's certainly more to do. And then lastly, I think we are seeing, whether it's within the collaboration with FMO and the Dutch Fund for Climate Development or many, many other initiatives, an increased awareness of the wider ecosystem and the importance of collaborating more broadly together. Initiatives such as financing common and more joined upness across development finance institutes. There's momentum being made there, and within the practitioners network we're seeing more intentionality and energy spent on joining the dots between practitioners, development finance institutions, and additionally formal banking institutions as well, and then connecting those official development assistance financing. So we're seeing those things happening, and we're also seeing that now more than ever we need to scale those, and we need to accelerate in that scaling. So those are my takeaways. I hope I got them just about right. I encourage you all online or here in Sharm el Sheikh to take a look at those ECDPM, ETTG studies supported by the Practitioners Network. And it's just left for me to thank our distinguished panelists for an excellent discussion. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Tom, I just want to be sure I'm done. I can log out.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, they won't hear us once we're not on the screen. It's all good.
Excellent. It's unfortunate National Labour couldn't join us. But
we weren't chasing over and back.
But good conversation. I think it was Simon. Took it in his stride and just rolled with it. So. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Test, test. Test. Test, test. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you to this exciting event on climate finance for the sustainable transformation of agriculture and food systems. My name is Felix Steinberg. I'm a technical advisor at the Competence Center for Climate Change at GIZ in the headquarters in Germany, and I will be moderating the session today. I have here a very diverse panel that I will introduce in a little bit and then pose specific questions to all of them. But let me maybe start introducing also the project which is kind of behind the organization of this panel. GIZ is implementing with the funding of BMZ, the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture in Africa, which aims to scale up adoption of organic and agroecological farming practices through a network of 5 knowledge hubs throughout Africa. It has 3 objectives. One is the improvement of access to knowledge on organic agriculture. Second, it's to strengthen the technical and professional capacity of multipliers. And third, it's to foster networking and strengthen relationships in the sector across the continent. This panel has emerged from an understanding that we need to design new financial mechanisms that respond to the needs of local farmers and governments to accelerate the transition to low-carbon, climate-smart agriculture. We are having a panel composed of NGOs, of government, research organizations, international organizations, and also the private sector online. To bring different perspectives on that question, how to mobilize a climate finance for agriculture and food systems. We have heard in a previous session that only 3% of climate finance is currently going to the food sector, so there is a lot to do to increase that. I will now introduce to my left, very left short is Maya Zvakaradze. Forgive my pronunciation. She's the head of the Climate Change Division at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture in Georgia.
To the left of her is Martin Frick. He's a director of the World Food Program in the office in Berlin. To his left is Helmi Abuleish. He's the CEO of Sechem Development Foundation based here in Egypt. And to the very left is Godfrey Grosjean. He's the head of the Alliance for Climate Action Global Advisory Service at the Consultative Group on International Agriculture Research. Without further ado, as we have very little time, I would now move to Helmi. Helmi, Sechem Egypt has been working in implementing farms for climate. It's an innovative approach which combines sustainable investment in small farm carbon credits with a certification process in carbon marketing. Can you please elaborate a bit on what Farms for Climate entails, and how do you see the interest and preparedness of local farmers to be part of such mechanisms? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course I can. And it's pretty obvious we are partners in the Organic Knowledge Hub project. And when we started and asked ourselves, how can we in our country, in our region, help smallholding farmers, all sizes of farms, go to organic, very quickly the question came, how can consumers in our countries, in our region, pay a higher price when they are already at the edge in regard to their incomes? And then came the question, how can we compare organic and conventional? And then we had true cost accounting reports done. And the true cost accounting is saying the same as in every country. If you include the externalized costs, organic is already cheaper, but unfortunately on the shelf it doesn't show. So we thought, how can we internalize some of these externalized costs, in particular the climate ecosystem services of farmers. So we did a prototype on our own farm, and guess what? In Egypt, a farmer can sequester or avoid emissions of up to 20 tons per acre per year. And at any voluntary carbon market price, even a very low one like 20 or 25 euros, then he will generate an income which is above the income he has, or the profit he has from his crop. We prototyped this with the support of this project of the Organic Knowledge Hub over 2 years with 2,000 smallholding farmers in Egypt, and it worked. So these farmers now can sell organic or biodynamic products at the local market for conventional price, and through the agricultural carbon credits, income still have 50% to 100% higher incomes than they had before. So we improved livelihoods. We have provided consumers with healthy food, and we have sequestered 70 or 80,000 tons of CO2 equivalent carbon in trees and soil, or avoided their emission. And this is the reason why we think this could be a lever for a system change. And we are going to go on with, in the next phase, 40,000 farmers, and hope to upscale this to reach the critical mass and support farmers in Egypt to make this transition to sustainable farming and do something for climate change and provide healthy organic food.
Thank you very much, Helmi, for your response. I have to admit I totally forgot to introduce our emission-free participant in the background. Please forgive me, Ursula Flossmann-Kraus. She's Carbon Procurement Manager at the Click Foundation for Climate Protection and Carbon Offset in Switzerland. She's here with us online. She will be arriving, I think, soon to the COP, but today she's participating virtually. In 1 second, I will turn to you, Ursula. First, Maya, I would like to ask you. Maya, as the head of the Climate Change Division in Georgia, You can certainly talk a bit about examples of aligning ambitious climate pledges under the NDCs and carbon credits. Can you elaborate a bit on achievements, but also challenges on the way? And based on that, can you talk a bit about the potential you see for voluntary and compliance carbon markets in the agriculture sector in Georgia in the medium to long term? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I hope you can hear me. Otherwise, okay, great, thanks. Thank you for the question. In Georgia's case, we have very important share of the agricultural sector in the global, in the national emissions, but also it is one of the, I think there's something with the microphone. It's one of the sector. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. Great. Mm-hmm. So the agricultural sector is one of the strategic priority for us in achieving the NDC. We have, for the NDC implementation, actually, we have a climate strategy and action plan, which covers the 7 sectors, including the agricultural sector as the one. However, when it comes to the mitigation measures, the least mitigation measures so far we have in agriculture, unfortunately. But the biggest vulnerabilities and the potential we see that there is. Currently also we are in the process of developing, of engaging with the carbon markets more actively than we were a couple of years ago. We had bilateral agreement with Switzerland and with the government of Japan on Article 6.2 implementation. Currently we already starting the piloting of some sectors. And we are developing the carbon markets, national framework for the carbon markets. Here we see that the carbon markets will help us in increasing our ambitions towards our NDCs, because currently we say that we know how to implement the NDC. And we know, for example, that in the agricultural sector we have several measures which we plan to mitigate the GHG emissions. However, because the measures are really hard to implement, it needs technology, it needs finance, and so on. So the carbon market for us is a tool, especially in the agricultural sector, is a tool to go beyond the NDC target that we have in the agricultural sector, and to really touch that high-hanging fruits for us. This is the agricultural sector, because we don't have actually the low-hanging fruits for the mitigation in the agricultural sector. Therefore, we see that the carbon markets, whether it's voluntary or the government, will be one of the key tools for us to support our ambition increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for explanation. Ursula, Click Foundation acts as a compliance buyer for Switzerland under cooperative approach of Article 6.2. Therefore, mitigation programs must be approved by the Swiss Federal Office for the Environment and the authorities of the host country. Can you talk a bit about the characteristics of the Article 6.2 programs, and also elaborate a bit on the activities that Click Foundation is doing in support of the agricultural sector? Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Felix, for the kind introduction and the question. Very happy to be here, even if only virtually. Good news, though, is that my colleague Jacqueline should be with you in the room anytime soon. She just touched down and should be able to join you for discussion and networking after the event. But certainly I'll be around online for questions. Yeah, to come back to what you just asked, indeed, the Click Foundation is a private foundation that acts as a compliance buyer for Switzerland. And we have a mandate to buy between 20 to 40 million ITMOs that are internationally transferred mitigation outcomes as provided for in the Paris Agreement. And we exclusively work in countries that are partners of Switzerland, have signed a bilateral agreement, as Maya just has explained actually, and Georgia is one of those countries. And to describe you a bit what are the specifics of Article 6.2 programs, these type of programs, they generate emission reductions that are quantified using a defined methodology. And these emission reductions are then sold to us as a compliance buyer through a purchase agreement. And we can sign such offtake or purchase agreements for the entirety of our accrediting period, that is until 2030. And these contracts are bankable and they can help to attract investors and financiers to cover the upfront financing that is sometimes required, or often actually required. And yeah, as already mentioned by Maya, we work with partner countries that have signed a cooperation agreement with Switzerland. It's also important to stress that the programs that we do, they must complement the efforts of partner countries and help them to raise their ambition in fighting climate change. So they need to go beyond what is already underway or planned, so beyond the unconditional part of the NDC, and aim for harvesting the high-hanging fruits as already described. And it's great that actually Maya just spoke before me, because yeah, Georgia is not only one of Switzerland's trusted partners, but it's also a great case because Georgia really exactly defined which part of their NDC target they foresee to achieve domestically and what they want to do with international support, climate or carbon finance. Beyond Georgia, we also have a mandate to work in Senegal, in Ghana, in Morocco, Peru, Thailand, Dominica, Vanuatu, and Ukraine, and soon also in Malawi and Uruguay, and more countries are hopefully to follow. And coming back to your question of what we can support in the agriculture sector, so generally speaking, we are technology open. We can support a wide range of technologies and approaches, and we believe that in the agriculture sector, there's a huge potential to reduce emissions, as one of my predecessors already said. We have a few constraints or few areas that we cannot support, such as natural sinks, for example, programs including afforestation, reforestation, or soil carbon sequestration. So in the agriculture sector, we just need to check case by case what is eligible, but just make it more tangible and give you an idea of what we actually do or what we are looking into it. These are, for example, biofuels, heating, energy systems, or agricultural waste management, solar irrigation, or any type of fuel switch application in the agriculture sector. Then, of course, biogas, also biogas to electricity, or briquettes from agricultural residues and others. We also look into reducing nitrous oxide emission from fertilization, for example. We also look into low methane rice paddy cultivation or feed additives for cattle for low methane dairy, just to give you a bit of a flavor, but we're open to look into new ideas and approaches, and we'll check if they're eligible.
Thank you, Ursula. Can you maybe talk a bit more about what should be done in terms of capacity, institutional development to boost carbon finance in the agriculture sector, also in the context of Article 6 operationalization, based on your experience? Thank you.
Yeah, that's also a great question. Thanks so much, Felix. So we already have a few established methodologies that we can replicate in other geographies. What we really need is, on the one hand, the businesses, the entrepreneurs that are able to design those programs and that have maybe an approach, a technology, a product that needs an additional revenue stream, which we can provide. So we need those ideas and these entrepreneurs, but we also need the host country governments to create the institutional architecture for Article 6. For example, to define what do they want to do on the Article 6.2 track, what do they want to do domestically or with other support mechanisms. We also need the decision-making modalities and process steps. So for example, the no objection procedure, the authorization, all these steps that need to be gone through for a program from initial concept stage until all the way to implementation. So this is where we need capacities. And also, again, back to the private sector, we need, of course, the farmers to be capacitated to apply those technologies. We need validators that can do the independent third-party validation. So we need a lot of infrastructure and capacities at both the public and the private sector in various levels.
Thank you very much, Ursula. Martin, moving now to you. Regions all over the world are increasingly feeling the impact of climate change in different food systems. This makes food security increasingly hard to achieve. What is the potential of carbon markets in your perspective for agriculture systems to tackle these interconnected challenges? Challenges, I mean food security, I mean community resilience, I mean climate finance. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We have seen over the last 3 years an explosion in the number of extremely hungry people on the planet. In 2019 it was 135 million, and in December last year we said this is the biggest humanitarian crisis since Second World War, and that was 276 million people food insecure. Then Russia attacked Ukraine and took the 5th largest supplier of wheat and the 2nd largest supplier of vegetable oil offline. And today we have 345 million people who are acutely food insecure. So COVID, climate change, crisis and conflict have been together created really a toxic mix. And one thing I believe is clear, that the way we have structured our food system is not working. What's needed is that we diversify the food crops and that we are localizing food production. We are working with smallholder farmers, particularly Sub-Sahara Africa, and in particular, and that relates to what Helmi has said, we need to bring land back into agricultural use for all sets of good reasons. Now, this is not happening automatically. One thing to understand about smallholder farmers, these are maybe the most entrepreneurial people on the planet, and they bear in every season the risk not to survive if it goes wrong. So what it takes to change the system and to actually bring them in a way in which they are building up nature capital and are not being forced to reduce nature capital is the recognition that the smallholder farmers are not only producers of food, they are providers of ecosystem services, they are stewards of the land. This is not happening automatically. And you know, the absurd situation is that after 27 years of negotiations, we still don't have a fully functioning Article 6 and global carbon trading system. So it's all in the voluntary carbon trading side. And there is some hot air, some very good offset schemes, but the better the offset scheme gets, the higher the requirement for the certification. But you're dealing with people who have a hell of a lot to do every single day, and they can't do all of the registration by themselves. I strongly believe that if we are managing to get finance to smallholder farmers, we can mobilize an army of almost 1 billion people to solve the climate crisis, but we need to give them a simple and accessible way to being paid for what they are doing. And you know, if you take Helmi's piece of land and you have a satellite picture, you don't need a rocket scientist to understand that here is a living ecosystem and next door there are rocks and sand. So maybe we need to find a system that is generally recognized, that is easy enough, simple enough, maybe a modest estimate of what the carbon is sequestered, but even an imperfect system is better than no system, because this is the biggest solution that we can unleash for climate for very little money.
Thank you, Martin. We might come back to this later again. Godfrey, As a head of the Alliance for Climate Action Global Advisory, SEAT is launching a project that seeks to support risk mitigation on investments in sustainable agriculture in developing countries. And it works with a broad set of actors and initiatives in climate and sustainable finance. In this constellation of different projects, how do you see the main challenges for broadening the investment in sustainable agriculture? And how is the organization supporting actors to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Felix, and that's an important question, and it was already partly addressed by the previous panelist. I see three key challenges that prevent investments going into sustainable agriculture. One, it was mentioned by Martin, there is a lack of data on to measure, report and verify the risk impact return dimensions of investments into the sustainable agricultural landscape. And there are very strong information asymmetry. So there is a lack of data and information asymmetry. It's very difficult for investors to know what is happening on the ground. And that reinforces really the perception from investors that there is within food system investment, the risk-return profile is not so attractive, right? So that prevents investors, this lack of data, moving forward, or it's a barrier at least. The second challenge is the lack of pipeline of bankable projects. Very often we discuss, we say there is not enough investments going into food systems, but the truth is that there is a lot of capital that is ready to be deployed in food systems, but very often there is not enough attractive projects that fulfill the requirements of the investors. So we need to find a way to build that pipeline of bankable projects at a scale that is also attractive for large investors, because very often, especially in countries, investments are very... Do you bridge those small investments with the that can thank you. So how do you bridge those small scale investments with large scale investments, right? Investors, right? And finally, the third challenge is that very often value chain actors, farmers, are not rewarded for the positive impact they provide to society, right? And we heard early from Elmi, from Maya and Ursula, interesting ideas in terms of how you can improve that and actually provide also additional reward for the actions that they take. So those are the challenges. Now, to respond to those challenges, within the CGR, we set up a hub for sustainable finance, which actually will be launched tonight. And I invite you all to go to the Food and Agriculture Pavilion at 7 p.m. And we're working essentially on three levels. The first one is what we call at the ecosystem level, and that's responding to the issues related to data. We using CGR science, access to data, analytical capacities, and presence in more than 100 countries globally to help develop tools and frameworks that are targeting private investors, so that private investors have access to the data they need to better quantify the risk of the investments, the impact, and the return. Right? So that's one area. The second area is what we call demand-side solutions. And that's about addressing the pipeline challenge. So we're working with partners across the globe, trying to identify businesses that are willing to change their business model, and then providing them acceleration program. So we accompany them so that they become more sustainable. We link them with investors, and eventually we want to be able to pool them so that they can be linked to larger scale investors. And finally, we work on the supply side with the supply side of capital. So we co-designing with investors investment solutions that help, that de-risk their investments and mobilize finance for sustainable food systems by co-designing with them funds and providing pre and post-investment technical advisory. So we work, for instance, with Responsibility, an impact investor out of Switzerland, to design a 200 million fund, which is the first science-based climate smart food system fund that was launched on the market. So those are examples of the type of work we do responding to the challenges mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much for your explanation. I think we have a few minutes left, so I would open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions you would like to raise to our 5 panelists, thank you. Please say your name and who you work for.
My name is Felix.
Perfect.
I was Martin. You were talking about the access to kind of funds through the carbon market. I wonder whether WFP had set up any kind of grants or loans to help those farmers to come and be compliant with the higher level of requirements to be seen as able to access those funds.
Indeed. I mean, we are spending about 1/3 of our budget for the Changing Lives agenda. It's still a big part of what we do is humanitarian aid, bringing food to people who are actually in dire need of it. But on that side, it's already a lot of cash transfer, but we're also building long-term resilience, particularly in Sahelian countries. We do that with government money that we bring to help, for large-scale land restoration projects and so on. We have tried to get our farming ladies, it's mostly women, access to carbon finance. We have stopped doing that because it turned out to be really complicated and the benefits weren't there. But we are starting another effort, and we are also looking for people to support these efforts and to help us scaling our land restoration projects. It is not easy, because also the voluntary carbon market is designed for things that are easy to explain. I think the 2 obstacles are A, the farming units of these ladies are very small, so for every individual plot it's very difficult to do. And B, there is still a lot of discussion around the methodology, particularly on soil organic carbon, where I see that there is new innovation, there is better satellite imagery, there is much of ground proofing that has become a lot cheaper, but we haven't yet found a way to really give people who restore soils, which is so important, really meaningful access to carbon markets.
Are there more questions here in the audience or online? I don't know if there's a chat.
I would like to ask you how to make it more simple, or how can investors understand that the farmers are actually a different entity or different dynamic than renewable energy or something. It's a social system. It's a system that, like Martin said, requires farmers not to overcomplicate things, because they have real things to do, and they are the actual ones who are putting the carbon in the soil. So how can we not, or how can you not as an entity take away this burden of compliance or of difficult regulatory frameworks?
Thanks. That's an excellent question. So basically, the answer to that is that we will have to monitor what's happening if we want farmers to be rewarded for positive actions they're undertaking, right? So there needs to be some level of reporting, of verification. But now the trick is to try to use approaches that reduce the transaction cost of doing so, right? So using technologies, remote sensing, facilitating the whole process for the reporting. That's, I think, where the biggest potential is to really help reaching the last mile in terms of reaching smallholder farmers. And I think the positive thing in this whole sort of landscape is, yes, it's difficult, but we have access to so much technology nowadays. I mean, and you see for instance, across Africa and in other regions, you see really dynamic ecosystem in terms of startups that start providing apps, that provide advisory to farmers, that help them monitor what they do and so on. And personally, I feel I'm convinced that's the way to go. So we need to use technologies to reduce transaction costs, to make it easy for farmers, but also to report on what they're doing, and also to get advisory. It's not only it shouldn't be just a sort of reporting thing, but it's also advising farmers in what they do, and that's what also interests them, right? And then eventually working with the investors at the higher level and providing tools that help them monitor the portfolio, right? And so you need to develop this set of tools, at portfolio level, at farmers level, that help reducing the transaction cost.
Thank you very much for your response. I think there is no more time for more questions. I think we have maybe 2 minutes left. Helmi, as one of the essential organizations in the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture, I would like to give you the final words, closing remarks for today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for everyone who spoke. I would like, as a farmer from Egypt, and on behalf of 7 million farmers in Egypt, I would like to say, if we acknowledge farmers as climate heroes, then from the one side, I hope that the parties will come together, include agriculture in the next Article 6, and I don't know what discussions, to really also honor farmers for their climate service, for their ecosystem services, for what they do, and in this market. On the other side, on the voluntary carbon market, I believe we should start where we are. There are UNFCCC approved methodologies for everything we speak about. There are tools now acknowledged as the best possible to measure whether it is modeling or GIS or making an analysis, whatever. Use this tool, start today, and work on better tools. We are all happy to have better tools coming, but we shouldn't wait until we have the perfect tool in 100 years. We should start today. And there comes then, of course, we need governance. Of course, we need verification and validation. And this is also there. Organic farmers, smallholding farmers all over the world, we have set up organic certification systems. The same certifiers can do this for agricultural carbon credits. We have the model. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, but let's start to do it.
I think to these emotional and passionate words, I have nothing more to add. I thank everyone for your participation, online, offline, also here in the room. And have a good day and a successful COP27. Thank you.
selling normally get more income, the quality of the food is suddenly organic. You don't need to talk about kind of transition to have the official certificate. After 1 year, you are able, with gold standard methodology, they did it in our farms, to claim sequestration from trees, and avoidance from compost is immediate because you take manure that would otherwise emit methane, take the manure, put it into compost, so that's immediate. And then you have the model for the soil. We have a long-term model for this, which is also improved. What is really missing is a little bit the international reputation of this standard that we are applying, because we call it economy of love standard, yeah, which is a more holistic approach to agriculture, benefiting the farmers on a lot of co-benefits. It's not about carbon actually, it's about a value chain. And what we need is a little bit of due diligence, where we are happy and open door, and as I said, we are ISO accredited, and a little bit of reputation, a little bit of, brave people who say, okay, let's try it out, let's see how it works. There's 2,000 farmers, it works already. So let me please check if you are willing to take this invitation. It's actually here. You can register offsite event. We have for the next 9 days every evening session from 5 to 10 in the evening. It's a courteous dinner. Around 150 people are every evening. Saturday and Sunday it's agriculture. So if you scale this, you can put your choose the session, you put your list. So there's no obligation to scanning this, but then you have the choice. If it doesn't work, I will just give me your card and I will send you the overview. Right. Oh, I give you my email because I don't have a card. So it's C.Grosjean, G-R-O-S, like this. Yeah. I've got Grosjean, O-S, I will send you the links. And because the funny thing is really, on that day, it's really
doesn't matter, as you like. So, can everybody hear me okay? I think we've got a lot to get through, so let's get going. Okay, let's get going. We've got plenty to get through, so welcome. Thank you everyone for joining. My name's Claire McConnell. I'm a policy advisor with the think tank E3G, and it's my absolute pleasure to moderate this panel discussion this afternoon on financing research and innovation for adaptation in Africa's food systems. So we've got a great panel of experts here today, and a couple more who'll be joining us later online. And I will introduce those all to you momentarily. However, to kick off, I would like to just make some framing remarks to give a little bit of background context to the discussion that we're going to have today. So, agriculture as a sector, we all know it's of critical importance, not just for climate, not just for food security, but also for the economy. The sector employs, on average, over 50% of the labor force, and it totals around 1/3 of African GDP. The sector also has huge potential to drive poverty reduction at a rate 2 to 4 times faster than any other sector. And yet, a 3-degree temperature rise by 2030 risks pushing 350 million Africans towards undernourishment by 2050. The exposure to impacts in the continent means that investment is absolutely critical in order to support smallholders adapt to those impacts. And yet, we know that on average, we're facing around a 1.7 billion gap for sub-Saharan Africa and the Middle East and North Africa just for research, development, and deployment annually. And in 2017 to 2018, only $6 billion in adaptation finance was tracked to the African continent. Earlier this year, we saw the Ag Breakthrough Report call for more and better finance for smallholders and for public finance to be used in order to leverage private finance to help close that finance gap at the pace and scale required. So this afternoon, what we want to get into a little bit further in this discussion is how that public finance can be used as a lever, how it can be helped to crowd in private finance and to help close that adaptation finance gap, and how we bring farmers better into the conversation and how we're making sure that farmers' needs and asks are placed front and center. Just a quick housekeeping point. I don't think my clicker's working. I'll ditch the clicker for now. Quick housekeeping point just for the panelists just before we get going. We are running full on content but short on time this afternoon, so it would be appreciated if panelists could keep their interventions to a maximum of 5 minutes. We will come back to you at the end, so you will get a chance to have a closing word before we go. But without further ado, I will pass over to our very first panelist. So we have with us Dr. Yemi Akinbamijo. He is the Executive Director of the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. Dr. Yemi, what do you think the priorities are currently, both for FARA and for the African Union Commission for Adaptation Research and Innovation for Food Systems? And what are the frameworks you feel that can support these priorities going forwards?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Claire. Thank you for having me. Looking back 10 years ago, there was a meeting like this, the COP17, which held in Durban. And that was one COP where Africa should have made a series of commitments that should have helped Africa to advance in its quest against climate challenges. But the next best opportunity that we now have in our hands is coming out of what is called the African Union Climate Change Strategy, to which FARA is responding to develop a framework that will help the African Union, that will help the science-based institutions to be able to help the farmers in a very, very pragmatic way. Now, when we look back to the last 10 years, what we call the Durban plus 10, it's a little bit difficult for us to find the pragmatic elements by which resilience has been built, by which transformation has eluded, but we might not have made the transitions that we expect in the last 10 years, but to be able to help us to make a better use of the next 10 years, the African Union Climate Change Strategy is a very important tool that we are responding to. And in that respect, FARA has put together what is called the Africa Climate Smart Agriculture Framework. And this framework is going to help us to be able to calibrate our actions, to be able to have mutual accountability towards the deliverables, and to be able to help the small-scale farmers to build against the 4 Cs, the challenges of COVID, of climate crisis, of conflicts that is currently plaguing the continent. And we do hope that over the next couple of years, with this framework in place, we'll be able to map key deliverables that a cohort of fellow, institutions, the sub-regional organizations, science-based institutions can work together to deliver for the smallholder farmers what will, in practical terms, strengthen their resilience and enhance their productivity. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Yemi, and excellent on timing. That's appreciated. Brilliant. We'll pass directly over now, please. We have our next panelist, Dr. Ismail Sunga. He is the CEO of the Southern African Confederation of Agricultural Unions and also a member of the Malabo-Montpellier panel, who are co-facilitators of this afternoon's panel. So, Dr. Ismail, what do you feel the research needs are for adaptation in food systems? What are farmers and other actors in food systems calling for? And how are farmers' organizations most effectively engaged?
Thank you very much for the question. Let me just make a small correction, a very small one. I'm not yet a doctor, so you can call me Ishmael. Okay, thank you. The question, I always want to locate research, innovation, investments, you name it, in relation to what we call the farmers' pain points. So I always use that framing that the situation in which farmers are is fairly difficult in many ways. Firstly, they practice their trade in areas that are deficient of backbone infrastructure. There are no roads, there's no water, no energy, no digital communication, no social amenities, completely nothing. So I think that is important as a framing, I think, element. The second one really is there's a lot of injustice in the system that they don't have equal access to resources, production resources, including finance and technology, and you name it. Thirdly, there's a lot of also injustices regarding the distribution of value along the chain, that they always get the lowest return and yet they shoulder the highest risk. There's also a lot of issues relating to climate risk that they face, as well as market risk. So when we are talking really about what are the needs, I'm not sure that these are research needs, but these are the real day-to-day things they deal with. Whether you want to call them areas for research and innovation, or you want to call them areas for investment, but these are the practical issues. So when we are talking of a subject such as research and innovation, we would want to see research and innovation deployed towards the critical systemic pain points that are faced by farmers. That would be my framing remarks. I'll take questions as we go. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ismail. Rounding up our first set of speakers, we have Nachilalan Kombo. She's the country director of WWF Zambia and also a member of the Malabo Montpellier panel as well. Nachilala, what efforts are you seeing at a national level to invest in adaptation research and innovation? Do you see that these are informed by locally led adaptation efforts? If you have any examples that you're maybe able to draw on from the Zambian context, that would be fantastic. And if there are any key gaps that you see at the moment in finance to address demands for investment.
Hello? Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so very much again to you for having us this evening, and good to see my fellow panel member here. In terms of really what we see, what I see at the national level, in terms of evidence of success around adaptation research and innovation, I should say that in Zambia and in most African countries in general, there is not enough financing or funding that is going towards research and innovation. However, there are a few cases where we have seen that this funding has also come from maybe two unique groups. The first group has been donor agencies. We had the GIZ supporting research and innovation around the food crisis before the drought of 2020, somewhere around there in a number of African countries. We've also seen more recently the USAID as part of the Scaling Up Nutrition within the context of what to do to address malnutrition in Africa, in Zambia. There has been research that has been done there to inform that targeted form of programming. If you remember at some point, and perhaps Dr. Yemi will remember, there was a time orange sweet potato was quite famous by some of the CGI institutions, research institutions, in terms of looking at it as a potential alternative to deal with issues of vitamin A nutrition deficiency. So there was a lot of research that has gone around there, but we really haven't seen much in the public domain in terms of one, adoption, wide adoption. Yes, it was used, it was eaten by communities, but I don't think we were able to achieve the wide sort of national adoption of that orange sweet potato as a solution for vitamin A. That is not to say it did not work where it was consumed, but there was work that was going on there. And then also what we've seen in my country is that some seed companies have taken some initiatives to invest in research around different climate scenarios as a way of supporting their marketing of their drought-resistant seeds. So we don't really have a big body of knowledge nationally that I could say points us to what we need to be doing, where we need to be investing in terms of really adaptation research. What I can say, though, is that there's a gap and there's a need from production to value addition to the market side of things in terms of really understanding where the innovations are that could help deal with the issues of the impacts of climate change on the food system, but also the impact of the current food system on driving emissions on the continent of Africa. So I would say that there's emerging work. There's emerging work. There's local community initiatives. I would not say that some of the climate smart agriculture programs have been actually researched in a systematic way to draw on solid conclusions in terms of what could be widely applicable. However, we've seen that indigenous knowledge has played a role, but how that has been, it hasn't really been seen as innovation because it's some of the practices communities have been using over time. For example, when you look at how farmers engage in conservation agriculture will probably use the same hole they used to plant the seeds from one year to the next year, and the seed, the seed will still germinate. So is that innovation? Perhaps it could be in the context of the current state of the food system. But when you ask the local community, it's what they've done for many years that has secured their production on the field. So I'll be happy again to come round, but this is what we are seeing, at least from the side of Zambia. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you to the first round of interventions that we've had from panelists. That's great. I think we're starting already to get a really clear picture around some of the needs and the asks of African farmers on the front lines dealing with some of these climate impacts, and hearing a little bit how we're starting to see some emerging work at a community level, at a national level, and some really clear links to, for example, nutrition and the climate risk discussion as well. And I think it's very clear there is an urgent need to scale up finance to support smallholders in adapting to these climate impacts, which we're going to now pivot into in our next set of speakers. We're going to move now and bring in some of the finance providers to bring in a little bit of that perspective, both in terms of the role of bilateral donors, but also multilateral donors, and how they can help get that finance where it is needed. So I'm now, without further ado, going to pass over to Dr. Lawali Gaba. He is the manager of the African Development Bank's Division of Agricultural Production, Sustainability and Research. Dr. Lawali, how is the African Development Bank currently mobilizing public and private sector funding for research and innovation to support this adaptation in food systems in Africa? What role do you see for international and national public and private financing for adaptation of research and innovation in Africa? And do you see any key gaps in finance where we can help address demands for investment?
Okay. Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you. Let's say that as African Development Bank, our main role is to support African countries to achieve sustainable development goal, among which is for Africa the main thing is end hunger. So since 2016, African Development Bank set up one of its high priority is what we call Feed Africa. How to support African countries and African farmers to feed themselves. And based on this priority, it becomes also that one of the main objectives to achieve is how to increase agricultural productivity in Africa. Because we are the continent where we have around 60 to 80% of the population dependent of the country, which are farmers, are going every day to farms and are not able to feed themselves. Compared to other continents where we have less than 5% which are agriculture, they're able to feed themselves, and they even inund the whole world with agricultural products. So this is a paradigm. And the key point there is really the aspect, the limited access to innovation and technologies that African farmers are facing. So we have this paradigm, and so the situation is that we know also that there are many research activities that are conducted in Africa, so the technologies and innovation are there. But the point is how to bring this innovation to the farmers. So that's why since 2018 we have set up a flagship that we call Technology for African Agricultural Transformation, that we call TAT, where we bring together a consortium of 11 CGR with different technologies for different commodities. We bring them together, so the technology developer. And now we set up this flagship where the bank provides resources from regional public goods to support this compact, to characterize and identify the technology available for deployment, and now support them to a number of countries to have the opportunity to demonstrate on site the proving of these technologies and to convince government to mainstream these technologies in the design of this program. So that's what we're working on since 2018. And the bank has invested more than 70 million to build this infrastructure at regional and national level. And for now, this program allows the mainstreaming of more than 100 technologies, new technologies and innovation, which are delivered to the farmers. And this was designed for around 50 national programs, and which this program were able to mobilize more than $1 billion of technologies that are delivered to farmers. And this allow, in terms of objective, really to deliver to more than 20 million farmers new technologies, which allows them to double their technologies. And this program demonstrates really some main achievement in some countries like Ethiopia, where the country was able in 3 years to become self-sufficiency in terms of wheat, for example. So this point is, this is really the infrastructure we set in place, but we know definitely that for African country, because of the priorities of basic services and order, so research and innovation is not easy. This is true. So the country are not really very, not very motivated like to invest to this innovation. So that's why we come with the regional goods. But the key point there is what we realize is that when with this demonstration of the activities, it allows the government to come and invest, but also it supports the private sector to come, because delivering NACO was a program. What it did is providing the demonstration of the technology, but delivering the technology from the demonstration to the farmers. This was achieved by the private sector. So there were a number of small MEs that deployed this technology to deliver it to the farmers. So it means that the whole infrastructure is supported by the private sector. So it is just like a seed money which come to demonstrate the proven of the technologies, and also to enable the environmental for the private sector to be able now to develop and deploy the activities to deliver to the farmers. So this is a model that we have developed for this. So the key point is that the public investment, because the project we have is also the national project goes through the public. So the public will invest to enable the environment, but the private sector cannot take the risk like to go to the research and order. But when the environment is improved, the private sector now, they will come and link to this business to deliver at a large scale the technologies to the farmers. So this is the model we are developing, and for now, I think it's proven its efficiency, and many African countries welcome this program. And now we are working on new approaches on how to scale up this idea. And I think that in 3 months we have what we call a high-level event on the deployment of technology in Africa, that a high-level summit that we call Dakar 2, which will be organized in Dakar in January. And the idea is to see now how we can scale up this program. But definitely, let's say that in terms of, I think, the gap, the reality is that we know that all these activities is about really adaptation, and you know the challenges of financing adaptation from the donors. This is a reality. The government have many priorities that they have limited resources to invest on this. And the other aspect is also there is another constant is that these technologies are not the farmers doesn't know necessarily this technology, so it is necessary to develop some expertise. And so there are a number of activities, constantly to address before we can develop this kind of program at large scale. So this is in summary what I can say and what we are doing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that intervention, Dr. Lawali. Now we're going to stay with this theme and we're going to try and see if the tech is going to work with us. So our next speaker is going to be joining us virtually. So if I can just try and catch the eye of our tech support. If we can dial in our next speaker, please. We are going to welcome Dr. Leonard Mitzi. That is not Dr. Leonard Mitzi, I'm afraid. This is... This is Debisi, who is our closing speaker, who's going to offer us some final remarks at the end of the session. Nice to see you, though, Debisi. Can we link in Dr. Leonard, please? Okay, no worries. In that case, I think we'll roll with it. This happens. I think perhaps maybe then if we stay with our current set of panelists, if there are any questions from the audience that you might want to put to any of our panelists, or if the panelists have any questions they would like to put to one another. Please, Dr. Yemi, go ahead.
We have one more round. Okay, well, I just want to take it a little further from what Dr. Lawali has presented. He spoke very much about the huge investment that the African Development Bank has put in place for the facility called TAT. We're looking at how to finance research and innovation in a climate crisis. It is true that we need resources that target science, research, and innovation, or science, technology, and innovation. As I mentioned earlier on, if we take the case of TAT, how the bank went ahead to move the science beyond the shelf and have what we call the translational approach into what can be taken further downstream. And that is what we have seen in Ethiopia and in the whole of the Sahel, with rapid escalation of productivity in wheat, which the African Development Bank speaks largely about. So basically, science is very, very crucial to mitigating or adapting in the context of climate change. And without resources, this cannot happen. Sometimes people say science is expensive, but if we think science is expensive, then you try the consequences of lack of science. That's even worse. So the basic thing I just want to say here is that it will become increasingly important to invest in science that leads to translational research. It is a very crucial element in the whole context of mitigating and adapting to research. I have said it a few times that adaptation understands only one language, not just the blah blah. It responds only to science, and science means money. So if we will make progress, we've got to have targeted approach to the deployment of technologies, and that's where our resources should also lead us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yemi. Do we have any? Ishmael, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the conversation. I think the issue really is, to me, is not about science and innovation. It is about the issues that society is facing and the challenges. And then science and innovation has to be located within those pain points of society. If issues are to do with injustice, how can science and innovation address that? Because unless and until it is addressed, you can transition to another system that will still deliver poverty to the primary producers and opulence on the other side. I'm not against technical science, technological science, but I'm also saying policy, institution, innovation is also fundamental. And perhaps we are doing less of that. It might be social engineering, social science. That might be needed, but at the moment I think the financing is much more for hardcore science, which is okay, but should be complemented by also important aspects of science.
Thank you very much, and I think you raise an important point around pain points and injustices. I think that is going to be a bit of a theme this COP that I hope is something that is addressed, that is long overdue. So you raise a very important point. I think we have a gentleman at the back who would like to ask a question.
Thank you. Tilahud is my name, working for AGRA. You know, the issue is science needs money. TAT is investing money. African Development is investing money. You know, we see results very fast. The challenge comes about the second generation questions. When you bring those technology practices and let farmers start to replicate and take to scale, we encounter, you know, on the ground challenges when the support they are getting now from the governments, from the donors is dwindling, and they are exposed to new challenges. And unless that new challenge is supported by, you know, a local innovation, a local, you know, research system, a system that facilitates delivery on the ground, you know, we're going to come back again to square one. So how do we really sustain investment and make sure that, as my brother said, you know, going beyond the core, you know, biophysical solution, and then challenge the next level of solution, which is related to delivery, which is related to targeting, is about farmer innovation and local capacity. And that's really where we are challenged. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any of our panelists like to respond? Nachilala, please go ahead.
For that remark, I couldn't agree more with my fellow panelists, Ishmael, and also the member of the audience. I think we have a big opportunity right now for investments in research and innovation that is actually applied, because we are living in different climate scenarios, even within the same country, okay? So if that is the case, there is an opportunity for both public and private investment to respond to that societal challenge, because what works in the north of the country may not work in the south of the country. What used to work 10 years ago may not work now. And that can actually be seen along product lines and specific value chains. So there's loads of opportunity from the farm to processing to marketing. There's a lot of opportunities for research in terms of looking at what works, right? Whether it's production, but also reorganizing how the different sectors are working for them to remain resilient. So for me, I take a slightly different viewpoint to say that there's actually an opportunity, and for researchers, they should perhaps find a way of repackaging the research question, the research need to address the public sector, the local government, the ministries of agriculture, those companies that are giving services to farmers that have to produce in different climates and scenarios. Again, what used to work 5 years ago is not going to work today. And that's where lies the opportunity for applied research. Thank you.
Thank you, Nachilala.
Yes,
Lawali, would you like to come in briefly?
No, I just want to add that something which is very important, and let's say that, as I said, because of the constraint of resources, you cannot have a standalone project for research and science, financed by the government. Usually what you do is really an approach of value chain. So we have an integrated value chain where we have to address the different aspects of the value chain from the production to the market. This is something very important because at the end of the day, what the government is looking is about to have the food security, but they have also to improve to reduce poverty, poverty reduction in the country and all this. But when you have this kind of integrated value chain project, it is possible in the project now to have a component which will continue to develop to support research or demonstration of new technologies and order. But what is important, I think, let's see it as a package and integrate that it is necessary to have this integrated approach. And usually, from the MDBs, it is rare like to have a standalone research project. Usually, we have a agricultural value chain approach now. But under this also, we should ensure that we have a component which, of research component or demonstration component which can support the different aspects of the value chain. And even for the farmers, I think the point, as we have indicated, it is not only to ensure the production. If you ensure the production and now the downstream is not guaranteed, so it will become a problem. So that's why it is important to ensure that the different components are moving together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawali. I'd just like to come back to Nachilala. You raised the point around opportunities, and I think as we start slowly to wrap up, I think I'd like to come back to this a little bit and just to ask all of our panelists, we'll do a bit of a quick fire final question, same question to all of you around these opportunities, and what is one outcome that you feel we could see or would be needed from COP27 in the space of financing for adaptation, research and innovation that would help drive some of the food systems transformation shifts, not just in the next year or so, but longer term. So I think we'll just work our way along. So I'll pass to Dr. Yemi first, please.
Okay, so not to reinvent the wheel. There's been a series of conversations since last year in the context of the UN Food Systems, and Farah led quite a number of these, what is called the Independent Dialogue Series, on what is conceived as credible pathways for going forward in the food system thinking. And I think that from the Farah's point of view, taking into consideration the outcome of these 5 or so different dialogues, especially what we call the One Africa voice, which is some form of resolutions that we came up with that summarizes some key elements that Africa can pursue in the context of the food systems approach. And so these are things that I believe can help going forward in the context of, let's say, what will happen after COP27. We really don't need to reinvent the wheel. There are very credible lines of action that can help us. There are collective actions that have been identified. There are issues around, let's say, the forgotten foods that can and is now being worked upon by the Alliance Biodiversity and SIAT, by Farah and the community of science, the community of practice behind what is called the forgotten foods. And so these are some of the elements that help us to reposition resilience using what we've always known, but has over time dropped off, and they are now classified as either underutilized species or forgotten species. So this is now a call to bring back these elements, the science behind these food items that can help to address the issues of food and nutrition insecurity on the continent within the context of climate crisis.
Thank you, Dr. Yemi. I'm just Just conscious of time, we have about 5 minutes left, and I'm still keen at the end if we can bring in Dr. Debisi just to wrap up a little bit. So I'm going to ask the remaining panelists to give us a really short, snappy answer, but we'll pass directly on to Dr. Lawali, the one outcome from COP27 that you're looking for.
Okay, let's say that we all know that one of the main pillars of investment for adaptation, it is how to promote adoption of large-scale adoption of climate-smart agriculture technologies. This is the main pillar of investment. And let's say also, usually all the projects we are developing, when we are targeting about climate finance, this is one of the components we are pushing for. So there is an opportunity to mobilize more resources to scale up adoption of climate-smart technologies in Africa. And this is one of the key if you want to ensure food security. And this is what we are pushing now as our African Development Bank. We are working on developing new financing, innovative financing mechanism to attract more resources to invest in climate-smart agriculture. We have last year we set up a facility for food production in Africa, for which we were able to mobilize $1.4 billion for it. And now we're working on a new initiative. We are setting up what we call a climate action windows to mobilize more climate finance to support African agriculture farmers to adapt to climate change. So I mean, this aspect of adoption, and this is an opportunity because when we're talking about these technologies, all technologies has to be developed. Some are maybe at different level of development, but we need to identify the technology, and we need also to provide the resources to farmers to access to the technology. So let's say for the researcher, I think they have a big opportunity on this, and that's why we set up this the infrastructure of bringing a consortium of all the CGR and also the National Research Center to characterize the technology available they have that can be deployed. But we are working on, as I said, on now mobilizing the maximum of financial resources to deploy this technology. Thank you.
Super, thank you. And then very, very quickly, Nachalala and Ishmael before we hand over to Debisi for the closing remarks.
Yeah, it's okay now. So just to say, unfortunately, the current food system is failing. As the population grows, without changing the food system, we'll have more and more people slip into poverty and being hungry. I think for me, my one takeaway from here is just to build on what our colleague from African Development Bank has said. We will build resilience of our food systems in Africa if we strengthen a nature-positive food system that has a number of elements that includes circularity, that encourages generations of ecosystems upon which our food production, our livestock, our fisheries, and everything else that's part of our food system actually depends on. When it comes to research and innovation, I think the biggest opportunity, again, for researchers is looking at how what we found works in terms of regenerative agriculture, secular agriculture, that can be taken to scale. What are those climate-smart agriculture solutions that can be taken to the market, right? And that's where we need some of the research to happen, because in different communities, we know there's something that is working. What is lacking is the scaling up of those solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and straight on to Ishmael, please.
Quite quickly to give my colleague a chance also to wrap up. Just two points. The first one, we need a larger basket of money. I think it's fundamental, and we need more money. Then we shall talk about where to direct that money in terms of research and innovation. So funding commitments that have been made should be honored, and we need more and more and more. At least a tripling of the current funding going to adaptation is what we hope for as from a farmer's constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And very briefly, I will pass over to our final speaker. We're joined now by Dr. Debisi Araba, who is a visiting researcher at Imperial College London and also a member of the Malabo Montpellier panel. So, Dr. Debisi, the floor is yours for your wrapping up.
Thanks, Claire. It's been quite an engaging and enlightening discussion. There's very little for me to add to this, so maybe I can just synthesize under three umbrellas. The first is we need proper alignment. You've heard from the speakers of the different pockets of activity, innovation, or focus that is required both at the local level, national level, regional, continental, global, etc. We need better alignment and better mechanisms for alignment. One of the ways that this can happen in Africa, of course, in a previous session, a representative of the African Development Bank had mentioned that in January 25th to 27th, that the African Development Bank will be hosting, in collaboration with the African Union, a Feed Africa summit. And that hopefully is a platform where we align both, public sector, private sector, multi-stakeholder aspirations on what will be required to scale up shared prosperity for all Africans and enable Africa to feed the world. The second bucket of things I would like to mention is discovery of innovation. Nachilala has talked about the gaps and how investments aren't going deeply enough in teasing out not just the knowledge, but how you can find opportunities for scaling. The Malabo Montpellier panel releases reports that focus on where we are seeing success in alignment of this public sector enabled, private sector led pathways to agriculture transformation. And so that's one of the mechanisms. If we can have all stakeholders digesting the knowledge and the insights coming out of these reports and using that as a mechanism to align and identify where the green shoots of success lie. The third thing I will say is September last year, the world gathered in Rome and of course in New York for the Food Systems Summit. And each country went through a series of deep level discussions and came up with food system transformation pathways. I think we cannot jettison the outputs and the outcomes of last year's effort. A lot of effort has gone into different stakeholders sharing what will be required to transform agriculture in their respective subsectors, in their respective countries. What we need to do now is ensure that we give this wings, we give it legs. And finally, I would say, maybe the missing piece in this conversation has been private sector. It would have been great to see representatives of private sector talking about how the investments in public resources, whether through the Technologies for African Agriculture Transformation or the great work that institutions such as FARA is doing, coordinating research across the continent, is informing their investments. We want to see increased private sector investments across the continent. We're seeing now commitments from public sector institutions, national governments, multilateral financial institutions in creating this enabling environment, de-risking mechanisms, designing of de-risking mechanisms. We want to see greater commitments from the private sector to increase the flow of private capital to accelerate adaptation and, of course, agriculture transformation across the continent. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you very much, Dr. Debisi. And I'm aware we're slightly over time, so thank you everyone for bearing with us. But I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all of our panelists who have joined us this afternoon, and to thank the folks at home, both from E3G and Malabo Montpellier panel, who have put a lot of work into helping organize this afternoon. And also thanks to the audience who've taken the time to join us. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.
Hello? Are we ready? Can the speakers come forward, please? What did you say? I've not seen her. She told me she was coming. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. Yeah, Chimban, can we start? Yeah, good evening, everybody. You're welcome to this side event titled Financing Food Security Through Innovative Financial Instruments, the case of the Green Bond. So this evening, we have 3 speakers with us. Anyway, before I introduce the speaker, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Titi Akosa. I'm the Executive Director of Center for 21st Century Issues, a non-governmental organization based in Lagos, Nigeria. So I'll be moderating this session, and I'll also be sharing my own view and opinion about the topic and some of my experiences that I've had on the field. So this evening we have with us Mr. Funshaw Shomori of the African Development Bank, and I think maybe I'll give him just 1 minute to introduce himself before I introduce the second person. So Mr. Funshaw, please introduce yourself. Let's check. I think they're all working.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know it's a big job to keep people up to this point, and I'm hoping we can have an interesting conversation today. My name is Olufunshaw Shomorin. I am the Regional Principal Officer in charge of climate change and green growth at the African Development Bank, covering East Africa, which is a region of 13 countries. But also within the bank, I co-lead the thought leadership around innovative financing for adaptation, and I'm hoping within the context of food systems we can talk a lot more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. And sitting beside him closely, we have Ms. Chima George. She's the CEO Climate Finance Consulting. Maybe you need to also speak for yourself.
Thank you very much, Titi, for inviting me, and thank you very much, everyone, for coming. My name is Chima George. I work with Climate Finance Consulting as the CEO. What we do at Climate Finance Consulting is we try to connect projects to finance. I've also worked as a consultant with International Center for Tropical Agriculture for climate smart agricultural investment profiles in the northeastern Nigeria, as well as climate risk profiles in Nigeria. Happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chima. And I think the third speaker will soon be here. She's been calling me. I'm sure she's on her way. When she comes, she will join the panel. Really, it's very interesting for us to look at the different kinds of financing instruments and looking at climate change. These are 2 things that I think people might think that may not work together. But over the years, we've seen the impact of climate change. We have seen what is happening to our agriculture. And we begin to ask ourselves, will market-based mechanism also work for us to scale up our agriculture in the face of climate change? And if it's going to work, what kind of financing instruments have been deployed over the time? What has worked, what has not worked? do we have some new innovation in the system that can be upskilled, that can be shared, so that people can know what is happening on ground and can actually think deeply around food system and climate finance? So today, we have Mr. Shomori here. He works with the African Development Bank. And we also want to know what the African Development Bank have been doing in terms of food system and climate change. What kind of financing instruments have you been deploying as a bank? How have you been able to work with small-scale farmers in Africa throughout? And how have you been able to channel financing to small-scale farmers? And how has these credit lines been able to take account of climate change and the impacts on agriculture? Thank you.
Thank you, Titi. I think before I answer those questions, it's good to put a bit of context to the conversation we are having this evening. We are in Africa, and I use we in Africa, we are at a crossroad when it comes to food systems. We are dealing with a continent where you still have millions of people not having access to adequate food systems, let alone quality food materials. And then within the same continent, you still have more than at least 35% of production going to waste. So it's a crossroad because you are having hunger and starvation in some parts of the continent. At the same time, you are having post-harvest losses on the same continent. So there's a bit of that challenge when it comes to making food available across the continent. Now, when it comes to addressing the climate impact of food, because food very much represents the product of an agricultural system, whether at a large scale or at a subsistence level, whether by a public entity or a private entity, the food system is very much nested within the overarching agricultural system of the country. So what we've also seen is the fact that under a rain-fed agricultural production system, changes in climatic situations often affect directly the production capabilities and ultimately the food security of the region. So what we have been doing at the African Development Bank is, first and foremost, what are those technologies that can help us to improve productivity per unit hectare? So while there will be opportunity to expand production, to move into new production sites, to move into new production area, it's also very important to find a way that we can intensify production sustainably. And those technologies are available. So what we've done is one of the biggest agricultural technology investments on the continent is actually led by the bank. So it's called TAT, Technology for Agricultural Transformation. And TAT has done enormous things. You know, we're talking of countries within 2-year period moving their food production, particularly on wheat in Sudan and in Ethiopia, to almost surplus. And that is basically taking technologies and ideas that have been developed by research institutions and scaling them up and putting that across production areas and moving that to increase access to food security. That is on the one hand, but also it's important to also understand that even when the cost of production is relatively high under a climate scenario, we're able to access climate finance to be able to manage that. So if the cost of accessing drought-resilient seed is higher than the cost of a normal seed under business as usual, we're able to access, under climate resilience framework, access additional capital in addition to our development capital in order to be able to have access to that. Today, it's actually possible in some parts of the Horn of Africa that you will have maize that can grow under 90 days with just 2 rainfalls, just 2 days of rainfall at certain stages, because they are able to be drought resilient. And these technologies are very important. So the last point, I may not have the chance to be part of to the end, is to begin to look into diversifying the menu. Let me explain this. If you came to a city and there are 2 restaurants in that city, one restaurant has 2 items on the menu, on their food menu, and another restaurant has 11 items on their food menu. Chances are that you go to the one with the 11 items on their food menu. We need to expand the instrument for food production. Right now, 99% of our investments are either concessional loans or grants. There are a number of instruments, partial risk guarantees, partial credit guarantees, that we haven't explored. And that's what we're doing at the bank, to test run a lot of these in different, under different market conditions, and to see how that can be scaled up. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful explanation and some of the insights you have given to us. Now I have to move to Ms. Chima George. You have been working with the Climate Finance Accelerator, and also you have done a lot around the climate risk profile, and you have worked around agriculture in Nigeria. So can you actually share your perspective in this area, in this regard, before I also go to green bonds issue? And if you can have the green bonds, issuance in Nigeria, how it has actually addressed the issue of agriculture, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I just finished a project with UK Department of Business, Energy, Infrastructure and Strategy base. It's called the Climate Finance Accelerator. So the CFA helps government, it's technical assistance that helps build bankable pipelines and connects them to financing. So over the last year, it was launched first in 2017 in Nigeria, and it is across 8 middle-income countries. Egypt was added recently this year. So for the second call, which was last year, what happened was that different CSOs and different SMEs were brought on the table. We looked at their different proposals, and they went through some training, and they were connected to finance. So as we speak, we introduced them to different banks in Nigeria, commercial banks, and we also introduced them to international development banks, the British Investment Bank, to see how they're, after undergoing the training, to see their pipelines, to see how bankable they were, and also looking at large ticket sizes projects. Outside the CFA, I also worked with CIAT on climate risk profiles and climate smart agricultural profiles. So just as Dr. Funshaw was saying that we have climate change already impacting our, the agricultural value chain, in partnership with NISAL, climate risk profiles were developed for across 6 value chains in Nigeria. And these risk profiles looked at the climate modeling, looked at the impact of climate change, looked at bringing different stakeholders on ground, from the farmers to the investors to the market. Everybody was brought on the table, and government and policies, to see how much climate information farmers get, to see if they understand climate change, and to also ask their challenges on the different hazards they face and their adaptation mechanisms and methods. Also, for the first time of CIAT doing these profiles, financing was added for Nigeria, and this was because it was developed in partnership with NISAL. NISAL is the Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing Agency. It's about a $500 million credit line supporting farmers, and it also de-risks the sector. So because of NISAL's involvement, finance was included. So we looked at the different financing mechanisms of Nigeria, of the central bank, looking at the anchor borrowers, looking at where financing comes in to farmers, looking at insurance, and also looking at commercial banks. And one of the key things that came out was the inability to assess financing and the challenges of assessing financing, as well as solutions of farmers coming together through cooperatives in order to assess financing. Further to that, we also looked at the climate smart agriculture investment profiles, also with CIAT, for the Northeast, 3 states, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. So those 3 states have been highly impacted by the crisis, both climate change and the humanitarian crisis as a result of the Boko Haram and insecurity. And food security there is really hampered. So we did climate smart agriculture investment profiles. We're able to look at sectors that are important and develop concept notes for financiers. And when we brought the commercial banks on board, like Dr. Funsho was talking about guarantees, we had how the examples, we looked at the funding already available in those states in the Northeast and how it can be scaled up. Also looked at how they went around funding. So because of the insecurity in those states, not all the states can collect loans. But with support from development aid, there are guarantees that have passed through commercial banks in order for cooperatives to assess financing. So looking at neighboring states, some cooperatives and some high net worth individuals were able to access loans to now give cooperatives and for farmers. So that's how that worked. And going further to talk about green bonds, I think Nigeria was the first country that launched green bonds, sovereign green bonds in Africa. And with the launch, they've had 2 issuances. And the whole idea of the green bonds was to fund the NDCs. Our NDCs was about $440 billion. And to fund that, we looked at innovative mechanisms to be able to do that. So the sovereign green bonds funds projects from the NDCs and from the government. So across Africa, we also have green bonds in Seychelles, South Africa, but Seychelles also has blue bonds, and those blue bonds are for marine conservation. So back to Nigeria, Nigerian green bonds also included climate smart agriculture, which is also in our NDCs, and it was used for some afforestation projects across Nigeria. Those are examples of innovative financing mechanisms that have worked so far.
Thank you very much for this insightful contribution from Chima. But Chima, I will also give it back to you. I want to ask you some important questions. I remember 2 months ago in Nigeria, I think Heritage Ball Foundation did some tracking of some of the funds that went into the green bond, and just to know how far the monies have been able to deliver on the ground. And we found out that some of these afforestation projects were actually giving us problems under the green bond, and that what delivered most actually was the money channeled towards energizing education, and which is more on renewable energy side. Here now, how do we see it, how do we expect some of the financing gotten from the green bond, how do we link it up to renewable energy and food system? Because I'm beginning to see a linkage here. Because when we did the energizing education on its own as a standalone, it brought in a lot of returns on investment. But going to the other side of afforestation, it was as if there was a kind of challenge in there. Money deployed into that area didn't actually deliver. Do you think these two spaces can be brought together in such a way that it will deliver on investment?
Okay, so first of all, investors prefer to invest in renewable energy because of ability to see return on investment. And agriculture is very risky because it's climate induced and it deals with climate variables. So it's a very risky investment. But what happened, before I go into what happened, the Energizing Education Project, yes, worked across universities, but the Energizing Education Project now is going to have a adaptation angle, that is, it's going to have agriculture added to it. So you're going to have renewable energy for agriculture. And so that is in the pipeline, and that will soon come to be. So for the afforestation, why those projects didn't work is we actually consulted with the government, and for those areas where those trees were planted, stakeholder consultations had to be made. And when they were made, they found out that it wasn't properly done. So for example, states, plants or different crops were grown in areas that are not really beneficial to the people over there. So when the government official went, they uprooted it and planted something else that was going to bring them money. So those are some of the issues we faced with that. So that was based on not proper stakeholder consultation done with the communities and the indigents in those areas. So that was a challenge that happened in that case.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Funshaw, I think this one, it's an area in which I have passion for women. And I know that AFDB has been championing affirmative action finance for women. And I know some of this affirmative action finance for women goes to small-scale farming, which women dominate. So I want you to share an experience with us on how this financing instrument has been deployed to women small-scale farmers. I'm so particular about women because if you look at me, we are wearing Women for Climate Finance, and this is part of the area that we really want to go into deeply to see how some of this financing have been channeled to small-scale farmers. Because if we channel a lot of money to women small-scale farmers, we know that we are actually building resilience for food security. And we know that AFDB has been on the path, or on this path with us, to ensure that our women get the right climate finance in their hands to be able to produce more food for Africa. So we need your experience in this area. Thank you.
So let's be clear about something, everyone. We need more than money to achieve food security, okay? Money is a critical component of the whole equation, but there is also information, there's a policy, right policy, there are issues about skills and capacity, but also there are issues about markets. What is very critical in the African context is that the production system is largely small scale, very fragmented. We don't have, compared to Europe or Asia, you don't have few players with large holdings. Rather, in Africa, you've got multiple people, millions of people with small holdings, and mostly they are women. But unfortunately, the type of information and technology that they need to increase productivity per hectare, they don't have it. So even if you gave them money and you didn't provide information, you didn't provide a market, chances are that you may not achieve any miracle overnight. So it's very important to understand the entire ecosystem of what we need to do. Secondly, the trickle-down effect is always something we're challenged on. You know, you announce big numbers, and we do that very well at DFIs. We can tell you billions of dollars going into some of this investment. Then you ask a local person, how much reached you, or what did you get? It's a different story entirely. And that's why it's important to encourage aggregation, even at a small scale. So it's very important to aggregate our production system, aggregate information system, aggregate cooperative system, and ultimately aggregate markets, and then you have a better returns on investment. So it's very important. And what the bank is doing is to understand that what are those things that need to be in place before the money comes, and invest quickly on them and do them at speed, quickly. So, and this is about supporting women system. So in many African countries, you've got production women farmers who are around cooperatives. Yeah. So it could be table banking, it could be cooperative, whatever kind of association. And that is sometimes our entry point. So right now in East Africa, female farmers that are about 1,000 through a cooperative are able to come together with one voice to be able to get the level of information and support that they need, not just for production, but also for the entire value chain, and to be able to see how much the returns that they can get. And the whole value chain support requires some funding, technical assistance. The bank provides that, and we work with, in some countries, they actually have women banks. I don't remember the name, KFW in Kenya. And we support that to reach women farmers, aggregate them together. Look, it may be better for 3 of us, if we're individual farmers, to aggregate our production and our capacity, come to the market as one entity, as opposed to each one of us. In doing that, you reduce transaction costs. In doing that, your returns are higher, but also in doing that, we're able to leverage on machineries and be able to scale. And those are some things that are very important. So it's important to look at women-led agricultural systems through not just for money, not through capital, but to look at the system. Is this system working at its best? And if the answer is no, what are our entry points in the short term? And that is through women organized groups. And then some governments have got policies that are very friendly towards women, and we support that. So AFAWA at this point has not started giving risk capital. What AFAWA is doing is to understand the system in Tanzania is different from Nigeria. So country by country, how do you contextualize and understand your entry point and support that? So I'll keep it there for now, but please keep in mind, there's a whole ecosystem of ideas and imperatives beyond capital that we need in order to achieve food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting view and opinion and what you have shared. Now I open it up to the floor. If you have questions, contribution, this is the time for it. I think I can see one hand up there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Collins from University of Environment and Sustainable Development, Ghana. I'm just thinking whether it's a question or just a comment. Talking about investment into these, we need to look at the structures and systems in place. And if you're only providing funding for production without understanding the market routes, storage facilities, we'll just be creating room for wastage, which could be the reason why you go back and then they will tell you there's nothing to show. Then the other part is that
we are struggling to hear. Can you remove your... Yeah, thank you.
So what I was saying earlier is this, that if we are only providing funding for production, that's going to be questionable in the sense that if we don't understand the market routes, we don't have storage facilities in place. It means that you just provide the money and then whatever happens, nobody knows. Then the other part will be capacity building. That's going to be a way to sustain these things. So if you're only giving money to a farmer because you want them to have the money and put into whatever crop or whatever production they are doing, that's also another room for waste. So how are you looking at employing the systems in place? Local research institutions, not-for-profit, civil societies, and also evidence scientifically to be able to support your investment. Thank you.
Do we take all the questions, then they respond? Maybe let's take one more question, then we can come back. One more question so that they can respond. No question, no comments, no contribution. So, yeah, for comments, yeah.
Yemi Akinyua from Nigeria. So mine is more like a comment, and it goes to the green bonds. The afforestation project will probably fail because it was done top-down rather than bottom-up. One of the reasons why afforestation projects fail is because we look at it from an infrastructural perspective. You go there, you plant the trees, and you leave. Whereas there's a lot that goes into tree planting beyond just planting the trees. You identified one of the reasons why it failed. Perhaps planting species that would not thrive in those areas. But again, what is more important is engagement of the local community in actually making those trees grow. I just finished coordinating a project, the Nigeria Erosion Watershed Management Project. It's a World Bank finance project. And we planted about 280,000 trees in my state. Now, we've done some evaluation. We have about 75–80% survival rate. And that differs from community to community. Communities where they have a very strong ownership of the trees planted, we had a higher success rate, 90-something%. Whereas communities where they do not have an ownership of that plantation, we had about 70-65% success rate. So it's very important that the local community is strongly engaged right from the process of selection of seedlings to actually planting the seedlings and then to tending the seedlings. One of the things the green bonds didn't anticipate is that you need to weed a tree plantation for 2 to 3 years before the trees form a canopy and they can stay on their own. But the way the project was conceptualized, it was conceptualized like an infrastructure project where you go there, you build the bridges and you go. You know, tree planting does not work that way. So I think they need to, you know, do the project conceptualization and execution differently, and we surely get results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question? Yes.
Thank you Thank you very much for good discussion. In Tanzania, I have had farmers complaining about the climate resilient seeds, that for them sometimes they find it very difficult to take care of them because it's like it is too expensive to grow them, and from planting to storage, and where they find themselves using a lot of expenses more than when they were using traditional ones. Is it something that you have also encountered in your work with farmers in your countries? Thank you.
Anybody can answer that question.
All right, I'm very mindful of time, so straight to the point. Now, I think it's important to appreciate the fact that we're pushing for a shift from subsistence agriculture or farming to agribusiness. So to respond to your question, and that shift requires that not everybody is going to be at the production stage. And under a very aggregated production system, in the end of the day, you can actually see a diversification from people who were traditionally farmers, planting, harvesting, and done, to people now who are beginning to see in investing in storage system and bringing in other farmers to get that, or cooperatives who are able to use their assets to purchase infrastructure that will help them along the line. Look, I live in Kenya. It's actually funny that you can buy a bag of maize immediately after harvest. It's a massive production. You can actually buy something around, I can't remember the price, but then if you convert to dollars, compared to you waiting, you can actually make 3 times more or 2 times by waiting for about 2 months. So by storing it, achieving moisture content to a certain level. So there are people who may just come in at that point to say, look, I'm not going to be in the production phase. I'm just going to come in with my investment to be able to buy maize now, wait for 2 months when the price is high. And that. So there's room for you at that level, value chain, to come in. And we don't want middle people to capture that. We rather want the women who are part of the production who can also be stretched forward to be part of that value chain. To the point that you can actually have a local milling infrastructure, and then you rather, instead of selling maize grains, you rather sell flour, processed maize to the milling industry. Do you understand? So that room is there. But you don't tell one woman to have that vision. You rather bring 1,000 women together, and then they are producing for the milling, and they are selling, and they're getting more value from that. Now, afforestation, I think it's also important to make sense of the fact that there is a tragedy of horizon when it comes to investment. When you're looking at the long-term investment of a tree, it's a longer one compared to, because green bond is a private capital.
Yeah,
looking into short-time investment. And so it's very important to now blend that with long-term development finance that is extremely concessional. And I think when we tell people concessional, they really don't understand. I'm talking about from 0.5% on the dollar to 2% on the dollar for a period of 17 years with 2-3 years grace period. we don't talk about that with commercial banks, okay? So when you blend that together with government capital and together with these bonds, so the pricing is different over time. And I think it's very important to understand the time and say, I think it was a big mistake to have afforestation within a green bond. It is a green project, but it's not necessarily a bond project. And I think it's very important to always emphasize that. The last question about Tanzania, so that's exactly what climate finance does. That those additional costs that you have by going through climate resilient seedlings is compensated for by an additional cost that it comes usually by grants. So that grant is blended together with perhaps loans and to make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chima, you want to weigh in?
So just to add to that, the bank has already commented, so who am I? But I also wanted to comment on your question on business and not just focusing in one business, one sector of the agricultural value chain. So first of all, it's actually very difficult to get loans or to get financing from the banks to start with. You have to, your project has to be bankable because of the risk involved. For example, right now we have the floods in Nigeria that has covered about 30 over 36
I think 33 states.
Yes, and you have a lot of people's investment down the drain. So getting finances, you have to be bankable. You can't just go to the bank and say you want to get, no, it doesn't work like that. It's actually a thorough process, first of all. So yes, that works. And also there are different sectors of the value chain. So for example, when we looked at the climate risk profiles, we looked at all the 4 different sectors, not just one sector. We looked at the challenges they face. We looked at the access to markets. We looked at producers. We looked at seedlings, all the different sectors. We looked at the impact of climate change on those sectors, and we now looked at adaptation mechanisms on those sectors. So dealing with agriculture for investments, it's a whole thing across the whole value chain. You can't just make progress by just focusing on one sector. But obviously, you also have financing that focuses on different sectors of the value chain. You have players in different sectors. So it works holistically and it can also work individually. That goes to say. And just to add on the afforestation project, looking at the climate smart agricultural investment profiles within Borno, we looked at, so for example, in those states, Northeast, first of all, they have poor soil quality. And if you're looking at ways to increase soil quality is by planting trees. So those areas that need, first of all, it needs assessment, stakeholder consultation. So you have to do proper needs assessments to put your investment where it's needed. Like the bank said, he doesn't think it was a good idea. But you also have to make sure the solution is where it's needed. So I think that was the main issue. The solution wasn't channeled to where it was needed. The people in those communities did not understand. And obviously, if you're taking away people's livelihoods, you are supposed to be enhancing their livelihoods, not taking away. So if you're going to be taking plants or fields used for plantation that is going to give them income, what is the alternative you're providing? So you have to do it in areas that need that solution. Those areas that are actually, because there's a Great Green Wall project across Africa that cuts across many countries. So you need to look at areas that are needed. So that is also a key thing on investment needs, making sure the finance goes to where it is mostly needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think before we round up, just one important thing that just struck my mind. I remembered when we were doing some assessment on these anchor borrowers in Taraba State, I remembered I saw some seed banks, the local seed banks. And I'm wondering, how do we channel a lot of support for this kind of banks that we have across our local communities? And these seed banks are being maintained by local people. And I know that a lot of them were saying that no, they cannot even keep their seeds in those banks because when the floods come, it destroys the seed banks. And these are very important seeds that have been kept years and years and years. And then now I'm remembering that we are talking about giving them drought-tolerant seeds. Some of them even complain that some of these seeds, they call them killer seeds. I'm sorry. These are some of the things we hear on the ground. So how do we deal with issues like that? And I know a lot of financing has gone into seeds, giving seeds to farmers and things like that. These are some of the things we see on the ground. I don't know, what's your short comment? We have just about 3 minutes.
When you say gene bank or a seed bank, the whole idea is you don't keep it in just one single place, okay? You must have varieties of it and it's in different places. Look, when the Rwandan genocide happened and destroyed multiple things in Rwanda, a group of people still managed to keep intact the seed bank that had the diversity. Rwanda has one of the best diversity of beans, and it's got an environment that makes it easy for beans to grow. Despite the massive destruction, there was still an opportunity to keep them, because why? They were not stored in one place. They were stored in multiple places across the country. So for the places that they had relative peace, people were able to move them, safeguard them, move them to Uganda, eventually come back later. The whole idea that you have a seed bank in one country of 200 million people and one flood that doesn't happen every day comes in to destroy it, I mean, for me, it's not tenable.
Yeah, I know it's not tenable. I'm saying I'm only talking about some parts where it was destroyed. Of course, it won't destroy it. There are lots of them scattered all over Nigeria that have seen different seed banks. Doesn't mean that the floods
a risk assurance mechanism for the bank then will cater for that. So you should have a risk
structure. Yeah.
Premiums.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this wonderful insight, and I want to thank all our participants for coming for this important side event. I hope we will move this conversation forward after today. Chima, what do you think? Maybe just final word, one minute before we go.
So when we look at financing, especially in this era of climate change, I think one thing we need to start looking at across countries, I know it already happens, is insurance, and not just insurance, index-based insurance. I know that flood risk insurance is being done in Nigeria, but I know Kenya is very forward-looking on different index-based insurances. And also the African Union has the African Risk Capacity, which also is a facility for countries for insurance. So I think that's a key thing we need to start looking at. Insurance, there's not enough talk on insurance. Thank you.
Thank you. So, for sure.
When it comes to financing, when it comes to food systems, let's be clear about one thing. We can complain that we don't have enough money, we don't have money coming in. But look, in this continent, we're spending $35 billion on food importation. That's money, your money. So the whole idea is, it's not that we don't have money, we haven't set our priorities right. If we're able to channel that, rather than importing food, but invest in production, increase production, good production on the ground, which can trigger employment opportunities, make the economies grow, we definitely can solve this problem. So let's not even think about AFDB. Let's not even think about the World Bank.
Let's look inwards.
Just look internally.
Look at our budgets.
$35
There's a whole chunk of money there.
Every year, and this it's even growing every year. And we need to stop that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think finally you need to go with this. Thinking food system, looking at building food security, we need much more than money. And that's the key word that I've taken here. There are other things that we need beyond money. Thank you very much.